anytime I haven't been on for 3 consecutive days, I'm like really torn about it. Because I'm usually saying to myself, fuck. If you were gonna take 3 days off, you should have just at least gone on a mini vacation, not just still stay at the fucking house, right? So anytime I take more than 3 days off, I feel like super guilty. Nevertheless, are we on all platforms now? Let me just make sure. Why is it saying offline? Okay, it says we're streaming. Yeah, it's pushing it to YouTube. But yeah, so we're backed up in topics. Pause, and we have a lot of things to get to. I'm hoping, and I'm gonna be transparent with y'all. I'm hoping. Let me see. Okay. Yeah. I have to do some real estate shit later. And I don't know how much they need me to be there, but I ain't gonna lie to you, because I haven't streamed that long, and I do feel guilty not being on here consistently. If we push up against that time, I don't know. I might have to hit them to cancel. But I think they kind of they made a window that I told them I was available, so I also don't want to cancel on them. But you know, we got to prioritize streaming. Okay, yo, welcome everybody. A lot of topics floating around, a lot of things that we're gonna have to address, right? So I have a tremendous topic list from what I see. And by the way, welcome to people on YouTube, welcome to people on Facebook, welcome to my Rumble family, and of course, my people on Twitch as well. This is what I kind of have in stock for you, the topics that we're going to talk about. Of course, we're going to get to other stuff as well. But this is what we have. We finally have some sort of handle on what the motive for Fulio's killers were, okay? That has now been revealed after some really good investigating by some other people who have now brought this to light. A few things that's happening, and I'm wondering what's going on. We're going to try to consolidate all the Drake topics. I do get you guys, listen, we're all Draked out, pause, right? And what I mean by that, we don't want to be talking about Drake for 7 hours still, right? But of course, he's always given some type of content or controversy, so we'll definitely have to talk about him. But we'll try to get all those topics mixed in. So for the Drake section, so there's going to be a Drake section. I got to warn you, Drake moving to Houston. What's going on with Drake and LeBron? Where's that beef at? Is Drake and Wayne having some type of issue? You see, The Weeknd show a lot of love to him. He's also repping like some XO chain. What else? Drake and Houston culture. We just got, I mean, he did an interview with me too. Sauce Walker pretty much talked about why he feels Drake owes Houston artists some shit, and we'll get into that. We got an update on Kanye and Nitrous. If there's any more Drake topics, you guys can tell me. We can fit in during whenever we get to Drake. Kanye and the Nitrous situation. I think we got some leaked text messages. I believe these are from Milo. We have Famous Dex, who's apparently losing his teeth, right? And people were getting at him about Atlanta. I don't know what's going on with Atlanta, but yo, hey, Atlanta is delusional at an all-time high, and I'm gonna check one of the delusions today. What else? Erica Mena and Safari, they're kind of squabbling it out. You heard what I said about Erica Mena last time, man. Listen, when a chick feel like you done used up all their youth, their beauty, and all of their time, they think they gave you kids. They don't want to see your ass prospering with no new chick, always on vacation with your shirt off, nigga. What the fuck? You know how many surgery she had to go get back right? Anyway, we'll talk about that. Rowdy Rebel finally addresses if he's banned from LA. Okay. There was basically, Whack 100 brought it to the table in terms of No Jumper by saying, yo, listen, I don't think Rowdy Rebel could return to LA after saying fuck LA and fuck the Hoovers. That's what he said. And people wonder why he said that. Clearly, there was a guy who's a Hoover who's supposed he's a Hoover Crip that killed Pop Smoke. And people feel like, is it a Hoover Crip or just Hoover? I don't know. Anyway, people felt like New York was, this is how New York feels. They're like, yo, damn, LA act like they don't give a fuck. Like, yo, it is what it is. That nigga's food. All right. So we don't really fuck with that type of vibe. And a lot of people I know feel like that. Not many have spoken on it, right? Then you get somebody like Rowdy. He says something, but it's kind of more targeted at the entire region than just the people who did the act of murder and Pop Smoke, right? Okay, cool. Quando Rondo, he pled guilty, and he's also releasing and rolling out a new project. By the way, he hit me today. Me and him probably will be sitting down at some point in the near future. If you got questions and stuff you want me to ask, you guys should let me know. Okay, I think those are the main topics. There's a bunch of other off-brand topics. Oh, Woody, yeah, we got to get back to Woody. So okay, Woody and YSL trial. That's a whole almost section in itself. There's been so much going on, and because we missed like 4 days of streaming, we've literally missed like feels like a lifetime in a YSL trial. If you don't know what's going on, essentially after switching judge twice, they then went through a whole hearing to say, yo, Woody, are you going to testify and what's going to happen from here? Woody basically says, all right, I don't want to get locked up for the remainder of this. The prosecutors or the defense attorneys were like, yo, Woody, if you don't testify, the defense attorneys were saying, well, if he's saying you don't want to testify, you guys should force him. We're trying to make sure you're not trying to force him to testify. It's a whole back and forth going on. Eventually, it came to a point where they get on with the trial, and the judge says, if we could ask the jury to ignore certain things that he said that he shouldn't have said, and if they're down to ignore it, which I don't know if that's a thing, right? Like if somebody tells you like they did a murder, right? Like, and the judge says, ignore the fact that he told you did a murder. I don't know if it works like that, but fine. Basically, they don't want to cancel this Woody case, right? Not Woody case, this YSL case. So they basically, the jury said that they could ignore it, and essentially this case will go on. So Woody's back on the stand. Now, I've seen so many amateur, and I'm an amateur too. I'm not trying to act like I'm a legal expert or nothing. Amateur, keyboard lawyers, we're all giving like some sort of credit to Woody. He's funny. Yo, he's spinning the detectives. I don't recall. That's his line. Yo, they have about like 20 hours of him being interrogated. You know what they did to Kelsey when she took the stand. Oh, I remember that. Okay, great. We just had to ask you for factual basis, but good. We're glad you don't remember none of that, okay? Now we're going to go play this whole interrogation footage, and we're going to play it from scratch. So I think I saw like a report that essentially after Woody gets off the stand, they're going to just play his whole interrogation footage. And that footage is going to probably, it's a reason why they brought him up before the footage, because if the last thing the jury heard from him was that, oh no, I was just lying to the cops, I was spinning them, I was whatever, maybe they believe it, but that's not the last thing they're going to hear. They're going to see a man who is sitting in an interrogation room being interrogated for hours on end, multiple different times over months and years. So we will see how genius Woody is, but he's definitely having the time of his life. I don't want to get into the Woody topic completely yet, but he's linking up with influencers, he's doing commercials. Like, this nigga's doing a lot. Apparently he's about to be in a movie. We will get to that though. Okay, let me just open the chats here, and then you guys could throw in a couple more topics, and we'll get into the first few topics and get this ball rolling. Also, here's the thing too, chat. The first night I didn't stream, because I think we streamed 3 nights in a row, and then I didn't stream like 4 nights in a row. The first night I didn't stream, the reason why I didn't stream, Party Next Door hits me. He says, yo, Ak, I'm in town. I don't know if this is still on my story, but Party Next Door hits me. He's like, Ak, I'm in town. Yo, we should be turning up and celebrating. Come on, my brother. Like, come link up, watch the show. And he's like, after the show, I want to chop it up with you. You know what I mean? Yo, first of all, I had no idea Party was a chat nigga. There's so many artists, executives, and other people. Like, he's like, yo, Ak, I'm always tapped into the stream. You know what I mean? And he said the dopest shit. He said, yo, Ak, when you're speaking about all of this industry shit, you're always like 90% right. And, I know you might be like, well, you didn't say 100. There's nobody else y'all going to watch that's going to give you even 50% right. The only person I would ever say is Joe Budden, but Joe Budden, like, he does it in a clever way of not really, like, because that's not his thing. You know what I mean? My thing, I try to give the information. Yeah, and he says to me, he said, yo, Ak, I just want to make sure, you know and understand certain things, that when you're speaking from now on, at least about certain things, you're going to be 98% right. And I was like, oh, my nigga, Party. What's up? Anyway, we linked up, took a shit ton of shots. Drake called in while we are chilling there. I was talking shit to Drake and him. You know what I mean? Yo, sometimes, Drake, sometimes they be making me feel like an op. Like, but I'm like always honest. I don't code switch around people like that. Cause I was just like, I was just like, I don't even tell y'all. Anyway, he was calling me delusional because I said something. I was basically saying, nigga, you can't go to LA right now, nigga. Get out of here. It's like, who can't go to LA? I'm like, anyway, just fun banter back and forth. Three drunk people. I think Drake was in Toronto or some shit like that. Okay. There's much more with the party concert I could divulge. Let me see. I'll give you a recap of that, right? How was the concert? Concert was really amazing. Now, I'm gonna be honest with you. As much as I am a party fan and I call him the GOAT all the time, I realize at that show, this is why like artists like party no matter what we say with sales or sometimes we judge these artists of if they're hot or not. Bro, I knew about I want to say 70% of party songs, and I knew them. Well, I knew about 60% word for word. There were some women in there, and I'm telling you, it was all beautiful women in there, like a shit ton. They knew every single song, line for line. Like, and I'm usually when I go to concerts, I do a little people watching because I want to see how much these people really are in tune with these artists, or like when they're performing like a B-side track, right? Like performing a track that's not a single, that's not whatever. How much do these fans really connect? How much do you have a core? Man, they were going crazy on it, right? So he sold out 3,000 people at the Paramount in Brooklyn, back-to-back nights, so that's 6,000 people. Then he went to Connecticut, sold out about 5,000 people. So, at least we get a gauge of what where he kind of is, but not going to lie, they did go crazy. What else? I was glad at the fact that he performed. My boy performed some of the reference tracks, so I ain't going to lie. He performed work. I like that. I think I think Legend might have been also in there too. He does Come and See Me, right? I think he left with that. The only song he didn't perform that I wanted him to perform was Savage Realm. If you're a party fan or you're a big R&B fan, that's like a song really hits. But yeah, he performed pretty much all the hits. Like, you know what I mean? Shit was great show from start to front. So I can't knock him. About his performance, his actual performance, he's one of those artists, and I haven't, I have to give y'all my perspective as I'm like kind of breaking this down. I haven't seen many of the newer R&B artists perform. Now, keep in mind, a lot of us when we think R&B, we're thinking like Genuine, we're thinking Chris Brown, Usher, even Justin Timberlake. Like these guys are doing a whole fucking dance routine, rubbing up their body with oil, backflipping, all type of like moving and shit like that. You know what I mean? Grabbing their crotch. That's what we're kind of used to. I don't know if like a lot of the newer R&B dudes, and when I mean newer R&B, I'm putting in the Daniel Caesars in there. I'm putting in who else is newer R&B in terms of men, and even the women, right? Like I don't think Summer Walker, does she dance around? I don't know if she does. Maybe she does. Does her dance around? I don't know. Party, he's kind of keeping it cool, calm. He has this really good dance group. They bring the energy. He's more doing the vocals, and he's walking around being intimate with the crowd, but none of that extra, like, none of that bullshit. He ain't doing all that. You know what I mean? My boy's just chilling, bro. You get what I'm saying? Okay. All right. Somebody said, I'm officially a op to XO. XO loves me. All these people love me. Yo, if you don't like act, there's something wrong with you. That's what I've realized. If at this moment in time you don't like me, there's probably something wrong with you. Also, hey, party, but I'm a trustworthy guy. I won't say. Yo, they didn't announce the album title yet, right? The one with Drake? Okay, I can't say it. Oh, man. I want to say so bad. I can't say it. I'm sworn to secrecy. They would take my OVO flag and my OVO stimulus package would be over. So I can't say it. But there was two titles that's kind of floating around. I like one of them. And there's a lot of, let's just say there's a lot of backstory that would be a part of it. You'll figure out later. Okay, cool. I know that it makes sense to a lot of you because you're like, what are you saying? I just can't say it. Sorry. All right. Enough of the party next door stuff. I had a great old time. His team took care of me. Oh, ironically too. So I go backstage. Oh, okay, I just could say this. So, and it's the first time I remember when. So Elliot Wilson back in the day was just like, and I guess I can say this now because Elliot and Drake ain't cool no more. uh, Apparently Drake was about to do like a press conference, like I don't know, last year or the year before, at his house, and he was like hitting up select journalists to fly to Toronto to go to, because everyone was just like salivating over this Drake interview. Are we gonna get a Drake interview? Are we gonna, like, the whole culture? I mean, every goddamn media personality. I'm not trying to throw nobody, just everybody, right? And apparently, this was the plan. Drake tells, or Drake, I think Drake comes up with it like, "Yo, I'm gonna bring certain journalists here, and we're gonna do a press conference. So rather than pick one of y'all to do an interview with, I'll have all of y'all and be a press conference." It didn't end up happening, but I remember Elliot. He was in the mix at that time, right? And Elliot was like, remember he hit me. He said, "Ack, did Drake hit you up about the coming to the embassy for the press?" You know what I mean? And actually, he didn't. So I was like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" But I remember he was just like, "Oh, actually," he said it wasn't really Drake. It was like Mr. Morgan, and that's when I started hearing that name. I was like, "Who the fuck is Mr. Morgan?" And I remember when I asked Drake for his motherfucking what do you call it again? What's the name of that song? No, not song. I asked Drake for his Spotify wrap up to see how many streams he did because I post everybody's streams at the end of the year, and he was just like, "Oh, yo, just hit Mr. Morgan." I was like, "Who the fuck is Mr. Morgan?" I'm thinking he's gonna tell me to hit Oliver or somebody like a Future Prince. Anyway, I just didn't know who it was. Apparently, the guy was just in the room. I didn't even know it was him, and I think, well, they called Drake because I'm there at a party, but then like it kind of shows how organic and how simple Drake's process is. Like, so Drake's like, "Oh, Ack, what up?" And so it's me, Party, Mr. Morgan, Drake's on the phone, and that's the night he dropped the 3-pack, whatever it's called, 100 gigs. Is that what it's called? Did he call the 3-pack 100 gigs, or I don't know, whatever the 3-pack with It's Up and Blue Red and whatever. And he literally just said to him, he's like, "Yo," he asked the Mr. Morgan dude, he's like, "Yo, are we still going up with that thing?" Like, I think it was like 1 a.m. or whatever. And the dude's like, "Yeah, it'll probably be on DSPs in 30 minutes." And I was like, damn, I would think this is like a big universal operation, seeing the fact that their artists they gave $100 million just fucking leaked some songs. But it looked like they just organically released it. Like, fuck it, let's just put it out. All right? Okay. Just a little tidbit. Um, cool. We're not gonna have a Drake Glaze Fest, or we're not gonna have a Drake Glaze Fest to start off. So we'll probably push the rest of Drake topics to the middle. But anything else with Party? I want to stick with Party. There's so much great info I got, but like none of them are for like consumption. Like these are. Yeah, I can't even say it. Like, he corrected so many fallacies I had in my mind, but I can't say it. Fuck. I'll hint to it a million times though. Y'all will eventually figure it out. I just can't say it outright because they're gonna put it all in the blogs. Then it sounds like we're messy. All right, cool. All right, let's get started with. Oh no, I said that. Oh, the last person there, and that's why I said that story. So it's me, Party, Mr. Morgan. Drake calls in, and then this guy, his name is like CJ Cook, and I remember he's like, "Yo, I managed Party," and he was helping out me the whole night, and he's like, "I manage Sweetie as well," and I'm like, "No, you don't manage no motherfucking Sweetie," but he does manage Sweetie. So come to find out, when and we are gonna get into the Sweetie and YG shit. I'm wondering what the fuck is going on with Sweetie. And for me, I like to, anytime I meet somebody, I want to give them all the slander I could give them. That when they see me online, they're like, "This nigga was fake as hell. He was like mad. He was like dick sucking us when in person. Now he's talking shit." No. I'm gonna, even if it's playing devil's advocate, I'm gonna tell you to your face at least, and then hopefully when you see it later. Anyway, okay. Let's start with, what should I pick? We're gonna go here. So It's a quick update, so it's nothing too crazy. So apparently, chat, we finally now have the motive for the guy who did the Folio. Oh, I gotta put Michael Rubin too on this list. Michael Rubin. Oh, also another topic. Lil Baby. And I'm gonna just put in parentheses, P, you owe me a check. P, you're my guy. You know I love you, but you owe me a check. Everything I said Le Bebe should do, he did. He didn't do one thing that's not me. Look, remember when y'all said I was hating, but I gave him some really good advice? Brother, stop slurring like a motherfucker. Speak English. The nigga got a whole Architect Digest video where he's showing off his house, coming across like a regular human, talking about family, giving you a little bit more substance other than buying designer that he raps about all the time. Bruh, so he did that, I told him. Do a bunch of features. He apparently got a new 4-batch features coming. He has a feature with, what's the guy do that? Byron Messier. He did feature with, Central C. He did a feature with Boss Man D-Lo. People are now saying he's back on his feature run. Like he's having who told him to do that? After he dropped 8 duds in a row, and I said, stop dropping solo songs. It's not working. Do features. Bro, I need a check for that. I'm sorry. I'm like consulting through my screen. All right. We'll get to it. All right, so we'll get Michael Rubin. We'll get to Lil Baby. La Babette, to be sure. But let's start off real quick with the Folio situation. To me, this was incredibly sad. So the motive for the why these guys were that motivated to go kill Folio is this right here. So apparently Rashad Murphy, remember the guy who came out with a Bible, right? And he sent his chihuahua out or whatever. He came out with a Bible, right? I think we could even Google it and see it. Let's go to Twitter. Apparently and by the way, he's the one who sent the text. Remember in the affidavit I read? He sent a text. He says, yo, my thirst has been quenched. Bruh, he might as well insert the needle into his arm right now. He's dead. It's no possible way he don't get a death penalty. This seems so premeditated. Even if it's for revenge, you're cooked. So Rashad Murphy, Bible. Let's see. Somebody must have it on here. What the fuck? No. Am I spelling his name wrong? Rashad Murphy? Why nobody has a thing? When he got arrested, he like crawled out with the Bible. They haven't caught Davion Murphy yet. Wow. So nobody got that. All right. Twitter's lacking. Rashad Murphy Bible. Let me see. By the way, also, here's the thing too. Chat. Oh yeah, it's right here. Chat. Also, here's the thing. Oh, I'm going to also I got to put another topic. Young Miami. Yeah, Young Miami is talk about it. So this was the video, right? He comes out. He has his dog in his hand and the Bible in the next. Look, you got to keep the Bible right now. It's, yea, though I walk through the valleys of shadows, I shall not, yeah. They caught this nigga reading his Bible with his dog in the hand. Like, come on, bruv. Where that Draco you had? Where's the 100 clip? Davion has not been announced to be arrested yet. So he gave up the dog, and then he's still holding on to the Bible. You got to give him credit. He's still holding on to the Bible, y'all. He's still clutching the Bible. Shit, he clutching the Bible harder than he clutching the gun.
Keep crawling.
Crawl.
Keep crawling. Crawl towards me.
The nigga said he can't breathe like you're underwater.
Keep crawling.
I can't breathe.
Keep crawling.
Folio couldn't breathe neither.
Crawl towards me.
Drop that book now.
Drop the book.
Damn. He said drop the book. Hold on. You know what we gotta figure out?
Drop the book.
Wait, hold on. Nah, not this time. We gonna figure this out, chat. Well, when they say drop the book. Oh, that's the King James version, ain't it? Is that the King James version of the Bible? Oh yeah. Okay, okay. Man, these
I told the bro. I told the bro. I told the bro. I told the bro. No.
okay. So this was homie, and yeah. Apparently he may have had a weapon in the house before he got arrested. He was like putting it to his head while on FaceTime with his girl. So he was legitimately thinking about contemplating killing himself because the police are closing in. And obviously at the last ditch attempt, he realizes maybe you shouldn't kill yourself because all that talking about your thirst is quenched for killing Fulio, you might kill yourself and meet Fulio at the pearly gates and that nigga square up with you like, what's up now, nigga? Like, imagine if Fulio squared up with that nigga. He kills himself. Fulio squaring up with him like, what's up? What up? So he says, I'm going to go to trial. He grabs the Bible. He crawls it out like he's in boot camp. And this is him. Now, here's the question. You drove 3 hours, followed that nigga for 4 hours. So you drove 3 hours, booked Airbnbs, followed him for 4 hours. By the way, here's the ironic part about it too. And we're going to get to the motive. This guy was the smartest guy. He was the smartest guy, but they were all dumb. So even if you got a 60 IQ when the rest of your friends got 20, if that's even possible, you're still a dummy, right? So let me tell you what he did that was smart. He probably looked up a little crime video or probably heard about police tracking phones. He's the only one that didn't have a cell phone on him. He didn't use his cell phone the day before. He was using his girl's phone. And he didn't bring his cell phone to the crime. So what happened was he texted off Sean Gathwright's phone. And he texted, which is dumb, because if you're not bringing your phone, why would you be cool with them bringing their phones? You kind of get it? Like, you're not bringing your phone because you don't want to get caught. But they brought their phones. And allegedly, he texted off Sean Gathwright's phone, hey, my thirst is quenched. He said, I'm coming home, y'all. My thirst is quenched. I don't know if I can get like the actual. I don't know if we can get the actual thing. Yeah, he says, I'm coming home. My thirst is quenched. That was him. He's the guy in the middle, right? Now, why would he want to kill Fulio that bad? We get to find out now. Apparently, they say Rashad Murphy, the suspect in Fulio's murder case, is allegedly the older brother of Gerard Adams, who is also known as 1200 Spaz. He was killed in 2018 by Fulio's close associate, Robert Howard, a.k.a. Kenny Caps. Fulio had released several diss tracks targeting Spaz and his associates and reportedly desecrated Spaz's grave. Now, a little bit of a warning. I just want to give a little trigger warning. I don't think we see anything too graphic, but this goes back to the video of allegedly this is his brother who's seen below him. The brother in like, this is orange shirt. I'm like colorblind, child. And apparently this is when a shooting happened where his brother's life was taken. Here we go.
Up there, when they were shooting. You know who it was, baby? Mama.
It's cell phone video taken in August of 2018, just moments after a fight inside the stadium led to a triple shooting on the campus of Rains High School.
I closed myself up in the house
So that's the brother.
since his death.
Now, here's the irony. This is the mom. So Rashad Murphy's mom. And we're now getting to realize the motive is watching your mom cry over your brother's death. You got to spin. You know what I mean? Like, I know some of y'all is like, yo, have any of y'all ever had the unfortunate, obviously, hopefully not in this situation, but like, or a situation like this, but you ever seen your mom cry? As a man, you feel hopeless and you feel the need to do something. Like, put like this. If you say your mom was with an abusive man and say you ever seen your mom cry, immediately you just plan, even if you're like 15, 14, 13, 10, immediately you just plant in your mind, I'm going to fuck this nigga up when I get there. You just know. So this is his mom crying over his brother's death on the news. It was news to Jacksonville.
My family haven't been the same day. That hurts.
Police say Adams was shot and killed during a Rains versus Lee High School football game in 2018. 18-year-old Robert Howard is charged in his murder. According to Howard's original
See?
arrest report, the incident was gang-related, and he was listed as a gang member. Over the years, Murphy says people posted these videos damaging her son's grave. She's also heard her son.
Now, what happened is somebody posted the video of them going to the dude's brother and obviously the woman's son, the guy on the left. They posted somebody going to his gravesite, whipping out their penis, peeing on the grave. There were decorations around and they kicked all of it. And they said, F you, nigga. Again, it comes back to the central theme of even in death, disrespect continued. And that disrespect probably motivated and fueled these guys to say, I want your mama to cry like this now, or you're going to die. You get what I'm saying?
Death mocked by rappers and music videos. They referred to him as Spaz.
Fast face, hot on gang. Corbin got kidnapped. They found.
And apparently Spaz got shot supposedly in that face, supposedly.
His bones, he was right. Corbin. Smoking Gerard, back with blunts. What I stuffed the.
Somebody got shot in the face?
Up there.
Yeah. See?
When they were shooting. You know who it was, baby?
Okay. Then the next video, look at this.
The man. Gerard, I heard they took sure bite, just like Debo did. They took a gun and
This video, posted on social media, shows what appears to be a man spitting
Gerard Adams.
and urinating. And caking decorations
All this
off of Gerard Adams' grave. The video never shows the man, only his shoes.
I just feel like that's a stab in the heart, doing stuff like that.
Jamila Murphy says seeing the video was devastating. She says her son's grave is typically decorated with flowers and balloons. Now it's empty.
I had a breakdown. I did, no lie. I had a breakdown, I had to pull myself together. I was crying all day yesterday since I seen it.
Do you feel like he's doing this in some sort of retaliation?
Yeah.
the man. Gerard, I heard they took.
Okay, so very unfortunate, but the cycle of disrespect pretty much keeps writing the death sentence for the person who did the disrespect, but also the person hurt by the disrespect also writes themselves a life sentence into the penitentiary. So it's kind of, this is gonna be kind of cut and dry for the prosecutor, and I'm actually gonna predict that this guy's gonna take a plea, not immediately, but he's gonna take a plea over time to probably avoid a death penalty and to possibly, I know the dude is like 27 or 28, to possibly, this is Florida. See, Florida don't like letting you back out after you've done murder like this. But I don't know if they'll give him, I don't know, maybe 20, 30 years, and he could possibly get back out. It's better than definitely life in prison without the possibility of parole, or life in prison being on death row. So motive is there. They got so much surveillance footage of it. They got all electronic data. And then the woman, the young girl, Alicia Andrews, she's cooperating. Like she's basically down to tell the police, yo, I didn't know. Like, she's almost corroborating the murder too. Because the only thing these guys can say, yo, I know you got somebody who looked like me, but is that really me? The person's masked up, this and third. The girl is gonna tell everybody who's in the car. Also, the girl claims he used the phone a bunch of times. Yeah, these guys are fucked, bro. They're like so fucked. So we'll see, man. We'll see. Anyway, rest in peace, Fulio, and rest in peace and freedom for the rest of these people, right? Okay. Let's hop into some YSL bullshit, man. YSL. Before I get there, I do want to touch on something real quick. Atlanta. Give me a second. I have to. I don't know what's going on in Atlanta. First, we had Yachty. Who got a little bit delusional, right? Like, saying that Atlanta is inspiring all type of fashion, blah, 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 blah. Yet, the major, notable, huge, disruptive fashion trends they've tried to introduce have only got laughed at. What am I talking about? Finger painting, nails. Nobody's adopting that. Dresses. Nobody's adopting that. you can listen, if y'all couldn't get those two things off, y'all can't tell me y'all that influential, okay? That's the thing. Anyway, let me see if I can find this clip. This is an important clip that okay. Oh, here we go. All right. So apparently there's this guy named Ray Daniels in Atlanta. And he had a hot take. And obviously this is coming after the media list got announced, where they announced the top 25 media personalities in hip hop. This year I was crowned number 1. Last year I was number 2. But there's a bunch of people on that list. Notoriously, I don't see many Atlanta figures on that list. I could be wrong just off memory. Now, this guy takes aim at the topic of, I guess, why Atlanta isn't creating media hubs. You got to remember, this isn't a time where everybody got to come to New York. People go to where they want to go to, right? And they go sit with who they want to sit with. So there's a time New York had this wild advantage where it was just like, hey, the labels aren't in Atlanta. They're all in New York. Not only that, the biggest media outlets are in New York. But these days, people really don't care to go to XXL anymore. They don't care to go to the Source. They don't care to go to Complex anymore. They actually go to sit with who they want to sit with. If they want to go sit with Gillian Wild, they go sit with Gillian Wild. They want to go sit with Drink Champs, they'll go to Miami. They want to go to No Jumper, they'll go to LA. They want to come to Act, they'll come over here. So listen to this breakdown, and this is what I'm saying. Atlanta is getting delusional. I think it's because they're losing some cool points market share, I think, to Houston. But I will digress. I'll let him speak. Check this out and tell me what you think.
Tell you something. It's something very important. I'm gonna give you guys a secret about Atlanta. You can't have a Vlad TV won't be built here.
No, right? No. Academics could have never.
No, Academics could never be built here. Not only that, No Jumper could have been built here. You want to know why? No. Here's why. Because everybody in Atlanta got guns. We know if an Academics loudmouth shit talking blah 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 blah, man, nigga,
we know
you gonna get caught. Dead.
What you don't understand is that the personalities here, we outside.
Yeah.
When I went to LA, I didn't see no radio people outside.
This is true.
I didn't see no media people outside.
You can't be talking crazy and you be outside.
You gotta go outside.
Pull up on you out here.
You gotta go outside.
They will say Academics is up here at Banneker High School football game. Tweet that, nigga. We outside waiting on you.
Gonna pull up.
That's what I'm telling you. You can't build. Though even us, we got to give kudos to us. Bank too. We were able to build ourselves in the city, being somewhat real, as real as we can be, without having the dangers of people. I don't walk outside and worry. I don't be like, man, did I say something crazy? Because I'm smart enough to know the line to walk, my nigga. Because I already know. If I got to
understand that it's relationship also. Like Atlanta's like a big community, right?
Yep.
Every other city not like that. Atlanta's like if Ray got a problem with somebody says something about him on the show, yo, BT, yo, what's up with this, bro?
We calling each other.
Yo, what's
immediately. And let me tell y'all something. It's something very important.
Man, this was the most pathetic piece of talk radio I've seen in a while, man. It's the reason why these guys are still doing radio stations. The newsflash, let me tell y'all this. I don't know in what universe y'all think that niggas is thinking Atlanta is the most dangerous so they couldn't go do whatever they wanted to do. Y'all need to stop. So Atlanta is the most swagful, the most dangerous. What are y'all talking about? What are y'all talking about? Now, the reality of it is this. Sir, there are weapons and guns everywhere. Let me give you the proximity of how I do things. Number one, all right, I never lived in Chicago, but I'd be damn near, I I wouldn't say Atlanta's as dangerous as Chicago. Number two, where I live at is in between Philadelphia, the number one murder capital right now, which, by the way, these are nothing things to brag about. But I just want to, this myth that Atlanta is like, oh, they have guns. Everybody has guns. What are you talking about? If you're scared to give an opinion that you can't be cool with the rappers, so you're like, that's your problem. That's not a regional problem. That's your problem. If you want to, and this was my biggest thing about this. So think about this. Because forget me, but think about even where, so you're saying it's because Atlanta's so tough, niggas can't go there and do outlets like No Jumper. But No Jumper is in LA, where niggas usually go, where most rappers not from LA usually go there and die, with all due respect. Most rappers that's tough in their other regions go to LA and don't come back. But No Jumper could exist there. Riddle me that. Since Atlanta's the toughest, riddle me that. Okay. You have people doing media in Chicago. You're telling me that Chicago ain't on nothing but Atlanta's so tough? Riddle me that. You have the East Coast. You have Philadelphia. You have Brooklyn. You have Queen. You have whole New York City. You tell me Atlanta's tougher than everybody? Stop it. Here's the real truth about Atlanta and Atlanta journalism. All y'all niggas haven't seen the monetization strategy of actually having your own opinion, not giving a fuck to piss people off. You don't have to be antagonistic. And I think sometimes y'all throw me into it because y'all act like I'm just trying to antagonize. No, I'm just free of thought, free of opinions, and I'm also free of relationships. Because a lot of times I get cool with an artist, then I'm not cool with him. Yeah, it might get to a point. You have a person like Lil Baby. I'm pretty sure if he saw me at one point, he would want to do something. But you think that's going to make me be in fear of saying what I think? That's the difference between me and y'all. Y'all make y'all money by being in the clubs rubbing shoulders with these niggas. I don't ever have to step in the club. And listen, here's the thing. Everybody y'all named, we don't ever have to be around the rappers, and we get money just like the top 10% of the rappers. I don't ever have to be in a nightclub that I'm like, oh, Lil Baby's coming through with a hosting or 4PF is up. That's the point. So when I hear Atlanta radio hosts or whatever these guys are say this, nigga, just say you scared. You talking about you got to go outside. No, you make your money not from that radio station. This is why radio's out. You make your money by getting these niggas who are performing in a club that you DJing in, doing events with them. The rest of the media don't work like that. That's some old school shit. No Jumper survives without any interviews from the big rappers. So why would they need to kiss the big rapper's ass? They're just going to say what it is. Me, I always tell people, I make more money talking about you than to you. Why would I kiss your ass? Same thing with Vlad. He made irrelevant niggas the stars. That's the problem. Atlanta is too concerned, Atlanta media personalities, too concerned with being cool with the rappers and being cool with this industry shit. You don't have to be dissing these guys. But if you can't, people tune into people with an actual opinion. Not the people who could be like, oh nah, man, not Future my guy, man. Future my guy, man. Yo, I just saw Future in the club, man. We were dapping it up. Yeah, he just says something that does not happen to me. He says if he says something out of pocket, which we have to clarify, we're talking about disrespect. You're saying like fuck these guys, or you're saying, hey, that nigga's music was whack. Oh, Lil Baby was falling off. If you say that, somebody's gonna call your mans and say, why is he saying that? You a grown man and you can get checked by these rappers? That's what listen, if you ever want to know the contribution I think I brought to this game, I brought a contribution where I make sure every rapper knows I don't need you. And you can't talk money with me. I do listen, I don't care about the relationship with you. I don't think you're that cool. And you know what usually happens? Every single one of these guys, they play ball. You're still in the old media industry where you got to be like, oh, nah, yo, they got a hosting tonight and I'm going to get my 1,500. I'm going to, shit. I know he's dropping a whack ass album, but I can't say it. I know he did this fuck shit, but I can't talk about it. Atlanta, And I'll say to Mr. Ray Daniels himself, we're not believing none of y'all with this is the toughest place that media couldn't exist. When you have YSL Woody, who is snitching on the most popular artist from Atlanta, walking around freely, doing all the interviews, fucking all the bitches, signing autograph, kissing babies. If y'all so tough, you think that how would I not be able to come to Atlanta and exist when a nigga who snitched on one of y'all biggest rappers and supposedly real niggas, y'all won't even. Come on, Atlanta, do better. Do better, man. Do better. Y'all getting hold by the DA. Y'all getting hold by a nigga who's ratting. Put it like this. Say what you want about New York. 6ix9ine got the fuck up on out of there. He went to Florida. Say what you want about New York. 6ix9ine got out of there. Say what you want about Atlanta. YSL Woody is still driving around, chilling fucking bitches, eating at all the spots, doing whatever he want. And even some people have now reversed what they said about him. Didn't we just cover a story that said he not a snitch no more? If Atlanta can't exterminate their rodent problem, what would they be doing to a journalist? Nothing. Stop it. Okay? Listen, the mere fact is this. If I come to Atlanta, I don't need to be in no clubs with none of y'all niggas to make millions of dollars. So what y'all gonna do? I build a warehouse that y'all gonna just try to overrun the warehouse? I'm not trying to say I'm tougher than like that, but let's stop act like Atlanta is tougher than any place else. The people in media that are winning are running successful independent businesses that are uncompromised for the most part with from influence from rappers who would either threaten them, beat them up, kill them, this and third. Okay? That's my point. So again, please don't try to come up with no excuses why y'all Atlanta niggas ain't make that list. Y'all ain't make that list because all y'all know how to do is press buttons, say yes, massa, and keep it going. When y'all see whack shit, y'all can't talk about it. Most of the Atlanta dudes who are on the radio, whatever, they're like the little niggas for the rappers. That's just not how media elsewhere is played. I'm just letting you know. Like, put it like this. How is there an Atlanta, the biggest trial in hip hop is an Atlanta trial, and no Atlanta outlet has taken shape to really give us a real, you have non-niggas from Atlanta like me. Like, No Jumper, Vlad, everybody else. You have New York outlets covering Atlanta trial. We don't know none of these places. We don't know the difference between zone 5, 6, 8, 9, 10. We don't know Simpson Road. We don't know none of this. We don't even know how, the only time we see in Cleveland Avenue is on the goddamn motherfucking Google Maps. But we're telling y'all story because y'all don't want to speak on it. Why not? You don't have to be disrespectful. Y'all can't even cover your own goddamn place. That's how media works now, buddy. How the biggest story from Atlanta, the biggest trial, ain't being covered by not one Atlanta-based. One thing I got to give Sean Cotton credit for, that boy took over Texas. Hey, before you ask me what's tapped in with Texas, Sean gonna be on that shit. That's Sean Region. That's a fact. Did he have to sometimes interview somebody or maybe he says something somebody did not like? Of course. Comes with the game. But Sean not worried about going to the club with these guys. That's old media. That's all I'll say for that. Okay. But anyway, back to the guy who Atlanta, the toughest city in the world because they got guns. Atlanta, they got guns. Remember that. They got guns. Atlanta, their biggest star, guess who it is? YSL fucking Woody, my nigga. Like, think about this shit. Gunna selling out the stadium over there. Nothing happens. Woody walking around doing 20v1s. Nothing. What is 20 niggas gonna pull up on Woody? They have 20 bitches pulling up on him. But if Atlanta's so tough, when is 20 niggas gonna pull up on him to actually show how tough Atlanta is? I just want to know. The media circuit in Atlanta is built off, I don't want to call it derided, I call it networking with artists because that's how y'all get paid. The majority of the other outlets, that's not how we get paid. So I'm sorry. If somebody flopped, if Future drops a whack song, if so-and-so did some stupid shit, we're not going to be scared of King Slime. We're just going to call it what it is. I'm very sorry that y'all live in a city that y'all feel like if y'all did y'all job to y'all fullest potential, someone's going to go kill you. Sorry. And if you think that about Atlanta, y'all better stay out of Atlanta and the rest of these areas, because I really think them areas give it up more. Truth be told. Anyway, I digress. All right. YSL. Let me just a little Woody. I got to get the guy who runs his account. He has been doing a good job. I got to be honest. Where is he at? Thugger Daily. Thugger Daily, I want to bring you up on here. I do want to talk to you a bit. I see you. You know, I've been reading. You've done it in a really nice thread level where we could kind of see exactly what's going on. You get the best moments. And even though I do kind of see you're a fan page, so like, of course, you're hoping everything turns out in Thug's favor, and it's a little bit of bias, but still, you're giving the information. You know what I mean? It's up to people to really interpret it. Okay, so let's do a real quick catch up. So here we go. Okay. All right. So Woody pops up back in court. This is what I'm saying. Yo, this court is in Atlanta. Yo, put it like this. 6ix9ine, when 6ix9ine told, I just want to point this out. 6ix9ine told on the 9 Trey Gangsters, their Bloods. From what I read through research, they're not the biggest gang in New York, and also the majority of them are incarcerated. Like, a lot of them are older than 6ix9ine at the time. They're incarcerated. Potentially, 6ix9ine could have still stayed on the East Coast just because the people he may have told on were all locked up. Well, you know what he did? You know what? Let me get the fuck on out of here. I'm going to motherfucking Miami. You get what I'm saying? Now, granted, 6ix9ine had to turn down federal protection services. Like, they were going to give him whatever that thing is where they almost change your face and change your name and hide you out in Montana or something. He had to turn that down. The feds, because he was in open court pointing out niggas, they were scared for 6ix9ine's life. Woody don't even have a security guard. That nigga don't even have a shadow. He got nobody with him. He shows up to court. I hear this nigga takes the bus. Nothing happens to him. He's in the heart of Atlanta. What is Atlanta? What? This is where y'all say media can't happen? This nigga is in the heart of Atlanta. Don't got nobody. The nigga don't even got a chauffeur. He don't got an Uber driver. That nigga got a bus pass, nigga. And he's still making it to court. He even admitted in court the only threats he got against his life is online. So I want to go back to that last nigga when he said Atlanta is the most dangerous place. If Woody is so chilling there, how the fuck would a business with millions of dollars in resources be in jeopardy? Man, y'all Atlanta niggas, y'all been on some shit recently. We got to talk about it. Anyway, Lil Woody goes on a rant on a stand. By the way, my boy came back to court suited and booted. Suited and motherfucking booted, right? Came through, and he's now realized that he has a shtick. You know what his shtick is? Yo, I'm kind of funny. People like when I talk. They actually think I'm spinning these people. And I'm going to be honest with you, they're saying that apparently the court reporter is a person who types up every single thing in the court. Types everything up. They're saying that person even took a picture with Woody. So it's like Woody's almost like damn near an influencer. He's a snitching influencer at this point. And I'm going for it. Let's go. Anyway, watch how, he's explaining because he got back on the stand. Here we go.
Like I told you before y'all called me to trial, I have lied. I made things up. I told you this before y'all brought me in this courtroom. And I'm telling you now. You asked me about 2015. I have got my life together. Y'all trying to put this on my conscience. Y'all trying to put people's life in my hands. I don't lie on people. I don't want to be here. Y'all have pressured me. I'm tired of y'all because y'all know y'all are wrong. And y'all black people doing this to us.
And I understand that.
Leave me alone. Let me leave. Man, y'all pissing me off. Listen.
Yo, it's crazy how a goddamn witness is talking like this. Yo, this prosecution, chat, I'm starting to sway in the other side of this trial. I do think it's almost damn near impossible to beat a RICO case. They're going to come with a preponderance and overwhelming amount of evidence that is just going to prove all these things, even if you have one guy saying it's not true. Of course, like in a trial, you're not going to have everybody saying you're guilty. You're going to have some people trying to play around, some people try to lie, whatever. But they had 300 witnesses for a reason. They have gang experts. They have this. They have that. They have a million things. I'm starting to now go on the other side of maybe Thug could beat this, even though I still think he doesn't. These prosecutors, they're getting talked to by the person they're having on trial, on the stand to give testimony. They're getting talked to like children. Unfortunately, and I don't want to sound anti-black, but take this as you want it. Ever since they put these two black women as the prosecutors, Miss Love and the other one, all they do is fuck ups, mistakes. They get reprimanded all the time. They don't seem to be people really in control of what's going on. Remember when that first guy, I showed you him before, Young Thug, King Slime edit, right? When this guy was on here, this guy, he was on his shit. This guy is good. Like, I think this guy would have sent Young Thug to jail. Facts. This guy would have sent Young Thug to jail. This guy right here, I'm not even going to play it.
He is the one.
Yeah, he was the one who was like, he's the guy behind the shadows. He was good. He was up on all his shit. Anytime Brian Steele came back with some shit, he had some shit back for Brian Steele. With all due respect, these two black women who are the prosecutors, they seem out of their league. Brian Steele is spanking them consistently, beating them down daily, nigga. It's like domestic abuse. I honestly believe that. I don't think they could. I don't think they got nothing for Thug, but they're still trying because there is evidence. It's just that the way y'all delivering it, the fuck ups y'all are making, the amount of opportunity you're getting for them to call a mistrial, y'all are fumbling this case. And if y'all can't even handle a witness like Lil Woody, bro, this nigga been doing a comedy sketch in the courtroom. You know what y'all should have been done, bruv? Either get this fuck nigga off the stand or put his ass in jail. How you got a witness who agreed, you gave him immunity, and he agreed to say A, right? Basically flipping his story and playing games, and you just sitting there looking like a dummy watching him flip his story. That's like, have you realized we've never seen, like, prosecutors don't work like this? Oh, you playing games? Looking to wind up in Melly trial. Oh, you playing games? Oh, we got some shit for you.
I don't recall nothing I said to no police. Stop asking me these questions. I'm telling you, I don't recall.
I understand, but we're going to have to get through the questions. You can just continue to say you don't recall if that's what it is.
Yeah, this lady right here, the one on the right, and this lady, the one on the left that's sitting at the bottom of the screen. They don't got nothing for Steele. And also, when a stupid nigga like Woody is outsmarting you and out talking you, you need to go find another profession.
That's what you want me to say?
I want you to answer the question.
For just a minute.
Objection, improper instruction of the witness on how to testify.
I don't think that you were instructing him how to testify. I hope not. But don't instruct him how to testify other than truthfully.
Thank you. And
any other objection, or was that covered? All right, go ahead.
If you can answer the questions truthfully, and we can move forward.
Okay. All right. Cool.
locking me up for whatever they could.
Okay, so now Woody's explaining why he snitched on Thug. Here we go.
Every time I can.
So his whole story, just to clarify, he says, I know I said certain things. And what did he say? Let me be very clear. He said that he had some knowledge of the transfer of the vehicle that allegedly was used to kill Donovan Thomas, right? He also knew about the beef. He also knew certain things that would be intricate in proving that Young Thug basically was a shot caller and probably ordered this crime. And that, YSL essentially is a criminal organization because you have Young Thug at the top who could order someone's murder. That is pretty much quintessential to put Young Thug in jail for a long time. He said that in an interrogation room. He signed an immunity deal, okay? It's a with-use immunity deal, which means if he does say something, which, by the way, the last judge, this has been all like a sham. It's like so crazy. The last judge forgot to tell him, or, when he was asking for a lawyer one time, the judge stopped him and said, hey, you already got an immunity. You don't need a lawyer. Whatever you say, you can't get prosecuted on. That's not true. If he said that he killed Little K, I'm making up a name. If he says this, he could get he could definitely get he could absolutely get charged. Not necessarily using that, but he could get charged for that crime, right? Like sometimes when people think about immunity, your testimony cannot be used against you. Your testimony, like for him, his testimony can't be. But if they have other evidence that leads them to believe he did the crime without using the testimony, they could still charge him. So, his lawyer needs to clarify that to him, or had to before, because he was down to say wild shit. I think one time he just admitted that he killed Donovan Thomas, which, by the way, prosecutors and police don't think is true, but they think he's saying anything. So he's like, nigga, I killed the guy. Oh, the guy y'all think Thug, I killed him. And again, you're not supposed to do that. You know what I mean? Like your lawyer's not going to want you to get locked up. He's going to tell you how to kind of finesse it. Obviously, his lawyers told him enough now. You'll realize he knows how to finesse it. But watch him explain to the jury why he, quote unquote, snitched on Thug. Here we go.
This what happened. Okay. The police kept locking me up for whatever they could. Every time I came out the door, the police was on me. And they keep bringing up Thug name. So what I did was, to get him off of me, I said, Thug did this, Thug did that, Thug did, because I knew they would never, I knew he didn't do it. And in my mind, I knew that the police would never go mess with him. So it was easy for me to try to throw the blame off on him to get them off of me. And that's what I was doing from all these years. I don't remember what I don't told them in the past, but my whole motive was Thug did it because I knew he didn't do it, and they couldn't lock him up. And they keep talking about Thug. So guess what I'm going to tell them? Yeah. What else you want me to tell them? Yeah, he killed this person. Yeah, he did that. That's what I'm going to do. And that's right now. If I walk out this thing and they say, the police stop me now. Hey, man, give me something about Thug. Shit, I'm about to make something up about him again.
On January 11th.
Oh, man.
2000.
Now, the reason why I'm also saying the prosecutor is incompetent, they're having him say this 50 times. So he's drilling into the jury's head. Hey, I lied. The prosecutor don't believe he lied. The prosecutor believes he's now just trying to cover up by saying he lied. But here's the thing. If you know he's going to say he lied, why not ask him questions in a different way where he just can't drill that? Because everything is about what the jury hears. And if the jury hears for 3 weeks straight, bro, I told you I was lying. That's a lie. Even if, obviously, if he's admitting he lied before, he could be lying now. You're fucking with the jury. You're fucking with their perception of this case. That's why I think this prosecutor is just fucking, incompetent.
2015, when you went to speak to the police, when they called you, did they ask you about Thug, or did they ask you about the murder of Donovan Thomas?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Did you go down to the police department on your own to tell them that you did not kill Donovan Thomas?
Did I go on my own?
Did you walk into the police department by yourself to tell them on the morning of January 11, 2015, that you did not kill Donovan Thomas?
I don't recall.
You have presented evidence or...
Okay, so remember what I told you? So Brian Steele once again motions for mistrial, and basically says that the state is asking. You got to remember this. So the state is a prosecutor, right? The prosecutor is asking questions in such a way that they're kind of frustrated because this Woody guy keeps saying the same shit and keeps saying I lied, but they're not clever enough to get around it, right? Like that's what I'm saying. With all due respect, and I'm not anti-black or anti-woman, but these two black women got no idea what they're doing in court. I'm just point blank, period. And I hope they're not a branch off Fonnie Willis' street, because at least Fonnie Willis came off very eloquent when she stood in that hearing about the special prosecutor. These two, even when they're asking questions, they're using. Somebody pointed out that the prosecutor was asking a question, and when asking the question, you notice I said the word ask. She said, "Ax." Did Young Thug ax you? It's like, yo, the prosecutor sound like she one of them niggas. Like she retarded too. So the prosecutor is remedial. I don't know how. If this is the best prosecution y'all got in goddamn Fulton County, crime, this is a purge. Crime, all you got to do is get yourself a good lawyer. They'll spank her ass in court, pause, all day. She got no clue what's going on. So anyway, Brian Steele, who's a top attorney, essentially that woman asked the question to Woody, but basically added information that Woody had no idea of. And basically, since that's in front of a jury, Brian Steele said, well, when you do that, you're testifying. You're supposed to bring up either evidence to show that that's the case, or an expert to have them say it, or bring up the police themselves. You can't just throw some shit into it. So you're an arbiter, or you're a lawyer on behalf of the state. You're not supposed to be testifying. And the judge actually agrees.
The way I wrote down in my notes is that the prosecutor said, not a question, but a statement, that the police verified inculpatory information from Mr. Copeland. That is not true, by the way. It is questionable whether anything's verified, but obviously jurors make that determination. That is testifying by the prosecution. That is bolstering by the prosecution. That is putting the prosecution's thumb on the scale of the justice, none of this can be done. This is not the first time that the prosecutors have put themselves in as giving facts before the jury rather than just trying to obtain facts. So I am moving for a mistrial. If your honorable court denies it, I need curative instructions to strike it. And respectfully, if it happens again, it will not be the second time. It's a continuum. So I would ask the court, I know you weren't here, but to keep that in mind as we go forward as well. I'm not moving off my mistrial. I'm just anticipating. No one wants a mistrial. I didn't want a mistrial, but why say that to a witness? So I don't see any good faith in that question.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, then.
We'll present evidence that some of the things were verified. The question that you asked was, did you know that all of the things you told them were verified? So that's the issue.
Okay. And I didn't mean all, but some of the things that he told police.
She's stuttering, bumbling, and fumbling. I'm gonna be honest with you. If I'm Thug, I'm feeling a little bit better as the day goes by. This prosecutor, it ain't gonna work.
These were corroborated. Maybe my better.
Corroborated or corroborated? We have to get her vernacular correct. This is someone who should have not only passed the bar, but this is somebody who should have excelled in higher academia. Her speech is damn near almost equivalent to Flacco. What's going on?
That he told police were corroborated. Maybe my better version.
That's how you said it.
Correct. So it was inartful. But what I was talking about is the things that he told police was corroborated by other evidence. And so,
man, I ain't gonna lie. Jeffrey might be home. Jeffrey might be home by Christmas. Nah, actually, this trial gonna go past that, but still. Yeah. Hey, if you're a Young Thug fan, you like this. Yo, this prosecutor showed up to court like she was bumping Slime Season the night before, dog.
So do you have a response to their motion for mistrial with regard to you having said, did you know that all of the things you told the police were verified?
Your Honor, I would ask that a mistrial not be granted, but that you ask the jury to strike that question.
Yo, she's getting so when the defense says motion for mistrial, they usually listen to the state who's going to give a counter to why there shouldn't be mistrial. She don't even have an answer. Please don't make it a mistrial. I know I fucked up. Could you ask the when they say strike it, ask the jury if they could forget what I said? Huh? Yo, come on.
But that you ask the jury to strike that question, and I can rephrase the question.
All right. You need to be more artful from the get-go with your questioning from here on out. Understand?
Yes, sir.
All right. I propose to instruct the jury, remind the jury that nothing that any attorney says in questioning is evidence, and also to strike Ms. Hilton's last question entirely from their minds. Any further curative?
Jesus, this is bad. This is bad. Okay. Nah, here's this. Yo, if y'all ever go read the transcript of 6ix9ine's trial, they said after an hour of 6ix9ine being on a stand, they said 6ix9ine started leaning back in the chair, doing one of these where you kind of like, you start feeling comfortable, because normally you would imagine somebody's a little nervous, this and third. But once you get a nigga who's snitching comfortable, snitching gonna get better. Look at my nigga Woody. He bouncing around, got suited and booted, got the facial expressions going on. He look like Franklin the Turtle. Come on.
Stage.
I probably did. I know. I would. Detective Thorpe, his brain was the size of a squirrel brain. So you can just tell him anything, he gonna go for it.
Your Honor, at this time, the state's going to ask for permission to treat Mr. Copeland as a hostile witness under pursuant to 24-611, Your Honor.
Granted.
Thank you.
What that mean?
Yo, that's one thing I'm going to be honest with you. If you listen to the judge, remember the judge in the XXX case? Or actually, even the judge in Melly's case. They would reprimand the person giving testimony a lot. Like, shut up. Unless we talk to you, unless a question is being asked, no extra comments, no ad hominem attacks. Don't speak. Don't ask to me unless I ask you. Yo, Woody up there doing a comedy show, bro. That nigga like Charleston White for real.
What that mean?
I know. Well, I know Woody don't got no pocket square. You got a pocket square going on in there? Oh yeah, my boy. Nah, yo, is that Tom Ford? Yeah, I think my boy came in with a Tom Ford suit.
Stage.
I probably did. I know. I would. Detective Thorpe, his brain was the size of a squirrel brain. So you can just tell him anything, he gonna go for it.
Your Honor, at this time, the state's going to ask for permission to treat Mr. Copeland as a hostile witness under pursuant to 24-611, Your Honor.
Granted.
Thank you.
What that mean?
Don't worry about it. That's just for her to understand how she can ask the questions. You just continue to answer them truthfully.
Isn't it true that in January...
I gotta look that up. What it means, hostile witness. Let's see if we could get a meaning on that.
Missouri appellate attorney and a guy who likes to make the law make sense here on YouTube. I'll have more on that in just a moment. Here's what you don't want an attorney to do when they are having a direct examination of a client.
So you're a terrorist? Yes. No.
Of the witness. That's why when a lawyer does a direct examination of his client or a witness, he has to be very careful how he asks his questions. In everyday conversation, we often use leading questions. You closed the door, right? You saw that movie, right? When you ask a question in that way, it essentially supplies the answer. so that all someone has to do is say, yeah, I did. And therein lies the problem, because essentially what you're doing is you're making it look like you are controlling, as the ventriloquist dummy. And courts don't like that. So on a direct examination, we have to ask things like, where were you on the morning of January 4th? Well, I was sitting in my truck at the gas station.
Must be something.
What did you notice, if anything, at around 9 o'clock that morning? Well, I saw this car come flying through and run the red light and hit another car. You see how those questions are open-ended? The lawyer on the other side jumps up and says, objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Dr. So-and-so, we've got your testify about things that maybe are not relying on as the medical record to attack their direct testimony by
come on now.
In the hospital on J.D. floor. That's right. But you don't remember if you were working on January 4th? No, I don't have any idea. Well, if I show you your time card, would that refresh your memory? Probably not. I mean, a lot of times those time cards are all wrong. Well, by now, the lawyer is getting the impression that maybe this witness is not the witness that he thought. Maybe something has happened to her. Maybe she's been intimidated. And yes, that kind of thing happens. I once had a witness in a nursing home case. And for example, in this case, you've probably got charting that day. I have a feeling that she's been intimidated. In fact, it means exactly the opposite. It means you need to treat her with kid gloves. You have to convince the judge that she's hostile. So you tell the truth as you know it, and you show what you have that shows that she's not telling the truth, and that will often convince the judge to let you treat her as a hostile witness. Now, that doesn't mean you get to call her names or treat her badly. In fact, it means exactly the opposite. It means you need to treat her with kid gloves. But what it does do is it allows you to ask leading questions.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. So kind of, I guess that probably helped the prosecution out a little bit, because when she had supplied information about what the cops verified, that was testifying, and the judge reprimanded her for it. But now, at least when she gets him to be designated as a hostile witness, she could ask questions like, I don't know, like, yo, you were with Thug in that car, right? You know?
Ms. Smith, I'm showing you what's been marked Exhibit 19. It's the medical record from Mrs. Jones over here. Do you see that? Yeah. Do you see your signature on there? Yeah. See that time? It says 8 p.m.? Yes. So you were there at 8 p.m., right? Yes. All right. Now, you came to my office in December. Do you remember that? Yes. And you told me some things. You remember that? Yes. And you gave me a statement. Do you remember that? I didn't remember giving you a statement. Here's your signed statement. It's Exhibit 24. We're not offering it for the admission at this point. We're just offering it to refresh your recollection.
Oh, okay. By the way, they did this to, y'all remember that lady that took the stand in the wine? That was the mom of YNW Melly's girlfriend. Y'all remember her? She got treated as a hostile witness. Hostile witness, YNW Melly case. It was a woman, because she was talking mad shit. It was this woman right here.
She's claiming she's been intimidated by the prosecution. She's been arrested because from Melly's liar. Or is the jury, in your opinion, going to believe?
Yeah, I remember her. Oh, here we go.
Mariah Memy was paid off after she did that.
Never mind. Okay. So now we understand what this, commonly, because we're covering some of these like court things. None of us are lawyers, but we want to make sure we're understanding what the fuck is going on. So that's why and that's what I do outside of the stream too. I try to watch some videos or read some, if they have like layman's term law stuff. Okay, so basically the judge has now agreed that Woody, I think they call him Woody, could be treated as a hostile witness, which means that, hey, whether you think he's been intimidating, whether you think he's just non-cooperative, you could now use the evidence that you've ascertained, because they didn't just give him a deal for him to just show up and say it. They have hundreds or probably dozens of hours of footage of him interrogating. They probably have him saying the whole thing in the DA's office again. They have a lot of shit. And now they could just try to refresh his memory, which they'll submit to evidence later on, right?
All the blame on him. I don't.
Okay, all right.
So it may seem like I'm trying to help Doug out. I'm not trying to help him out. I don't care nothing about him, what he got going on, nothing. I care about the truth. The truth was, I was going through a phase in my life, and I have put all the blame on him. I don't know what he did. I don't know what he got going on. But y'all got me on the stand, and I'm telling the God honest truth. Leave me out of this. I made all these stories up, put the blame on him to get myself out of the situation because the police told me they want a big fish, and I'm a little fish. They ain't who I want. So when they told me that, my only motive was to convince them that I'm telling the truth about this guy right here, and I'm lying. So it may seem like I'm trying to help Doug out. I'm not trying to help him out. I don't care nothing about him, what he got going on, nothing. I care about the truth. The truth was I was going through a phase in my life, and I have put all the blame on him. I don't know what he did. I don't know what he got going on. But y'all got me on the stand, and I'm telling the God honest truth. Leave me out of this. I made all these stories up, put the blame on him to get myself out of the situation because the police told me they want a big fish, and I'm a little fish. They ain't who I want. So when they told me that, my only motive was to convince them that I'm telling the truth about this guy right here, and I'm lying. So it may seem like I'm trying to help.
Okay. So he's basically saying, he has to play this interesting line. Yo, I'm not here just to try to help Thug get out of this thing. I'm here because, which kind of like defeats him. Like, hey, well, it kind of helps your case a little bit more if you keep telling the same story. Why you ain't telling the same story? I guess he's just saying, which I guess is implied, I have immunity now, so I don't need to keep lying. All right.
So,
but he's saying he's doing not
so
doing Thug. Okay. I think, did we play this already?
Okay. So.
Okay. All right. They ask him point blank if he killed Nut. Now, this is a very interesting clip. So in this clip, when they ask him if he killed Nut, is an important time because he previously, while supposedly in that ex parte meeting, that caused Judge Glanville to get taken off the case, and also the other judge who also just stepped off the case as well because of a conflict of interest. Which, by the way, here's a funny thing too. It's interesting they removed those the judge, but they're not going too hard. Like, think about it, Shat. Really. The defense went hard on getting Glanville off the case because Glanville was kind of always siding with the prosecutors. If you remember why they got him off the case or what the ruling was by the appellate court, it was that, hey, essentially Judge Glanville has now become a witness. But it wasn't only him that became a witness if the appellate court agreed with that. So he had to get recused, right? The prosecutors were there too. Now, let me ask you this question. We've seen how incompetent these prosecutors seem. Why aren't Thug's attorneys pushing extra hard to get these prosecutors off the case? Now, one guy did. One guy did submit some documents saying, yo, we want the prosecutor off the case. But Thug's lawyer isn't. You know why? Yo, we got the special ed version of the prosecutor over here. We don't want to get them off the case and get some more capable prosecutors who might actually start giving us some work. No, keep them on the case. Just get rid of the judge. You get what I'm saying? Just think about that, right? Anyway, let me watch. Okay, so they're asking Nut. No, not. Oh, rest in peace, Nut. But pause on that, by the way. They're asking Woody if he killed Nut. So in a ex parte meeting, right? Apparently, Woody had claimed he had killed Nut and that he was the one responsible for the crime. Let's see if he's going to say that now. Now, keep in mind, his new lawyer, I think he had Melnick before. They've kind of talked to him and said, hey, listen, brother, this is how your immunity works. You can't just go on the stand and admit that you've killed everybody or you're the criminal. Because if there is potential ways for you to be charged, you will be charged. So don't do that. So now he kind of wants to just say, oh, I did it because that helps out Thug tremendously. Like, yo, the biggest murder y'all trying to get this guy for, I did it. But he gets asked the question directly in court. Here we go.
You killed Donovan Thomas, Mr. Copeland? Did you kill Donovan Thomas, Mr. Copeland?
Huh?
Did you kill Donovan Thomas? You shaking your head? Is that a no?
No.
Okay, then. And is that what you went down there to tell Detective Thorpe back on January 11, 2015?
Yo, why is he looking like that? Is the video paused? Oh, no, it is.
What?
Is that what you went down there to tell Detective Thorpe, that you did not kill Donovan Thomas?
I don't understand. I don't know if this is a trick question.
When you went down there, did you go down there to tell Detective Thorpe where you were the entire day and that you did not kill Donovan Thomas?
Melanie, can I answer that?
Yeah, you need to answer that.
I don't know how to answer that.
Do you need to talk to Mr. Melnick?
No, I don't know if it's a trick question that she asked me.
All right.
I'm not understanding.
Hang on. Let's break. We're going to need to break in just a few minutes. Anyway, so let's break now. If you need to talk to Mr. Melnick in the interim, you can do that. And then we'll come back after lunch and you can answer that question if, depending upon what you and Mr. Melnick decide.
Now, hold on. This is crazy. All right, before we get to the next thing, chat, this is crazy. Chat, Atlanta is like the Boondocks right now, bro. I kid you not. I swear. ATL up next. Let's look at this page. Atlanta's the Boondocks. So if you've been keeping up with everything I'm saying, look at this right now, chat. So Lil Woody, remember Judge Glanville, the judge that was being super tough on the case? He got taken off. He had to recuse himself from the case because of the ex parte meeting that he had with Woody and the prosecutors there, where they were basically telling him what the ramifications were if he didn't comply and testify, and how they could hold him in contempt, right? Now, Judge Glanville's off the case. Now, when Judge Glanville gets off the case, you're going to notice, and let's go back to here. Let me point out a few things. I don't know why my mouse not showing up. What the fuck? Okay. Let me see. Okay, will it pop up here? If I do this? Yep. Okay, so this is a judge. This woman here is the court reporter. Okay, so there's a new court reporter. So Glanville would have been here. The court reporter would have been here. What you're going to know, so what happens is Judge Glanville got taken off. His court reporter got taken off too. Guess whose court reporter is taking pictures with now? So the previous court reporter that was with Glanville, y'all got to see this shit. This shit is unbelievable. Look, this is the woman who used to be, like, if we go back to the Glanville, look, let's just go, and Glanville judge, look, right here, bang, bingo.
I'd like to.
This lady right here, shorty right here, that was his court reporter, is now taking pictures with Woody. Bruv, what's going on in Atlanta? Yo, it's like all the court officials are fucking all the criminals. Yo, this shit's crazy. Yo, this shit's a sham. Yo, all of the elected officials for justice is fucking all of the guys doing the crime. Yo, Fonnie was allegedly getting nutted in by Nut. Allegedly. The last judge had to recuse himself because the bailiff was getting piped out by one of the defendants. Yo, what's going on? Yo, they do love them some criminals. Yo, listen. They do love them some criminals in Atlanta. Yo, what is she doing? Let's hear this video. Oh, there's no sound? You giving a nigga snacks? Oh, hell nah. Bruv. Energy to help with the yawning. Man, this shit's unbelievable. Imagine you fucking your judge. Imagine you piping a prosecutor. This shit crazy. Now, Atlanta's not a real place at all.
Blue. Whatever she asked me, I'm gonna agree to that. I'm gonna say whatever she asked me. If she asked me about this reporter right here,
look,
I'm gonna say, yep, she's sitting outside me with white tennis shoes on. I'm gonna say something, just because I want her to believe I'm telling the truth. That I want her to get me out of jail.
Yo, if I go to Atlanta, I gotta join the gang. Cause the gang nigga getting on I'm starting to do crime immediately and I'm joining the gang. The gang niggas is fucking the whole court system. This shit's crazy.
She has on white tennis shoes, don't she?
Don't you got on white tennis shoes? She got on Chucks.
Right.
God damn! Not the Chucks! Oh my god.
And they white, right?
What color your shoes is? Okay. She got on Chucks.
Nah, he fucking. Damn, bro. This is how we do it in Atlanta? I take back everything I said in Atlanta. Atlanta fire. I take everything back I said.
So you telling the truth?
What color your shoes is?
Oh, nah. Love at first sight. Look at Glanville over here hating. He hating. Oh, yeah. By the way, the picture was taken after this, so she gave that nigga snacks. Yo, here's a little fruit basket, my boy. You know what I mean? Here's a nice little condom, a nice little honey pack. You feel what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like, yo, I'm going to meet you at the hotel. Like, yo, it's lit. Get that nigga a gift bag. She need a BBL? Man, listen, you better fuck that flat ass chick if she in control of the. Yo, you know the court reporter is the person who type your words up, right? Like, well, usually do they usually have? I know there's a court reporter, and then you have. Is that the same as the stenographer? That's the person who does the transcripts. Regardless, if she in control of anything with the court, my nigga, you want to be sticking dick in her. Fuck the fat ass. Nigga, a fat ass ain't never gonna get you out of a charge ever in life, nigga. The court reporter who could just fuzz some shit, write some shit in your favor, like change something, that could do it. Y'all niggas fucking bitches, that can't do a goddamn thing, nigga. Y'all better start using y'all dick for utility. What, you want to fuck the chick at the club with the fat ass who all she do is trick on niggas? Or not trick on niggas, but get pimped out by niggas? And have niggas tricking on her? Or you want to fuck the court reporter who got a nice 401k, nice pension that if she, you know, she can't snitch. Like, you got to think about it, not to compare because this is a little bit weird. It's like when kids fucking the teacher. You know the teacher can't snitch. You know the court reporter can't snitch. Her job is done. You feel what I'm saying? You put a little blue chew, like she probably put a little blue chew in the bag, little rhino. What's the problem? Now, anytime, listen, if I'm Woody, the next time I shoot a nigga, I call her. Hey, if I get indicted on this charge, everybody know you sucked me off last week. That's a fact. Everybody gonna know you sucked my dick behind the dumpster, behind the court hall. It was courtroom 3. We went out through the back. We went down the stairs, and you gave me the craziest blowjob I ever had in my life. I didn't know gumless head felt this good. I'm snitching. You better make sure my charge don't go through the court system. What? See, that's the problem. This is what Sauce Walker was saying when I interviewed him, man. He said, too many of us niggas is just handing out free penis. You got to use your dick as a tool. Women use their pussy as tools. You see, us, man, we look for beauty. A woman is going to look for utility.
She said they white.
Right, so you're telling the truth then.
Blue.
Okay, here we go. Woody said she care. Damn. Miss Weaver. Miss Weaver. Let's Google her. Miss Weaver, Fulton County Court. Is this her? Remember we found one of them lawyers remember we found one of them lawyers like, Instagram, and she looked like she was busting it open?
I'm gonna agree to that.
Yo, I'm gonna keep it a bean with you. Atlanta's a joke. If the court reporter has this pinned, look, this is her Instagram, my nigga. The court reporter has a shout out pin. She got a shout out, and she has it pinned by the criminal who's admitting he killed all type of people and shot all. What? How is the court reporter having this pinned to her Twitter? Yo, if I'm in Atlanta, I can't think no justice gonna get delivered here. Y'all got the court reporter pinning a shout out from the criminal. What is this? Like I mentioned, Converse Chuck's collection by the court reporter Christina Weaver is impressive. She told me she got over 100 pairs. She had to reorganize her closet to make room and even keep... Bruv! My court reporter got a goddamn... Listen, if I'm not even reporting crime in Atlanta, you crazy. The court reporter worried about her J's collection and her Chuck's collection. This ain't gonna turn out good, gang. Oh, she posts... Yeah, she's getting hit. Yo, she's getting hit. Oh my God. Atlanta's a special place. Yo, you know when you look at certain white women and you're like, oh hell no, they definitely hate niggas. Like they would never let a nigga fuck them. They're dating some older white guy. Like, you know, they probably have a little hint of racism in them, you know, just a smidge, you know what I mean? Just sprinkle one of them, what they call Salt Bay type of sprinkle a little racism. Hell nah, she's getting piped the fuck out, nigga. Holy. I see why the criminals fucking all the elected officials and shit. She rocking red Chucks to the she rocking red Converses to the YSL trial. Innocent. She said, check out my flowing, luxurious blonde hair. Yo, I ain't gonna lie, man. Instagram and social media, even when you're doing a serious job, chicks still worried about thirst trapping. Look at my hair. Day 32. This is not a serious place. She's caring about her fucking hair. No, this is a joke. This is a joke. I guess. Let me see what else she been talking about. Oh yeah, she definitely fucking black niggas. She got mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's the greatest president of them all? And you see Barack over here. Come on, man. Yo, do all white women in Atlanta fuck niggas? That's probably lit. Like, ain't like the highest nigga population out there? No, this is crazy. Let me just look through the pictures. She probably got a gram. Imagine if she got a gram or something like that. If she got an OnlyFans, I'm subscribing on stream. Word 2. Let's see, man. I'm trying to see if she got some shit. Let's see. I sure got that many more pictures. Is this her? Yeah. This was probably when she was fucking white people back then. Yeah. All right. Clutch. All right.
Why would you lie versus just telling him?
Okay, now back to this prosecutor.
Lying. Why would you lie versus just telling him the truth?
That's how I was raised. I was raised up to lie to the police. At an early age, I was taught to lie to the police.
But if you're trying not to go to jail, why would you lie to the police versus telling them the truth?
You trying to trick me?
I'm asking you a question.
I'm not going to confess.
Confess to what?
Nothing.
When you went in on January and lying, why would you lie versus just telling him the truth?
Now, I ain't gonna lie. By the way, shout out to Thugger. Thugger's, I could tell he's starting to feel better about the trial. His drip has been increasing. Day by day, drip is going up. You know, this jacket is hard. What type of jacket is this? This shit hard. This shit is hard as a motherfucker right here. I like this jacket. Yeah, he looking fresh. He don't look too tired. Even though the other day he was just caught just sleeping in court like. What jacket is this? Is Valentino? Nah, this nigga dripped out. Okay, all right. All right. Now, this shit is some hilarious shit. Listen to this. This guy, this guy need a comedy show, bro. Yo, chat, this is how you know the internet, us internet folks, and this is why I always be telling the street dudes, man, y'all stop having civilians do what y'all should do. Y'all claimed y'all kill snitches. Go kill them niggas then. Other than that, we support snitches. That's what we're civilians, okay? They usually like, you know, street niggas, because they're too bitch made to go actually do what they claim they do to snitches. They want civilians to blackball the snitches, right? And obviously sometimes because we seem, even as civilians, we want to identify with their like non-existent code. We kind of do it in terms of blackball people. Like, for example, 6ix9ine, yo, you snitch, fuck you. Yo, Gunna, you snitch, fuck you. But I'm gonna be honest with you, these niggas kind of could win us over, pause, like kind of quickly. Like, Gunna won me over, pause. Like, there was a time I was like, nah, let's treat Gunna like 6ix9ine. And I'm like, nah, Gunna got it. He's a GOAT. He's a GOAT. He's a GOAT. He's a GOAT. This nigga, at first I was like, yo, this nigga is a shred. Master Splinter. Now, you know what I'm saying? Yo, this nigga hilarious. I don't care who he telling on. This nigga funny as shit. I like him. Look at this guy.
Because I always stutter.
So when you snitching is based off the truth and off facts. Lying and trying to finesse your ways is different things. So there would never be the case if he concerned about me snitching. So you only snitching if you telling the police the truth.
And back in 2015, because I always stutter. When they were calling you and they were asking you about Nuts' murder, were you telling them that you were not involved in Nuts' murder?
I was telling them everybody. I told them everybody did. I told them Shell killed them. I told them all type of people did it. I didn't know. I don't know. Y'all just pick and choose what y'all want to take and use. Did I not say Shell did it?
Did you tell them that you heard it? That could have been a rumor.
I told you it was a rumor that they said I did too, right?
Right. And you didn't kill him, correct?
How many times you gonna ask me that?
Okay, then. So if you're talking about rumors, the rumors aren't true. You just told them what you heard.
I'm saying what y'all want to pick and choose with. Okay, I don't recall. But
you were making a comment about someone being deceased and passed away.
What you were saying?
Just go ahead and re-ask your question.
Yeah,
Nah, I ain't gonna lie, man. This nigga got it. Okay. So apparently he admits to supposedly, like, you know, like a shooting damn near. Hold on, let me see. So I can find her. Okay. Listen to these stories he told.
Cell and If Gang.
All right. Threat had beef with Rich on McCoy. I don't know what they beef was about, but Threat had beef with Rich on McCoy, and he was on his ass. Oh, I'm sorry.
Who was on who's behind?
It was on Rich Homie. And yeah. Dirt was on Rich Homie. And Dirt got into it with Nut now. That's it.
In the midst of the beef between YSL and If Gang.
All right. Threat had beef with Rich on McCoy. I don't know what they beef was about, but
okay. Hold on.
You and Nut talked about the beef that you were having with Kel.
So when I gave Nut his stuff back, I didn't like the way he looked at me. So we didn't have no conversation. He seen all the people I had with me. He got his stuff back, said appreciate it, and he left. So what I told investigators was, I don't know what I don't recall what I told them, but I remember giving him his stuff back, and I didn't like the way that he looked at me.
Okay. In the same.
Okay, listen to this part. This is crazy.
From the bushes.
What happened in Nut got
shooting at you all from the bushes.
What happened in Nut got nothing to do with YSL. This some shit excuse me language. This got everything to do with threat. You know what I mean? I was trying to protect threat from the get-go. You know what I mean? Threat, and...
Yo, the irony of saying I had to protect Threat. Nigga, his name is Threat. I would guess he's threatening. Like, yo, how you have to protect Threat? Like, how that work? But anyway, let me just let this go.
Everything to do with threat. You know what I mean? I was trying to protect threat from the get-go. You know what I mean? Threat, and they had some more stuff going on. Like,
was Threat at the gambling house when he got shot up by Kel?
Young, you said nothing I say can be used against me?
That's right.
Me and Threat shot up Rich on McCoy Dad at the barbershop on Bankhead.
Oh, shit. Atlanta is not real. Yo, Atlanta, I got it. Yo, this is some wild. Yo, Your Honor, you sure anything I say can't be? Hey, I shot that shit up. Yo, what the fuck? What is going on? Yo, chat. Yo, is this serious? Yo, Jerome Baker, you see this? Yeah, you see this? Jonathan, you see this? Roxanne, I know you ain't hear that. I know, yeah, facepalm. I agree. What the hell? Yo, this is crazy.
I'm shooting at you all from the bushes.
What happened in Nut got nothing to do with YSL. This some shit. Excuse me language. This got everything to do with threat. You know what I mean? I was trying to protect threat from the get-go. You know what I mean? Threat, and they had some more stuff going on. Like,
was Threat at the gambling house when he got shot up by Kel?
Young, you said nothing I say can be used against me?
That's right.
Me and Threat shot up Rich on McCoy Dad at the barbershop on Bankhead. I don't know what happened with Threat and Rich on McCoy, but I'm a ride with my brother. And they was beefing. And yeah, we pulled up and did that.
Okay. And as a result of shooting at you all from the...
And what your question was?
When you and Shell Cal met at the Cascade skating ring, did the two of you shake hands and say that the beef was over when y'all met at the Cascade skating ring?
I pulled a gun out on him.
At the Cascade skating ring?
Cascade skating ring.
Wait, what?
Okay. Well, who'd you pull it out on?
Shell Cal.
And once you pulled the gun out on Shell Cal, what happened?
I had somebody with me that I didn't want to get caught up in my bullshit, my shenanigans.
Who was with you?
I can't recall.
Yo, this nigga is not real. Bro, I'm gonna be honest. Yo, chat, we gotta, like, again, even if you a street nigga, unless, like, Thug is your family, this snitching is highly entertaining. Like, this is some entertaining cooperation.
At the Cascade skating ring?
I put a gun out on him.
At the Cascade skating ring?
At the Cascade skating ring.
Okay. Well, who'd you pull it out on?
Shell Cal.
And once you pulled the gun out on Shell Cal, what happened?
I had somebody with me that I didn't want to get caught up in my bullshit, my shenanigans.
Who was with you?
I can't recall.
Well, if somebody you just said...
I can't remember who it was with me.
Okay. So how do you know you didn't want them caught up in your shenanigans?
Because I wasn't going to put nobody else in my... I just wasn't going to do that.
Okay. So after you pulled the gun out on him, did you shake hands with him to say that the beef was over between the two of you?
Nope. Okay. I pulled the gun out and let him know I could have got you right now.
Okay. And you didn't shoot him?
No, I didn't.
All right.
I love God.
I was around.
I love God too much to be shooting at him.
Okay. Do you recall telling the police that you shot in the air?
No, I don't even recall ever shooting in the air.
That
I was around.
They ask him if he shot in the air. He say, love God too much to shoot in the air. damn, maybe Woody's like that.
Was around.
I love God too much to be shooting at him.
Okay. Do you recall telling the police that you shot in the air?
No, I don't. I don't even recall ever shooting in the air.
Right.
Nothing I say could be used in no courtroom.
That is correct.
Federal or state.
Is that the parameters of the immunity or?
Nothing can be used.
Correct.
SK skating, right?
I told y'all that. I wasn't going to say anything about nothing to hurt my friend. My friend was strict. I was only protecting him.
So when you told the detectives about what happened the night of Donovan Thomas's murder, were you protecting Threat?
Yes, I was going to keep Threat name out of it as much as possible.
Did Threat have something to do with Donovan Thomas's murder?
I don't know what Threat got something to do with it, but I know that they was the last person I gave that car to.
What car?
The car, the Infinity car. And I wasn't going to say nothing about it.
What Infinity car did you give the Threat?
The Infinity car that I had.
Okay. Is this the same car that you went to the rental car place with Thug and Thug rented the Infinity?
I'm talking about the gray Infinity car that me and Zachary was riding in. I wrecked the car, put up on Threat, gave the car to Threat, and I left.
So basically what he's trying to do, he's trying to say Threat, who supposedly is someone who passed away a few weeks ago, and that was his friend. He's saying he's basically pinning the murder or giving details that would lead you to pin the murder of Donovan Nut Thomas on Threat. That Infinity was used in the murder of Donovan Nut Thomas. Now, this is one thing he can't get around. Young Thug is the one who rented it. Young Thug name is with the rental company. But he's saying, yo, I rented a car that was an Infinity and I gave it to Threat. And I don't know what happened afterwards. Now we know what happened afterwards. An Infinity was used to do a drive-by. And that's where Donovan Thomas actually got killed.
Is that the Infinity that you went to the Atlanta airport with Thug when he rented the Infinity?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so now he's confirming. Yes, me and Thug went and got the. Now keep in mind, this is crucial to the case, right? You know, obviously they're going to play the recordings of him being interrogated, but he's trying to switch the story up saying that, oh, we gave that car to Threat, right? But I gave the car. And he's even trying to take, like, no, I rented it, even though the thing is Thug name is on it.
And that was the car that Thug rented, correct?
I asked him to rent me a car, and I rented the car, and I gave the car to Threat.
When did you give the car to Threat?
The same night I rented it. The night before that happened.
Before what happened?
The same night it happened. I can't remember. I gave the car to Threat, and I left.
Referring to, is that the Infinity?
So he's trying to basically, like, obviously he's trying to help Thug. He's definitely trying to help Thug. Right now, you know, I think we've all suspected that Brian Steele and some of the other attorneys, they know this guy's trying to help them. Maybe they know his family or something like that. I don't think it's no type of threats of like, oh, we're gonna hurt you or something like that. But I think he started snitching to save his ass. He gets immunity and he wants to help save Thug. And they're telling him, this is my opinion, right? They're telling him how to maneuver through this, right? And not like they're telling him like, hey, go make these stories up, because that would be very unethical and also illegal. They would go to jail. But he as dumb as we think he is, he's using some of the facts of the case to create a alternate theory. And for all the other potential facts that he said out of his own mouth when he got the deal, he's saying those were lies. This is the truth now.
That you went to the Atlanta airport with Thug when he...
Yeah, somebody just said it right. It's somebody on somebody on Twitch said it. Somebody said yo, he's trying to keep his name in the streets clean. Of course, he wants to go back to the streets. Like, you know what I mean? You could tell. He's not one of those guys that, even though I've seen him do interviews and he say he's okay if people call him a snitch, you could tell he still kind of want to be around that lifestyle, or he cares about the streets. Because it's not like he's like, you know, Robert Allen from the X case, you could tell he's like, nigga, I just want to get out of here. I want to move to the suburbs and I want to go get a regular 9-to-5 job.
Rented the Infinity.
Yes.
Okay. And that was the car that Thug rented, correct?
I asked him to rent me a car, and I rent the car, and I gave the car the threat.
When did you give the car the threat?
The same night I read it. The night before that happened.
Before what happened?
The same night.
Okay. All right. Cool. Cool.
Correct.
All right. So that was that day of trial. And I know, chat, again, we missed a bunch of days, so we got to get caught up. Let me see if I could get caught up. This was the 12th. Yo, look how this nigga's staring down at the goddamn prosecutor. Look at this nigga.
Melnick, if you could step out with him, please.
Look at his face.
Just so.
This is Miss Love. The other black lady is Miss Hilton.
Sorry.
Okay, all right, cool. Let's see if okay, so that's 109. Let's go to, I think we gotta go to 110. And by the way, Thugger Daily, I see you posting. Shout out I gave you. Hey, if you do have Discord, you could definitely join my Discord, get added. Somebody will help you out in there. I would definitely like to talk to you. Okay, cool. And then this is when he's wearing this jacket. I think that was yesterday. So let's get into chat. We'll be done with this in a little bit, and I think I might have to cancel my. I'm gonna cancel my real estate thing because we just got too much to cover, chat. We just got too much to cover, and I know I respect you guys enough that most of y'all get your information either third party or directly from me, and I owe y'all to give y'all a full stream today. Okay, let's figure this out. Okay, cool. All right, bet. So let's quickly go through this. All right. The state asked him, okay, now he's trying to explain that YSL is not a gang.
YSL is not a gang. So y'all keep trying to attach that to things that go on. If YSL was a gang and you saying that I was Billy Blood and Ladie was If gang, how the hell, excuse my language, how would all us be YSL if we all supposed to be this and that and that? It don't make sense. If you're a gang, you only gonna be one thing.
Doesn't YSL have both Blood and Crip gang members?
YSL is a record label.
Were you ever signed to YSL as a record label?
Y'all keep locking me up.
Were you ever signed to YSL as a record label?
No.
When you got out of jail and you were doing your rap videos, were you signed to YSL?
I was signed to somebody else.
Okay, so you've never been on YSL, the record label, correct?
Okay.
Okay. So when we're talking about you was Billy Blood, but now I'm with Thug and then I'm YSL, Billy Blood is not a record label, correct?
But when you're speaking on gang,
is Billy Blood a record label?
All right, well, he didn't seem to be answering. Go ahead and answer the question that's on the floor.
Is Billy Blood a record label?
I don't know what Billy Blood is.
So when she asked
saying it wrong?
She asked you was Billy Blood. You said, I was, but.
I'm talking to the police, so I don't recall what I don't say to them. But when you're trying to say gang, it's a difference. When you put that gang on things, you go into where I was. I was a 30 Deep gang member. You can't say I was a YSL gang member. YSL was never considered a gang. Y'all making it a gang.
When you responded, I didn't go back to Inglewood because I hang with Thug and I'm YSL. Did you say I'm part of YSL, a record label?
So.
Well, I think with the prosecutor, and obviously they're just, this is direct examination of Woody. Eventually what they're going to have to do is pretty much make it very obvious and apparent to the jury, okay, what this guy is saying, right? He's saying YSL could still be considered a gang or a faction of a gang or a pseudonym of a gang if it operates under a known gang and everything gonna fold up under blood. And I think did they say that was like sex, money, murder or something like that? Yeah, they're gonna create a tree. They're gonna bring mad gang experts, and they're gonna be like, yeah, YSL could be seen as a gang. You get what I'm saying? Like, think about the federal indictment that just sent Muwap and them to jail for like pretty much damn near life. There's no such thing as an O Block gang, right? And if their lawyers went into court saying, well, technically I can't charge him with a RICO, even though, by the way, there was a murder in the RICO, so it's like, right? That they had a lot of proof for. But hey, you can't charge him in a RICO because O Block wasn't a gang. You get what I mean? It under how they classify a gang legally, and especially even if it folds up under other gangs, including Black Disciples, yes, it would be considered a gang. So this whole thing that YSL can't be a gang because it's not, whatever, that's just, he's saying that, but the prosecutor's job is to make sure the jury gets to understand that, yes, it still could be a gang.
Listen. It's not a gang. You know what I mean? It don't matter how y'all try to put it, how y'all trying to see it. A gang is these people right here, everybody right here, and everybody. You can't put Crips and Bloods together and say that this is a gang. Because if the Crips and Bloods get into it and everybody that's saying that, they YSL, they got to pick what they're going to choose. You can't say, like when I was down the road and then people like.
Yeah, and I don't know too much about gangs, but isn't that like factually incorrect? Aren't there certain gangs where, like, for example, like I'm thinking about New York, there's certain gangs where they have Crips and Blood members a part of it, right? Isn't like the Woos or whatever? Isn't that what it's, like they kind of have Crips and Bloods? Am I lying? I don't know. But like the whole gang thing is a little bit convoluted because like it's very simple when it's just Crips and Bloods and they're supposed to be enemies, allegedly. But then you get to realize you have these Crip sets and these Crip sets, and then these Crip sets have these alliances with this Blood set, and then some members of that Crip set and that Blood set then branch off, and they're kind of, they're still Blood, and that guy's still Crip, but they're now claiming this other thing. That's kind of like how it kind of divulges, right? Somebody says, oh, that's the chosen the woes, right? So it's like, there's no official, like, registering of a gang. Is just that at least how the law looks at it, it's like, nigga, if y'all a bunch of people who identify by the same symbols, have certain type of languages or representing symbols and do criminal activity, y'all gang. That's kind of how they look at it. They don't give a fuck if it's like, oh no, you're registered as a Crip, so you can't be in a gang with a Blood. No.
Oh, that's Woody. He'd be with
somebody said those are cliques. Yeah, cliques are gangs. Like I'll look up the official legal definition that the courts and the law usually determine gangs.
YSL is hang with Thug and I'm YSL. Did you say I'm part of YSL, the record label?
Listen.
Okay, here we go. Let's Google it. How does the law define a gang? And it's very simple. The Department of Justice define a gang. So this is federally. It's even easier. That's why federal racketeering cases always go. As a group of 3 or more people who adopt an identity. YSL would be an identity. It doesn't matter if you could be multiple gangs. That's what, right? To create an atmosphere of fear or intimidation. That's it. Like, you see how simple that definition is? Now, I think in certain places they'll use this definition, a criminal street gang, right? Actually, no. This is just a definition of a gang. But a criminal street gang is defined as an ongoing association of 5 or more persons that has one of the primary purposes in the commission of a criminal offense described in the previous sentence. Its members have engaged in continuing series of offenses within the past 5 years, and such activities affect interstate commerce or foreign commerce, or whatever the case. All right, cool.
And that's what your concern was, correct?
Not if y'all sitting here trying to make me say somebody shot at me that they didn't shoot at me. But if this way it's gonna take, because they keep saying here, you gonna let people shoot at you while you got your child? I'm tired of you keep asking me something. I don't know who shot at me. If I knew who shot at me, I don't recall.
Yo, this guy is interesting. All right, cool. So now he speaks about Thug rapping about him in songs.
Put your name in these songs.
I didn't like him rapping about me.
Why didn't you like him rapping about you?
Huh?
Why didn't you like him rapping about you?
Because it's my life. Like, don't be lying on me.
What do you mean by that?
Don't be lying on me.
Are you talking about in the rap songs?
Yes.
What did you think were lies that he was telling on you in the rap song?
I don't recall.
Do you recall what the verse was or what he said in the rap song?
Ain't no speak no English. No, I don't recall.
Oh my God, this nigga's a character.
It's the song I didn't like.
Okay. Is that the specific verse?
This is halftime. So Woody's name is mentioned. I guess Young Thug says, Lil Woody pull up and pop at your noggin.
I didn't like the timing of the song. I didn't care about him rapping about me popping at people nugget because it wasn't true. But when he put the song out, when they put the song out, it was an investigation on me, and y'all kept harassing me, and that's why I didn't like.
Okay. At this time, what investigation was on you regarding this song?
I don't recall.
Like,
Okay.
I assume it is. But if the police question me, I'm trying to convince them that I know what I'm talking about. So it's easy to say shell kill. It's easy to put people's name with crime that, because if he did it, why y'all don't lock him up? If I say I seen him do it, why y'all don't lock him up and charge him for it? So I don't know what or who did what. I just know that I'm trying to convince that these police that I know what I'm talking about. Okay, I'm so sorry. She's frustrating me. You ready? Okay, you listen? All right,
Yo, even the prosecutor is laughing, bro. Like, this is a shit show.
Police dead. I know what I'm talking about. And the only way I can do that is telling them something that I know that they know. They know that this gambling house got shot up. So if I tell them this gambling house got shot up and these people did it, they'll go for all the other bullshit that I'm trying to cover up. You feel me? Okay.
you good?
Okay. All right.
And I don't want to speak without my attorney.
So this shit is such a shit show. So Woody hears supposedly that his lawyer has been suspended. Okay, his lawyer got suspended. Really, it's called a reprimand because of his actions in another case, and it came down via a sanction that the lawyer is suspended. And Woody now takes the stand, and he just heard that his lawyer got suspended, so now he didn't want to testify to work.
Told that Mr. Melnick been suspended, and I don't want to speak without my attorney.
All right. Let me excuse y'all back again. All right, give us just a second.
Jesus. So basically, the jury just keep walking in and out of the room, okay? Jury was sent home while Woody was being arranged a lawyer. Whitaker instructs the state to have their next witness just in case they have to go a different route. Okay, wow. This is a shit show. All right. So now we get to, I think, today, which is day 110. And this is going to be the last one we do. He's in court with the white shirt. And apparently he's got a new lawyer for the third time. And attorney Charles Engelberger, after his previous one was suspended for practice for 6 months. The first interview they are playing is the day after Nuts' murder when Lil Woody came into the police station to clear his name. Okay? All right. I don't think Thugger Daily has actually even posted anything new related to this. So we're going to pop into the actual trial that's going on now. And we'll watch about 5 minutes of it and then we'll just move on. Okay? So this is, what are we watching right now? Let's watch YSL trial. Here we go. Okay. So this is when it starts. Bunch of sidebar conversations. Now they're going to get into I think he's gonna sit on a stand while they're gonna get into playing the. Here we go. Okay, let me just go a little back. Sorry, Chad. I know for some of y'all hate this legal shit. The judge basically tells everybody to put on headphones. They're gonna watch what he said in the interrogation room. Okay.
Go ahead and get the jury out. Mr. Copeland, I think we've got a solution so that you'll be able to hear the video while it's playing. You can just put those headphones on.
So now they're about to play this shit. Let me try to speed this a little bit.
But,
Yo, so many grays in this case. Okay. Okay. Now, I'm not gonna sit here and keep, playing all of these, but this nigga, he told a lot. So there's a lot of videos. I don't know if they're gonna play all of them in sequence. I don't know if they're gonna pause and then ask him like, okay, what do you mean by that, or blah blah blah. But clearly, they're so frustrated with this nigga Woody at this point. They're like, let's introduce the surveillance evidence. He's already a hostile witness. Now we get to introduce this evidence and ask him, hey, is that you saying that? You said this, right? And he could keep playing the same game, but they have him basically saying it, right? And also, what normally is probably going to happen, they're going to ask him not to say anything else, right? So since he's a hostile witness, they're going to say, hey, listen, are you, you're on camera saying yes, right? And even though, he's been saying, I was lying to the prosecutors, I will say anything to get out of that room, or the detectives, I would say anything to get out of that room. The judge should shut him up, or the prosecutors to say, just answer the question. Okay, so you said this, right? Okay, let me refresh your memory. You can say, I don't recall. Let me refresh your memory. Let's play this state exhibit. All right, whatever. Okay, cool. We don't need to keep going through this. This is like really, I feel like almost like bitch work lawyer shit that, it's monotonous. It's monotonous. I'll keep going through the highlights in the sense of when Thugger Daily or any of these other pages put up the highlights of what's going on with the case, I'll get back to it. But for now, let's chill. Okay. All right. Anything else with the YSL Woody situation that we could play? I think we've just exhausted. Hold on one second. Okay, cool. Okay, yeah. I think we've just exhausted anything to do with this case. Okay, perfect. All right. So let's get into, and you guys can pick whatever topic you want. I'll give you a list of topics. Pick whatever that might be most entertaining to you. We already did Fulio's killer situation. We're done with the YSL case. We could go to the little baby situation. We could go, then we'll probably go into Michael Rubin. I could also touch on Young Miami. Not a long topic with Young Miami. We already did YSL Woody. We delete that off there. I'm deleting them off my topic list. Actually, let's go into this kind of, I think it's a quick one. Give me 1 second. So this is kind of old, and I wish I had covered it back then. Oh my God, why is it private? What the fuck? Look like Cardi B's people like clean this shit the fuck up. I ain't gonna lie. Okay, so Cardi B was on Spaces recently, and somebody was trolling her. And they basically said, Cardi B, how could you be blah, 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 blah? Didn't you used to drug and rob men, right? Now, if you guys don't know the story, back in the day, Cardi B admitted, right? It's about 5 years ago. She admitted that when she was in the strip club, she said there's a lot of nasty shit going on there. And she said, yeah, she would give a nigga a pill, you know what I mean? Get him knocked out, go through his wallet, take his money. Actually, I'll play her own words Cardi B. This is what she said about 6 years ago, right?
I built my followers up, and I'm building my own fucking music career. Nobody's fucking helping me. So a bitch to motherfucking say that I don't deserve to be a fucking artist because shit was handed to me and I haven't put in no work, you're fucking bugging. Because I'm 24 years old and I look washed up because I spent hours in the motherfucking studio. Hours. I paid over $50,000 in studio time because you gotta pay good engineers, you gotta go to a good studio, and you gotta put in that bread. I did it with my money. So for a bitch to say that I don't motherfucking deserve it because I don't put in no fucking work, now that's when I feel like niggas is bugging. Cause I did it myself. Niggas must have forgot, my nigga, the shit that I did to motherfucking survive. Like, I had to go strip. I had to go, oh yeah, you wanna fuck me? Yeah, let's go to this hotel. And I drug niggas up and I robbed them. That's what I used to do. Nothing was motherfucking handed to me, my nigga. Nothing. So for a bitch to motherfucking say that I don't deserve shit, that's when I know that they fucking bugging. Cause they do not fucking know the shit that I had to do so niggas could take me out. Cause nobody wanted to help me. Nobody wanted to fucking help me, my nigga. Nobody wanted to help me put me on Love and Hip Hop. Niggas wanted me to be stuck in the strip club. And then when I got on Love and Hip Hop, nobody wanted me to fucking think. Nobody wanted to help me with my mixtape. Nobody. I had to do everything on my own. That's why I go so hard, and that's why I be so grateful. Like when I found out, like people like Gabriel Union want to give me a role and be Mary Jane, or like Beyonce stylist want to.
Okay. So we hear now. Supposedly, one of, and I hate even saying it like this, one of the men that allegedly were robbed by this is like a joke, damn near. One of the guys who was robbed and drugged by Cardi B came out. And this is not funny at all. It's actually pretty sad that when it comes to men being taken advantage of, nobody gives a fuck. A guy wrote a whole story about it. He says, I was in New York about 5 years ago training, and my trainer suggested we go to a strip club. Normally, I would have turned him down, but this time, I decided to go. By the way, this is the guy supposedly. Yo, look at the picture of Cardi with the... cocking back the Quaalude. Wait, what would women drug men with these days? I don't know. Cocking back the pill is crazy. Not the windmill tomahawk. No way. Oh man, this is not a joke. Somebody says, hey, a girl did try drugging me one time. That's a fact. This is not a joke. And it's just unfortunate that when it comes to us men, like, people really don't give two fucks about us. By the way, I'm going to get to Cardi B's side because she claims it was all cap. But she did speak on it recently again. That's why it's even back up again. Anyway, so this guy, he writes a story. Yo, the tongue out is crazy. Nah, hold on. The tongue out is crazy, though. No, the tongue out is crazy. Nah. All right. Enough. This is not funny. This is not some funny shit. Okay. So nobody would turn him down, but this time decided to go. So boom, we go to the strip club. All right, this nigga sound like he's from New York. Anytime when a nigga says boom, he's from New York. New York niggas start every story like, yo, boom. And what else they say? I can't remember what else. Anyway, okay. So boom, we go to the strip club and I met Cardi. I'm feeling her. And I convinced her to come back to the room with me to have a drink. Now, see, I think this is cap. You told her you would pay her to fuck, or you would pay her something. Like, you're not convincing a stripper to come have a drink with you at your room when she could stay at the club and make money and still have a drink with you. So I've been drinking already, so I had to piss. So I slid to the bathroom and came back and finished off my drink. Last thing I remember, she was twerking on me, music blasting, and that was it. The next morning, I saw a used condom on the floor, and I noticed all the cash I had, which was about $850, my Louis Vuitton belt, and my iPod. This was a minute ago. My iPod Touch. Yo, this nigga. All right, this ain't funny at all. I ain't gonna hold you. iPod Touch? My boy probably thought he was the man back then. See, I tried calling her several times, but soon I realized she gave me a Google Voice number. I know she did it, but I couldn't prove it. So I never went to file charges, mainly because I didn't want my fiance at the time to know what would just happen. So I took my L. I can't lie. It was certainly traumatizing. And as a man, you never want to admit you were taken advantage of. No man wants to say me too, says Smith. Oh my God. All right. By the way, this nigga is fully capping. I'm gonna be honest with you, just using some common sense, you take a woman from the strip club and you convince her to come to your room to have a drink, you're purchasing punani, brother. You're purchasing pussy, okay? And it would probably happen, if you ask me, if this was a real story, brother, she's a stripper. She's expecting a transaction. Yes, listen, the last thing you remember was taking a drink, but she went on and probably sucked and fucked you. I don't know if this happened, but I'm just using some common sense. She went on and sucked and fucked you, and you're passed out, and she looked for compensation. Now, her taking the belt is just petty. Like why are you going to take the nigga Louis Vuitton belt? Okay, I guess this is stealing after this. Yeah, this is stealing. Yeah. Even if I was thinking that maybe she was charging $850. Nah, She took the nigga belt and the iPod Touch. That's crazy. Anyway, all right. Okay, so this has happened a while back then. By the way, she did speak on it. She spoke on it one time in a Twitter or no, an Instagram comment where she said this, and she was talking about the clip. She says, "I didn't say drug. It clearly says drop. Why is it okay for rappers to rap about the same shit? But if Cardi B says it, it becomes an uproar when I say something. This is hip hop, real street people. Raping? When did I ever force a man to penetrate me? Molested a man? Shove a penis inside of me? I never force anybody to do anything with me. If you're going to hold me accountable over some words I said, you should hold every rapper." Wait, is she talking about? Oh, okay. So she was debunking this. Okay. All right. So I thought she rapped something else and she was talking about the rap. No, she was talking about those words, according to this Twitter page. Says there's been accusations about Cardi B drugging men and raping them because there's a video she posted before the fame saying she drugged niggas and robbed them. Actually, this is how much we don't give a fuck about men. Even me thinking about that story, let's think about what it is. Let's say she's drunk. No, he's drunk or he's like, whatever. Because I hear the condom, I'm like, oh, he must have consented because he had to put on a condom, right? But technically, right? Anyway, all right. Okay, so she had cleared it up back then, and now we get a new, like she was in Spaces, got frustrated, and she went off at some people bringing it up. She said this.
Why y'all keep writing Cardi, whatever, Rob man, whatever crap? So what? I'll do it again, bitch. I don't give a fuck. I don't feel bad. Y'all know how I don't feel bad for no niggas. I feel bad for no niggas. I'll do it the fuck again. And y'all think y'all gagging. I talk about that shit on my album too. I don't give a fuck. Do it the fuck again.
Okay. This is where it kind of gets a little dicey because if I'm going to be very correct and literal to what's being said, and even though I do believe Cardi B talks in tongue-in-cheek at times, and also I do believe this is some petty, bitch, y'all not going to shame me for some shit that I was doing coming up. She didn't say drug, I believe this time. And tell me if I'm caping it. Tell me if I'm caping it. Tell me if I'm caping. I'm not trying to cape for her, right? But I also want to be accurate. I don't think she said she would rob again, definitely. Which, by the way, that's not no dope shit neither. Like, you know what I mean? A liar and a thief are like two of the worst things you could be, especially, I hate women who steal. I hate women who steal. A woman that will steal from you, I believe, will do very evil things to you given the right circumstances. Because usually when women steal, they feel it's a harmless thing. They're like, oh, I just took some shit. He got it anyway. But like, it's theft. You get what I'm saying? Like in some countries, they cut your fucking hands off for that type of shit. So, me, I don't believe that you should be taking something or anybody else that that you didn't earn, you didn't ask for, you don't deserve. But to be clear, I think the outrage around this wasn't that she may have stole from dudes, right? Because we do hype up and praise men who claim they've robbed other people, even though, again, there is a difference, right? Because one is a rapper saying, yo, or I'm robbing some stranger, or I'm robbing my op or whatever. It's another thing when you're deceiving someone you're having an intimate moment with, a lover, right? Like, that's clearly a difference, right? It's the reason why people don't look at regular assault like how they look at sexual assault, right? Like, clearly it's a different thing. So when things happen within the context of intimacy and within the context of two parties being together in an intimate moment, it's exponentially worse. So I'm not, even though she did make a point that, oh, rappers rap about robbing people. Well, you're robbing somebody who probably just had sex with you or who's having a sexual moment with you. Like, that's kind of scummy, right? But to be clear, I don't know if she says that or she admits to drugging. I'll run it back again.
Why y'all keep writing Cardi whatever Rob man, whatever?
It sounded like she was about to say it. Sound like she says, why y'all keep writing Cardi B rob niggas? Which this might be a little bit of, hold on. This might be a little bit of like cognitive dissonance on her part, where like trying to come to peace with either what she did in the past or what she's admitted to doing, is that she's now corrected it, where she's like, yeah, I did rob niggas, but I never drugged them, right? Because I think we look at drugging any human being. Like, if you drug someone, you put them in a state where they could possibly be killed, they could be taken advantage of sexually. So I guess she's like, yeah, I robbed him, but I didn't drug him, right? Clearly, either or ain't good, but I think if we had to pick one, we would be like, yo, the drugging is crazy. Like, you know what I mean? Shit. Like, when we hear that, we just think of Cosby or some shit like that, right? Anyway, again, I'm just trying to be factual to what she said, but it looks like somebody was in the comments or tweeting, because this is Spaces, and she addressed it. She doesn't necessarily admit to the drugging, even though it felt like it was on the tip of her tongue, but she does say robbing. So she's basically saying, I didn't rob niggas, and I'll do it again. Now, one thing I'll say, and I think this is really out of frustration, when she's like, I don't give a fuck about no nigga. Like, I'm pretty sure that's out of frustration, honestly. No matter what she's going through with Offset, you do care about niggas. You care about him. And also, you have a son, Wave. That's her son. You care about Wave. Like, you wouldn't want, and that's why I said this is probably got to be a heat of the moment thing. I'm not excusing her behavior or excusing what she's saying. But you would feel a way if somebody said that they robbed and drugged or either or your son in the future. So, when you have this nonchalant, I don't give a fuck about niggas attitude, which is kind of almost like a feminist agenda these days, just remember you're the mother of a son. And remember, your husband is a guy who, most of these, and this is true too, Cardi knows this, most of these women who come out with these like rumors that they're fucking Offset, is because they're trying to take advantage of him too. So again, anyway.
Why y'all keep writing Cardi whatever Rob man, whatever crap? So what? I'll do it again, bitch. I don't give a fuck. I don't feel bad. Y'all know how I don't feel bad for no niggas. I feel bad for no niggas. I'll do it the fuck again. And y'all think y'all gagging. I talk about that shit on my album too. I don't give a fuck. Do it the fuck again.
I want to hear how her album sounds. It sounds like it's going to be personal. But for the record, I think Cardi B should always denounce those actions. I think Cardi B is the queen of... You remember after... This was right before OnlyFans, right? Remember when Cardi B popped off? I remember going to... This is when I'd also signed a deal. I signed a joint venture for the Academy Records, which I still have. And every time I would go to the studio, I was having meetings with artists in studios, which that's like the best place to have a meeting with an artist, right? Because you could be like, yo, just play me some music. Or they could be like, yo, I'm going to do something real quick. All right, cool. I would go to a bunch of studios. I'd book a bunch of time. And I would show up there, me and my team at the time. And increasingly, when I walked in or when I was walking out, because you had time slots, there were always strippers who were headed into the studio, especially early morning. A lot of these girls would come straight from a strip club and go into the studio. Why? They were watching what Cardi B did. They saw a woman, and most of these girls, no matter how much they love hoeing, they don't want to just be in a strip club. They all want to be Cardi B. They want to be successful. They want to get out of that life, right? And I would watch so many of these women come in, and they didn't know how to rap, but they would come in and try to do something because they were hoping to be Cardi B. Now, why do I say that? I say that because Cardi B, much removed from that life, is still the inspiration for women in said life. So when you co-sign behavior that you don't have to do now, that you won't be in those positions, there are women who are there who are saying, that's how Cardi B get it up out the mud. That's, Cardi's saying she'd do it again, so why would not do it now? That's my problem. And I think she should understand, one thing, and we get at not only female rappers, but male rappers as well, is about that role model thing where a lot of times the support you get is because people see you, see them in you, right? So when you think about, like, there's a bunch of people who see themselves in Sexy Red. Then there's a bunch of other people who they just like the character of Sexy Red. But there's a bunch of women who are like, that's me. Shit, bitch, I could have been famous because shit, I get down like that, right? A lot of women, when it comes to we've never seen a stripper, which, by the way, was just really a denigrating position within the music game, a disrespected one. We've never seen a stripper come up like she came up, like and own it so much. Not saying that other women didn't dance before. She owned it. There's videos of, I won't play here, of Cardi like literally on the pole. There's videos of her clearly being a stripper for years. So I only say that to say, not only do she have kids and a husband, even though she filed for divorce, I think she should be very cautious of even trying to double down on these words, because I personally don't believe, I believe she's saying that out of frustration rather than intent. But the reason why I think there's no intent there, she's not in that position no more. So it's easy to say you would do it again because you're not in that position anymore. But the girls who are looking up to you, you're influencing them to do that to some other niggas. You know what I mean? And it do get a little spooky out here, and I think for both ways, because I think I said this to you guys too. I think being a stripper is just such a dangerous job, right? It's such a dangerous job. Yo, if you're a stripper, like maybe you steal from a square and he finds out and nothing happens. Bro, if you work in a strip club where you're either half naked or fully naked, somebody feel like you robbed them and they know they kill other niggas for less, you think they're not about to either come kill you, do something to you, maybe actually then they want to sexually assault you. You're putting yourself in a position that I don't think you're armed to deal with the most frequenters of those clubs and those vicinities. The majority of people spending good amount of money in clubs are going to be the people who ain't going to take getting robbed. It's going to be the drug dealers. It's going to be the scammers. It's going to be the rappers. Some people might take the L, but some people might be like, yo, I don't let niggas in the streets play with me like that. How the fuck am I going to let this bitch? Come on. This is nightlife, people. So that's why I always look at it and I say, yo, I hope every woman working in these environments, I hope they be safe. This whole finessing shit, yeah, you'll finesse your way into a casket. Because, again, I know of certain situations where women may have thought they were getting over on dudes. The nigga will shoot them. Like, they don't give a fuck. Like, nigga, you're not about to come. What, you gonna rob that nigga for his real money? He got 10 bands in his pocket. You sucked him off. Nigga fell asleep. You slipped something in his drink. Now you ran. He wake up. You're nowhere to be found. Nigga, you know what club you gonna be at. You never gonna be at that club. You gonna move? I bet. When next time he see you, wait for you after work. Now he shoots you in the fucking head. It's just not a safe way to operate, I believe, if you're within those vicinities. You get what I'm saying? So I think it's a dangerous, like, even tip to give to women. Like, when women work in nightlife, God bless their soul, even though they hoeing, that is a very vulnerable position for a woman to be. You work super late. You're getting paid usually in cash currency. So you're attracting all of the very worst elements, and the majority of the patrons are going to be the people who are not CEOs of a company. They're going to be the niggas who's CEO of the streets. So play with them niggas if you want to, right? Anyway, So Cardi, I hope she thinks responsibly, and I believe she'll clean this up. She'll clean this up. I believe. I hope. And now, what do I think about her speaking on her experiences and maybe some of the weird things she had to do? Like, listen, her being a dancer, I would imagine she had to have some stories. Maybe she had to do something a little strange to get a little piece of change. She was down bad, had to pay rent. Hey, that's one thing I've always given her credit. She owns that. Like, she owns that. Like, okay, I'm going to be honest about what I really did to get here. Yeah, I have no problem if she be rapping about that. Like, shit. I mean, maybe I don't identify with everything she's saying, but if that's true to her story, cool. But glorifying drugging and robbing things, no. Okay, all right. Yeah, I should have did this topic a while ago, so I'm glad I got it off. All right, bet. Let's get that off the list. Yeah, chat, I'm long-winded as a motherfucker, huh? All right, we're not even halfway through the topics. By the way, Ray Daniels, I did see you. I followed you. Ray Daniels says you want to speak about this Atlanta media thing. I'm down to speak. I followed you, and I sent you a DM. I sent you a DM asking for your number. So somebody could kind of instruct him, just please respond to the DM. We'll find a way. Either we could have him call into this stream, or I'm down to speak to him if we get him on Discord, or I don't know if he's ever. I think he was just on Joe Budden's show, so whatever. All right. Okay. All right, bet. Let me see what other topics we got. Let's see, what's this? Actually, I'll play this, but I'm playing this because I want to get you guys' opinion on it. I was watching Black Twitter in shambles. Now, if you guys don't know, a lot of Black Twitter is really ran by Black feminists, and also bitter baby mamas, just truth be told. Hypocritical at best. They hate, they speak ill of a black man. But if a black man gets shot, they claim they're the first to protect him, but they're the first to throw him under the bus. They hate if a black man goes outside their race to be in a relationship, but they celebrate if a black woman does. Just classic hypocrisy, right? Like, it just oozes out of them, right? And a video started to actually, cause some conversation among this group of people who are highly hypocritical. For example, I'll even give you one. I'll just even Google it. I even look it on my other screen. Look. I saw a grown-ass woman having a whole full conversation about Bronny James' girlfriend. They want to know if she's black enough. Because here's the thing that most black women fear, is that a strong black king, a guy who's the heir of a throne, that would be the throne of somebody like LeBron James, arguably the greatest basketball player of all time. They care if his son, who's, by the way, I think his son is just 18. I think Bronny's 18, right? Will his son stick his penis into a white woman, or will he keep it black? Yes, this is what grown-ass women have think pieces on Twitter for, because I don't know. Clearly, their jobs are not giving them enough shit to do that they're so concerned with it. Now, one of the reasons, and this is not really about Bronny necessarily, but like, for example, the Bronny thing, Bronny went to prom. Let's see if we could go. Bronny went to prom with this chick right here. People were furious. Oh my God. Oh my God. Dr. Umar, he not even in his grave, but he's still rolling around. Yo, people were highly upset. The reality of it is this. I particularly believe that, anybody should be able to date any race they want, and preference is a thing. Now, also, self-hate is a thing as well. Let me not, both things could be true. So you can have preference, and it could be absolutely normal. It's cool. You grew up around certain things that you start, maybe you like, I don't know, sometimes people have, some niggas like chicks with big tits. Some niggas like chicks with long hair, short hair. Some people like blondes, brunettes. They like chicks with like, I was about to say with wigs and shit, or like them lace fronts, but I don't never hear a nigga say that's their preference. But let's say that exists, okay? Whatever that is, bro. There is preference, and then there's like hate. There's like, certain dudes that they're like, I don't want to be with a woman of color because she got an attitude. She this. Or like, I think when Kodak says, I'm black, why I need a black bitch for? Like, I'm already black, why I need you know what I mean? That's kind of like self-hate. You know what I mean? That's not even preference. That's just like, yo, if I'm this already, why would I want this? Right? Now, obviously, you could probably phrase that in a way where maybe he's just saying opposite attracts, and maybe that sounds normal, or not normal, but it sounds a little bit better. But when you're saying you're A and you don't want A because you're A, kind of feels like a self-haters, right? Anyway, people were mad at Bronny, man. Mad at Bronny. Now, here's the thing. Nobody bats a motherfucking eye when you see, and by the way, Bronny's about an average 0.39 points his first season in the league, okay? They're mad that he took this white woman to the prom. Now, let's think about on the other realm. The greatest tennis player of our time. She gets engaged and marries a white man. And I see not one nigga complaining, yo, oh my God, why did you? We didn't give a fuck. You get what I'm saying? We didn't care. They have a beautiful kid together. This is cool. Nobody cares. Well, what am I saying, people? It appears that the obsession or disgruntledness when it comes to black men choosing to date out of their race, there's way more uproar if black men date out of their race than if black women date out of their race. Okay? Now, I have a few theories, and we don't have to get too deep into this. This is not a Tariq Nasheed podcast. It's not a Tommy Sotomayor or even a Dr. Umar podcast. But I do believe that because black men are fetishized by other races of women, that it's not only easier, but also other races sometimes cater to the black man as opposed to black women. The negative stereotypes surrounding them, although albeit maybe half of them aren't true, it makes black women seem unappealing to other races, right? Not all the time, but that's just the general consensus, right? Now, that general consensus, I think the growing resentment among black women is that they don't see themselves being almost fetishized as they see their counterpart black men being by, say, white women or Spanish women. And that kind of creates resentment that ends up shaming the black man for going outside the racial lines, right? Cool. All right. Man, where I was going with that, I feel like I was going on like a Tariq Nasheed little thing. All right. I'm about to be like Dr. Umar. I'm building a school, people. Hidden Colors 9. No, I'm playing. I love those guys. Anyway, back to this. So, a conversation. So, these are the people that they're like, when they see a woman, a black woman date a white man, they're like, yes, go girl, get your swirl on. They look at the white man as almost damn near really a better alternative than the black man. Why? These stereotypes exist. You get with a white man, he's not going to try to live off you. He's going to always be the provider. Number two, white men supposedly cheat less than black men. The black man always chasing pussy. The white man is going to hold it down. And these are stereotypes, again, mostly false, but it goes into the psyche, and these people argue about this online daily. So if they see a black man with a white woman, he's a sellout, a fraud. They always choose a Becky. Why they dating the same girl? When a white woman gets with a black guy, it's like, oh my God, this is great. So anyway, this guy who's a chef, he's a black guy, he's a chef. Apparently he's a manager at a restaurant, to be honest. He says something that had women so upset because it criticized them being in interracial relationships. Remember what I've just said. Men usually don't care if black women date white men. Black women care a lot if black men date white women. Listen to what this guy says, though.
When I became a manager at a lot of these establishments, one thing that I came to learn, and it broke my heart, I'm not going to lie, it really has affected the way my judgment towards certain people. But 8 out of 10 times, you see a sister come in there, a black woman come in there with a white guy, she's footing the bill. that blew, like, they had me convinced with all the videos on social media that, yo, these white men are out here killing us, they're taking our best women, blah, blah, blah. Till I got into this industry, started working, and my dude, a lot of times, 8 out of 10 times, you see a sister at an upscale restaurant with a white guy. She's footing the bill. It blew my mind when I started learning this.
Okay, so pretty much, sum it up. Basically, they're saying when what he's saying. This is from his anecdotal experience. We don't know if this is always true, but he says he works at some type of upscale restaurant, and he says when he sees black women with white men, the black women end up paying the bill. Now, that would be ironic because that's one of the arguments of why black women get away from black men. Because they say black men will want to go move in with you, live off you. They're not providers. They're cheaters. So he's kind of debunking one of those things. Honestly, as a guy, I really don't see men really giving a fuck if black women date white men. We're like, usually once we see a black woman starting to choose white men, we usually just help them go, like, get your bitch ass on. We're good. Like, we ain't crying over you going to fuck with them. It's all good. Maybe with the exception of what's her name again? Doja. Some of y'all niggas were kind of mad she was fucking with that nigga from that little chat. What's that nigga name? Yeah, some of y'all was tight, but usually we don't care. Anyway, this was just interesting. I watched a whole bunch of debate. Sometimes I'm a silent watcher to certain groups, and how they think, because to speak somewhat accurately about said groups, you need to understand how they reason, and somehow they believe that that's logical. So fuck it. So I was watching them argue about this, saying either this guy was a liar, a fraud, he was jealous of black women who got with white men, or he was never a manager at all. It was just kind of interesting. All right, there's not much point to be made there, but hey, intersexual dynamics, man. All right, cool. We'll actually move on from that point. All right. So quickly, and by the way, Ray Downs, I got your number. I'm gonna send you a text, actually. I'll do it while this is happening. Okay, so we get an update on Kanye with this nitrous thing. All right, we get an update with it. yo, the funny thing is, I'll give you a little short story. So when I go to meet Party back door, Party got these two things in his nose, and it goes around. I'm like, what the fuck? It looked like what you would see with impatience with, you know what I mean? And I think he noticed. He probably knows my demeanor by now, and he says to me, he just addressed the elephant in the room. So I looked at my pointer. I said, "That's that Kanye shit. That's that nitrous." And I think what he said was, he said, "No, it's like pure oxygen." Which I'm like, nigga, I think I took a deep breath and I'm like, nigga, there's a lot of oxygen in the room. Like, what do you mean? But and I don't know if this is a thing or maybe it was capping to me. But he had this thing that was, he just got off stage, right? I guess it gives oxygen. Like it gives a higher percentage of oxygen to him that either allows him to, recover quicker, or I don't know what it fucking does, bro. Like, nigga, I'm a regular human being, bro. I don't know what's going on. But I saw that and I was like, yo, don't tell me you on that Kanye. Don't tell me that, brother. But he said, nah, it was just oxygen. Okay? That's why I said it was oxygen. That was oxygen, nigga. The fuck? Anyway, now everybody isn't like, and I do know some people who they do it for like oxygen purposes. Now there wasn't no big ass tanks, my nigga. It was just like, whatever. I don't know, bro. Whatever. Somebody says I'm snitching. Bro, I'm not snitching, bro. It was oxygen, like literally. Like, nigga, I'm telling you exactly what he told me. No, somebody says whippets. Nah, it wasn't whippets. It wasn't whippets. It wasn't whippets. Okay, anyway. What happened is that, remember Milo pretty much is calling out his dentist. So his dentist, doctor, do we call dentists doctors? Dr. Thomas Connolly, right? So that's the celebrity guy he's the one putting diamonds in people's teeth, right? Big buff guy. He's also a workout expert. He was a former bodybuilder, to be honest. And he has a bunch of tattoos and shit. Anyway, worked with a lot of people, Yachty the Center. He gave them all their teeth, right? Apparently, Milo, he quits not only because Yeezy, the brand, is about to get into porn, as Kanye West said, but he also is blaming that some of the deterioration, not only in the music, but in some of the work ethic, some of the great things that Kanye would be used to or known for, is because that he is hooked off what's called nitrous oxide, right? And apparently, this doctor, it's laughing gas. Right? So this is supposedly just really, it's plain laughing gas. And if you see this laughing gas, dentists use it to let me just Google what this shit does. Let's take a crash course on it. You know our favorite educational book, right? Nitrous oxide benefits. Is it this? N2O2? Is it N2O2? Let's see. Okay, here we go. I ain't gonna lie. You see, I'm either pussy or as soon as I see a video like this where you can see the heart beating, nigga, I wouldn't even take that shit, nigga. What the fuck? Nigga, if I can see the exoskeleton system, nigga, I'm good. In the heart, hell no.
Nitric oxide is naturally made in our bodies. A Nobel Prize was...
Wait, it's nitrous, though. I thought it was nitrous. No, it's nitrous oxide. It's not. I spelled it wrong. Nitrous oxide. What the fuck? Oh, okay. Listen.
So now we're going to look at nitric oxide, and nitric oxide is a powerful gas within the human body. In 1992, for example, the journal Science, they said it was molecule of the year, that it was the one molecule in the human body which unites all the major disciplines of medicine. And it has, a tremendous effect, a positive effect in various systems and organs. And until the 1980s, nitric oxide was considered a toxic substance, which was responsible for causing pollution. When the first article appeared discussing the importance of nitric oxide, the scientific community found it difficult to conceive that a gas which was so toxic outside of the human body could actually play such an important role within it. And in 1992, nitric oxide, it was proclaimed molecule of the year by the journal Science, and was...
All right, this is a little bit too boring. Let me go to another video.
So it turns out there is a gas produced in our noses that not only sterilizes the air that we breathe, it also helps absorb more oxygen into our lungs by opening up the blood vessels. Now this gas is nasal nitric oxide, and it was the 1992 molecule of the year. There you go, there's a little pub quiz fact for you. Now I wanted to know more about this miracle gas that we somehow are producing in our nose. So I got Dr. Stephen Park on the Breathcast, and he got to speak to me about all the benefits and how it works. Have a listen.
So the person that discovered this won the Nobel Prize, I think in the 80s and 90s. It's a signaling molecule that relaxes blood vessels all throughout your body. And in some cases, if you have too much of it, it's toxic. Right. So just like everything else in the body, you have to have just the right amount in the right place at the right time.
Yeah.
But when you mess with that physiology, then your body doesn't do too well. Mm-hmm. So this gas, they actually, in certain medical centers for the coronavirus, they're actually putting in artificial nitric oxide into the lungs through the endotracheal tube to dilate blood vessels.
Wow.
So it's a very common thing that we've known about for decades, but people don't take advantage of it because most people tend to breathe more through the mouth these days for various reasons that we're going to talk about.
No, I'm looking forward to getting into that piece.
And also, one more thing is that there are studies showing that if you hum, you increase nitric oxide.
Am I playing the wrong video again? Okay, what do I type in? Because it feels like nitric oxide is this nitrous oxide thing. Nitric oxide versus nitric oxide, NO, and nitrous oxide are both nitrogen oxide gases. Yo, chat, why even go to school? Just Google. What's the name of the video? Not chat. We have to learn some shit to understand what the fuck is going on. Like if you hear that a nigga is taking it, a doctor is saying it's good. Don't you want to know what the fuck it is? All right, let me look. N2O. Is it this? Wait, I'm looking for the video.
A teenager inhaled laughing. Hemoglobin was low.
Okay, here we go. All right, here we go. We'll start with this.
He had pain in his lower legs that had progressed over the past month. Then he started to experience numbness in his toes. He was now in so much pain that he could hardly walk. He didn't have any major medical conditions. He didn't take any medications, no allergies, didn't smoke cigarettes or drink alcohol. So what on earth was going on? Upon examination of his neurological system, the strength and sensation in his upper limbs were intact, but the lower limbs were a different story. Both of his calves were tender when pressed. He seemed to have reduced sensation in his toes on both sides. He seemed to have a reduced reaction to pain. His proprioception was reduced. In other words, the ability to know where your joints are positioned in space. His reflexes were weak and his walking unsteady. Clearly, something had gone wrong with his nervous system, and given the pattern of findings, it's likely something had happened to his spinal cord. So, a set of blood tests were taken. They showed that his hemoglobin was low, the iron-rich substance in red blood cells that carries oxygen. He had anemia, an meaning lack of, emia meaning presence in blood. They also showed that his red blood cells were bigger than normal, or macrocytic. Macro meaning big, cytic referring to a cell. He had a macrocytic anemia. Now we know two main causes of macrocytic anemia, both relating to vitamins, either a lack of folic acid or a lack of vitamin B12. There are some people who have medical conditions that prevent their bodies from absorbing these nutrients.
All right, enough of the mystery. Let's get to this shit, my boy.
Matter, with devastating consequences such as nerve damage, popular party drug in the UK, aerosol propellant, and anesthetic. It has the chemical formula oxide or laughing gas for a year or so. Moving on. Well, it turns out there's another cause of vitamin B12 deficiency, and that, dear viewer, is nitrous oxide. You see, this chap had been inhaling nitrous oxide or laughing gas for a year or so, and unbeknownst to him, it has some pretty disastrous consequences. So what is nitrous oxide? Nitrous oxide is a gas that's widely used in the medical field as a sedative and anesthetic. It has the chemical formula N2O. You'll see it used in ambulances, during operations and dental procedures. It helps patients relax and reduce their pain levels. Outside of medicine, it's used as an aerosol propellant, in rocket motors, and in racing vehicle engines. But when it's misused, it can have dangerous effects on the human body. So what happens with nitrous oxide misuse? Nitrous oxide is a popular party drug in the UK, often used in nightclubs and festivals. As a recreational drug, it's usually stored in small metal canisters and inhaled from balloons. It causes short-term effects like dizziness, lightheadedness, and euphoria. It makes people feel good. That's why it's called laughing gas. But the long-term effects are no laughing matter, with devastating consequences such as nerve damage, muscle damage, and even an increased risk of heart disease. You see, nitrous oxide affects the central nervous system because it interferes with the body's ability to absorb vitamin B12, and that is essential for the proper functioning of the brain and nervous system. Excessive use of nitrous oxide can lead to a vitamin B12 deficiency, leading to numbness and tingling in the limbs and potentially permanent nerve damage. This is a condition called subacute combined degeneration of the spinal cord. So why is the UK planning to ban possession of nitrous oxide? The government have unveiled these plans as part of a £160 million initiative to crack down on.
All right. So we get it. Apparently, it could affect your spinal cord. All right, cool. So it appears like the positives, the pros and cons, and 2 pros v cons. The pros and cons of this thing. So it's essentially it's laughing gas, right? So I guess it increases relaxation. Oh, okay, here we go. Pros and cons. It's safe, efficient, increases relaxation, needle-free sedative, right? Okay, because this is supposedly This is taken through a mask you place on the face. It wears off quickly, and a disadvantage is not suitable for everybody. It doesn't necessarily reduce pain. And obviously, extreme measures is like it could mess with your spinal cord. Okay, cool. So anyway, here's the thing. It looks like this Dr. Conley is talking to Kanye and I assume was Milo. And Milo is the chief of staff. Conley is a dentist. Ye's yay. And he says to Kanye, it stands about 10 inches. AI generated handheld nitrous oxide personal use system. I loaded the AI with some real N2O2 images and it spit this out. So I guess they're saying this is a machine that Kanye would be buying. Now, apparently, you see Milo, who was talking about something before. He was talking about, I don't know what he was talking about. If you want Joe the Grocer's numbers to make sense, I need 8. Who's Joe the Grocer's? I don't know who that is. But anyway, I guess that's Milo. And then here's the doctor again. He says, hold on. I think this is a video. Okay, here we go. So the doctor says, this needs to be a long-term goal. Get recreational nitrous legalized. Meanwhile, we could master the delivery system with a 2-year head start. So this doctor is seemingly saying, hey, yeah, you have the platform to get this thing kind of legalized. We'll master how we kind of get it delivered, on a personal recreational level. And if we get a 2-year head start, this is good. Now, Milo is calling it out now. He says, surely you're joking. The prolonged misuse of nitrous causes birth defects, problems with B12. Your spinal cord disintegrates. Why would anyone want to introduce another drug to an already depressed, addicted, demoralized, and apathetic population of dopamine slaves? Ye just ignores all that shit. Ye says, can I have the nitrous today? Yo, Kanye is a nut. And he says, Tom, you says you can bring them by today. Check it in. And then he says, are you at Chateau? And he says, yes, I can bring them by today. Okay. What it appears is happening here is exactly what Milo has sued this doctor for. It appears that Kanye has this huge problem, or let me pause by saying problem. He has an addiction to this thing. If he's supposedly taken, I forgot what was the number, but how much Kanye nitrous, yeah. Apparently he was taking like a ridiculous amount. Oh, somebody on the Kanye Reddit says this. My own dentist take on the Kanye situation. Says some people have different info than me. Note, this isn't meant to be a comprehensive clarification. It's just my dentist's take on the situation. Also, I asked him because he started talking about it himself. I didn't just go up and ask about it. It said, okay, so I guess this is what his dentist said. Is there any dentists in the chat, by the way? That'd be good. I understand this will, okay. He's a certified dentist in the state of Mississippi, which is I reside. According to him, getting addicted to nitrous is extremely rare. The only famous situation he knows is the founders of Zappos getting addicted and dying. But other than that, he has seen little cases of nitrous oxide addiction. The brain frying aspect depends on the quantity and the quality of the nitrous being used. He explained that since Kanye is getting his nitrous dentist grade from an actual dentist, it should contain some form of oxygen in the mixture, therefore killing off some of the side effects. I showed him the image of Kanye with a nitrous nose thing. I don't know what you call it. And he explained that if he has that on, then most likely it is dentist grade nitrous and has some form of oxygen in the mixture to prevent your brain cells from dying. He also said that if it was or is pure nitrous, then he would have probably been dead by now. And even if he wasn't dead, he'd be so impaired he'd basically be a vegetable. He said that if you're inhaling dentist grade nitrous through a tube, then it shouldn't be coming from whippets. Considering the form, Considering the fact that we have 2 photos of him taking nitrous, both coming from a tube and not through a whippet, most likely he's not using whippets. Finally, he said that he understands that there may be other recreational uses of nitrous other than getting high. Example he gave was sleep apnea, as nitrous can help with getting yourself back to sleep. However, that doesn't mean it can progress into an addiction. Steve-O was famously what?
When all the crazy shit would go down, because I would be like awake on cocaine for 3 days and inhaling nothing but nitrous oxide. And at that point is when shit starts popping off, and people are walking around my apartment who are never physically there.
I was just seeing a bunch of shit.
Oh, dude, like actual fucking people, man. I watched a dude walk through my apartment and fucking pick up my bong and take a hit and blow out smoke and fucking then like put it down, and just the dude walked through the wall. He was never fucking there. Ever.
Whoa. He looked as real as I do, or Jamie does.
Yeah, dude. I had fucking like tactile hallucinations. I had fucking.
What in the fuck is this? Now, I'm gonna be honest with you. Whether it's this nitrous that's the cause, obviously we care about his health. We would never want anything to happen to. Hold on. Let me add this also. I'm going to go over the Chinks murder suspect getting sentenced to 20-some years. Sentence. Okay, cool. Here we go. Apparently, nitrous ox. Steve-O was on Adam 22 talking about it. Okay, here we go. Oh. All right, so
did you see the thing
nitrous, so nitrous is a gas that's in whippets. But Kanye is using a dental grade nitrous, which supposedly is becoming really popular in the industry. They're not like whippets is like the amateur broke version, but most people are using the dentist grade version. Now, again, I'm concerned about Kanye's health. You know, we don't want to tragically lose one of the greatest minds that we've ever had, period. But number 2, I do have to say, whatever is going on with Kanye is led to like increased lack of, I want to say, focus on music. Even though you could say that's just maybe his passions like dwindling or just like changing to other things. And his production and his work quality, I just don't believe it's the same anymore. So I don't know if those are anything that could be a byproduct of him taking a drug, or maybe that's just like, hey, Kanye's grown out of certain things. Like, maybe he's not trying to chase making the best music of all time anymore. He already has a catalog of the best music of all time. So I don't know. Anyway, let me listen to what Steve-O has to say. This is from a No Jumper podcast, by the way.
That I had DM'd you before?
No, I don't think I did.
All right, so let me lay the scene for you. I guess like 2 years ago, we started to see the Nas popping up in the rap scene a lot more.
Right, okay.
So all of a sudden, a bunch of different rappers like Gunna, and I mean, it's been around, obviously, like people who know, people who are really into drugs. It's been a pretty common part of the drug user lifestyle for a long time, but all of a sudden you started to see rappers just walking around posing with the canister, doing little dances with the canister on top of their head and shit like that. And so I made a whole YouTube video about this trend unfolding, and then and you were like one of the main reference points where I was like, basically a lot of us didn't really know much about this shit besides that Steve-O had a whole fling with it.
Sure. And dude, I was completely unaware of that. And had I seen it, I'm sure I would have responded. If anyone isn't aware of what you're talking about, NOS being nitrous oxide.
Right.
Which is used by dentists to kind of sedate people during dental procedures.
Right.
That's the medical grade nitrous oxide. But then they have like crappy car nitrous oxide,
right,
to like soup up supercars, and then they use it in Starbucks to make whipped cream. That's why.
Why does his voice sound like that?
Car nitrous oxide,
right,
to like soup up supercars, and then they use it in Starbucks to make whipped cream. That's why it's called Whippets.
And this is why so many people are able to continue to get their hands on it. And it's not like they can just outlaw it because it's used in all kinds of valid forms, right?
Right. You don't want to inhale the auto stuff. The automobile stuff is filled with all kinds of gnarly stuff.
Really?
The Starbucks kind that they make the whipped cream with, I don't think that's medical grade, but it's better.
Right.
And that's where you can get it in every smoke shop. And
right. Yeah, because when I was a kid, we would do the whippets out the whipped cream can or whatever.
Yeah, I used to buy cases of boxes of those Whippet cartridges, and it was a 24 cartridges per box, and like I think 25 boxes per case. So it was like 600.
I've seen rappers blow through a whole box like recording a verse. Like like a 2-minute verse that takes them 20 minutes to record, and by the end of it, the whole box is gone. And that's when I realized, like, oh yeah, this is a real problem.
Right, dude, for sure. I would do my best to not even inhale air. You know, I would have like 2 of the cartridges things. So I'd fill them both up. I'd be inhaling one while I was filling the other, going back and forth, and breathe in nothing but nitrous oxide.
Right.
And my goal would always be to do it until I lost consciousness, which is called fishing.
Right.
You actually like, I guess you just starve your brain of enough oxygen that you just fall unconscious.
How long were you in love with this beautiful woman?
Man, I mean, I was introduced to it like as far back as 1993.
But it's casual for a while, and then at some point it just becomes this habitual thing.
I would go in and out of kind of like what do you call it? Phases with it. When it got really, really gnarly would have been, well, I mean, I guess it got pretty gnarly right when I moved out to California when I first had some money.
Right.
I would, it was so crazy when I moved out here and could have gotten an apartment, but I didn't. And it became this competition between me and Chris Pontius, aka Party Boy from Jackass.
You were feeding off each other?
Well, we had a competition to see who could stay homeless the longest. It was just for a laugh.
You're mostly staying with girls or sleeping on friends' couches and shit?
That was the idea. The goal was...
Apparently Adam does a lot of content on this shit. Somebody named Orlin. I think I know this person. I think I did Fresh and Fit. This person was sitting next to me.
What's going on? It's been a hectic...
My dad would try to understand me and I couldn't speak. And he gave me his bedroom because I'm like, okay, I'll do the balloons. And because I thought if you did it straight from the tank, it was more concentrated. And it was. It's for sure. You can feel all of it and the hit much more. But where I messed up and what I didn't know, because I'm not a scientist, is... I wanted so bad, I was fiending so bad that I wanted the tanks to last longer. Because if I got a small tank, it would last me 30 minutes and I'd be done.
Oh, jeez.
So what I would do is I would get the balloon, and this is why I lost the ability to walk. I would get the balloon, fill it all the way up as much as I could.
This shit could make you not be able to walk? Yeah, I wouldn't take no shit like that.
I would blow it in, hold it, and then blow it back into the balloon.
That's what you're supposed to do, though, right?
No,
really?
No. Because you're mixing your own carbon dioxide into it. Carbon dioxide isn't meant to be ingested, and
Yo, this is why you see, chat. You see why I stick to just simple alcohol, bro. Bro, listen. I graduated college with a biomathematics degree, my nigga. One of the hardest degrees I've taken the hardest science classes I'm known to man. You get what I'm saying? At least on a 4-year college level. It's 2 degrees in one. It's a math degree and a biology degree. These dumbass, I think these hoes is on OnlyFans. These bitches got to learn chemistry just to take some drugs. You shouldn't even want to do no drugs after that. If you need to know chemistry, that you breathe in pretty much oxygen and then it comes out in a carbon dioxide, like come on, like if you have to know that chemistry to get your high on, you shouldn't be getting high, bro. You should find a safe thing to do that is FDA approved, that at least they did the chemistry for you, that you're not going to die.
Like, imagine, it's okay, I guess, if you did it like 2-3 times, but imagine doing that 1,000 times a day.
Because I remember like 15 years ago being in England on a BMX trip, and they would do that. You fill up the balloon and you go... when you're like reading it back and forth.
Yeah.
But I don't.
I mean,
get super
I guess
crazy
to
with
a
it.
certain extent, because my friend did it with me, and she did that too. But she wasn't as addicted as I was at all. She would just do it for fun. But I took it very serious, and I was doing at least 1,000 balloons a day.
Okay.
Like I stopped count after that one time because I was like, yeah, I'm way past 1,000 balloons. So the carbon dioxide poisons your whole system. I now have neuropathy. I have permanent neuropathy in my legs and my lower spinal cord.
And what is that? Just like
Neuropathy is nerve damage.
Okay.
So it's like I could technically get disability from the government. Like my nurse and doctor like signed me up for disability. Like because neuropathy is like this thing in Texas, I guess, where it's like you can get disability for that. I don't know.
Wow, I would love to see my taxes going towards that.
Right. I mean, I guess that if I got anything out of it, it would have been that.
But okay, so you have a friend who's doing it with you, but at this point, you know, the people I know who do whippets, they're like going out and about and they're going to parties, they're in the studio and making rap songs, whatever, and they're doing this like nonstop. But I'm guessing that you stopped being social on it at a certain point.
So at first it was just fun. It was like, oh, let's all do that. My dad would do it with me sometimes. Like it's just fun. It was a gas. It was silly. My whole family knew I was doing it because it's like they sell it in vape stores. It can't be that bad. And that's exactly what I thought. I never did research. I never looked it up. And I was just like, I would get like 3 or 4 tanks because I had like good money or whatever. And I would share it with all my friends. But then it got to where all I wanted to do was be isolated in my room and not talk to anyone. And if anyone talked to me, I would scream at them. Like I just wanted to be with my whippet tanks and just do them until I literally like conked out. Like, I would either no sleep at all or sleep for about 20 hours a day. And then just straight wake up, 5 a.m., tanks all day.
And if you couldn't get it, what if the stores are closed?
Oh, that's happened a few times. Honestly, I would sit at the shops until they would open. And then I would literally be hyperventilating. It got to a point where my body no longer took that much oxygen. It took more nitrous oxide. So I couldn't breathe without it. Like I literally would like hyperventilate and I couldn't breathe without it. And every time I would go into the vape store, I don't even know how they kept selling to me because I was like, oh, can I have another tank, please?
That's what I was thinking. At a certain point, aren't you going to kind of be like, listen, lady, we're cutting you off?
Yeah, no, they should have.
Damn, Chad. This is how we gonna lose Ye? Don't tell me this is how we finna lose Ye, bruh. Bruh.
I literally told them, I was like, look, I'm dying. Like, I need these tanks. Like, sell me all of these right now. So yeah, if they never had them, but I never let it got to that point. My house, I think, had like 200 tanks in it at one point under my bed alone. And then in my bathroom, there was like probably 80 to 100 tanks. So I have no idea how much I consumed.
Wow.
Yeah.
And so you're doing this for how long? Like a year?
Yeah, about a year. I was doing it for about a year. 6 months to a year.
And I'm assuming this like completely stops your ability to like make a living or make content or anything?
It truly did. FaceTimes are my biggest thing. People love doing FaceTimes with me. But yeah, I do my OnlyFans. Like I was still doing it, but that was depleting my bank account. And I wasn't tattooing anymore because my hands, they were like this. I couldn't even hold my machine.
But you had a tattoo shop.
Yeah, and I still paid for it.
All right, man. Pretty much Kanye's fucked. No more beats. His hands ain't gonna be able to work. Can't walk. Apparently some neurological stuff, blah, blah. Wow, crazy. All right, Kanye, get off them drugs, man. Milo, no matter what you say about him, I think he's doing the right thing by blowing the whistle on this. Man, when you get to be that rich, anytime you start seeing these entertainers that rich and they don't have to, like, we really don't know Kanye West's health. We're not seeing him on a day-to-day basis anymore. We're not seeing him out and about. We're not seeing him do shows. So essentially, he could be somebody who's just being sedating himself or just hooked up to these machines all day long, and he has the amount of money, he's just running through these like canisters, which is, you know, probably giving him some euphoric high that's giving him a burst of dopamine, but it's fucking him up. That's what kind of happened to Michael Jackson. And which doctor is gonna say no to that? You know what I mean? So listen, I'm praying that, you know, Kanye don't seem like somebody who people could tell him either no or tell him what to do. So I don't know how much this will help, but at least raising some awareness might help other rappers, right? Because some of them guys, we don't want to go through. I felt like the fentanyl awareness rate allowed us to not lose more rappers, and I think didn't we lose? Wasn't Lil Peep? Was it like fentanyl overdose or something like that. You know, fentanyl was like in one of the pills and something like that, which just previously I think people were just copping pills from anywhere and just like all high off these pills. But the awareness at least got people to, maybe you don't get them to stop, but do it a little bit more responsibly, or at least watch out that they're not like suffering the side effects. Because anytime a new drug kind of comes on the market, it feels like there's a couple of people who go super hard, they get clapped out, like they die, right? And then everybody else is like, you know, like it's like drinking lean. Like then a couple of people like almost either die or whatever. I think syrup is syrup lean? I don't know, but a couple of people have died from it, and people then kind of realize, okay, you can't do this, or you got to do this type. Hey, I don't want to get into that type of stuff, but you know, again, we don't want people to either get permanently damaged, or see our greats go out like that. You know what I mean? Like, with all due respect, we love Whitney Houston. Whitney Houston, one of the greatest singers, not even one of the greatest, the greatest singer ever that we've ever had the opportunity to listen to. Yo, she died in a bathtub, bro. Like, that's, you know, obviously there's no great way to die, but you wouldn't want your legends drowning in a bathtub, like just going out bad because they're hooked on a pill or something like that, or they're hooked on some injection or some whatever. So, all right, real quick, and I am gonna grab some water, and I feel like a hypocrite. I'm gonna grab a little bit of liquor too. This wasn't on my list, but if you guys didn't watch, hey, Big Boy, shout out to you, man. Big Boy is doing an amazing job. It feels like Big Boy gets like all of the A-level interviews on the West. Big Boy gets. So if it's the Mustard, if it's Kendrick, if he's gonna do one, he's gonna get. If it's a Schoolboy Q's, even though I do know, I believe Back on Fig had one with Schoolboy Q. Was it Schoolboy Q? I think, or maybe it was just Vince Staples. Anyway, he gets all the big ones, and Black Sam, who's the brother of Nipsey Hussle, just did an interview, a very good interview, graphic, detailing pretty much, you know, the moments that kind of led up to Nipsey's passing and how they found out. And just, you know, this is a really, really amazing interview. And Big Boy, he took the assignment really well, because if you ever listen to him when he's at like his station, he's like Big Boy and they're ringing the bells and all that type of stuff. He knew that this wasn't that. And he asked the right questions. He was quiet enough. He asked great follow questions. And I encourage you guys to watch it. I'm going to play a little bit of it. It's posted to Big Boy TV as 1.2 million views in 5 days. I'm going to go towards the part which is kind of like the end of the interview, where he's essentially talking about the death of Nipsey Hussle, how they found out, and how things weren't unusual, his thoughts about it, but also his thoughts about the killer, which happens to be the guy named Shitty Cuz, or Eric Holder. Okay?
And so they telling me to try to administer CPR on bro.
Okay, all right. This is
you know, we scrambling, trying to get the store open, and we did like a little mini doc, and we made sure the store.
Okay, so from here on, this is about like, it's gonna take us about like 20 minutes or so, but it's a really, really, really in-depth interview. And if you ever wondered what the family has said, by the way, he's pretty much hasn't said anything. Lauren London hasn't said anything. I think the family of Nipsey Hussle has been a class act, even when they've heard that there's footages out there that might depict Nipsey in a non-flattering way. And apparently what they've handled it with class. They've not come out and said nothing crazy. They're not embarrassing his legacy. They're not using his Twitter page like Fulio's people are. They have allowed his legacy and him to be immortalized in culture, you know, and that's why the marathon continues. Still is a brand that's very viable today.
It was filled up with clothes, and we trying to.
This is Black Sam, the brother of Nipsey Hussle, chat.
You know, fold them correctly and make sure it's clean. And
let me get some. I'm grabbing water as well, right?
Finally ready, probably like a week and a half before the grand opening, or maybe like 2 weeks, and we doing our countdown. And Hussle like, yeah, man, I just met this guy at the Starbucks. I was going to get a tea or something, and I seen him, and I'm like, huh? He like, yeah, we about to make the store a smart store. So I'm like, what? I'm like, no, we don't got time for that. I don't even know like you say, I don't know what is the smart store. He's like, no, trust me, bro. So I'm pulling my hair out. I'm mad, like, man, what is this? And so I meet Idris, and he's telling me this, and I'm like, bro, we don't got time. And so we end up, he get it, and he make everything. He go in, and he integrate it with the clothing, and, you know, geofence it. And then so I'm learning things that I had no clue about. And in hindsight, looking now, when that store opened, and it was the first Smart store, and that's why I just like hustle, the genius of hustle, man, and so many different things like that he's done. But it's always, you know, driven from his vision, and he got the right vision. And you know, to this day, people still talk about that Smart store.
Oh yeah, bro.
And just him seeing Idris and seeing him young, black, dope at technology, and wanting to do something with him, and wanting to, you know, have him a part of the store grand opening, and then him also, you know, just being excited to see Idris keep taking it to the next level. You know, that was something that, like I say, man, that really drove hustle.
What made you guys want to like really do business and be a part of the community as well?
I think, you know, instinctively, that's that corner, Crenshaw and Slauson. You know, we used to walk from my mom's house to the bus stop on Crenshaw and Slauson in front of the Shell when we was little, and catch the bus to Watts, school bus. There was a Shell's, the gas station there, and I remember when we found out that the owner was a black man. Fucked us up. We was little. We never thought like a black person could own a gas station. And so he was there and he would fuck with us like, what's up, man? What's up? He was cool. He coached basketball, and he liked
I'm gonna
us.
fast forward it a slight a bit.
How accessible you guys were?
I mean,
so Big Boy asked about the location. Obviously, I'm not too familiar with LA, but we all know that store is at a very accessible location to people who are from all walks of life. And, you know, I guess he's going into asking the question, do you think that kind of played a part, how accessible you guys were, right?
Yes and no. Just every day, we know where we at.
Right.
So we was always, you know, had to be aware and be on point, dealing with all the different things that go on with, you know, being in the hood. But I think I always felt that, you know, God was protecting, and basically we felt like nothing could happen, like, because we've been through too much, so many different crazy circumstances where, you know, we felt like as long as we do the right thing and we keep pushing forward with the positive, niggas can't, like, it's nothing that could happen. So that was the honest thought, you know, and you know, it's hindsight, man. Just you never understand.
Man, I think as a partner, as someone from the outside looking in, right? I remember just what that day felt like when Nip passed. My mom passed on March 31st as well, right? So literally, I went to my mom's grave and I was doing a comedy show probably like the night or two before. And I wanted Nip to record me a drop like, oh, go see Big Boy's comedy show. He didn't get around to it. So literally on the way home, I was like, man, when I get home, I'm gonna call him like, oh, it's successful, and you know, and do what we usually do, bro. And when I got to the house, I remember my man Fuzzy, he had hit me up and he said, man, I'm over here by Marathon. He said, something's going on over here. He said, they got it blocked off. And I was like, man, he said, I'm gonna try to get closer. And when he called me back, he said, man, they're saying something happened with Nip. What was that day like for you, bro? And did you feel any premonitions before we lost Nip?
100%, man. I think, man, we just, it's my cousin's birthday, so I want to say the night before, Nip took us to Wally's, Beverly Hills, me, Pops, and Adam, my cousin Adam, and just had a long talk with bro, you know, not to get into too much detail, but there was a lot of big politics, getting into it with certain people. You know, Hustle had DJ Khaled in the hood. Not to be speaking too much on shit, but we came frontline like we always do. And, you know, niggas gonna know we gonna crash out behind it. We not playing, ain't nobody saying nothing to Khaled, ain't nobody doing nothing to Khaled, and he's straight. And Hustle frontline that. And, you know, we felt like certain people didn't like that. and did the video. Khaled got out of there perfect and smooth, and we appreciated Khaled for showing up and coming to the hood and doing the video, and we knew that this was gonna be one of them videos, man. Hustle brought DJ Khaled to the hood, and had John Legend in the other scene. So we at Wally's, and we just chopping it up about a lot of shit, man. Just making sure that we on point in security, and when we pull up, it's we like, Hustle, when you pull up to the shop, call us. He like, bro, I'm not calling you niggas when I pull up. I'm not calling you niggas when I pull up. And we like arguing and just, but turned into a little bit of that, and then back to the celebrating bro Adam's birthday, and Hustle got us the back room, and family there chopping it, and just us four, and we stayed there forever, man. And when he walked out, we all walked out the back room of Wally's. I think Rivera, one of the guys that filmed the video, just happened to be there. And so he see us walking out, he's like, oh, Hustle, what's up? And he like, man, what's going on? He like, bro, they just sent me the first edit of the video. And so he pulled it up, and he like, man, look at this, bro. You look amazing, bro. You about to do movies after this. Look at this shot. And so Hustle seen it, and Hustle was smiling. Hustle was happy. He seen the shots of the video. He's like, man, he's telling him like, bro, ain't no more small time shit, man. After this, nigga, your shit going out the roof. And so, we was all happy and shook hands with them, and then we left. And that was the last interaction, bro.
And that was the night before?
The night before, Saturday.
And so Sunday, what was that morning like for you, Sam?
Sunday, it's regular Sunday, man. I think we had spots in the hood. So one of the spots we had a little weed spots, 24-hour spot, and I think it was my boy who usually do one of the shifts. I had to cover one of the shifts, and so I was in it. I think I was in it all night, and the morning shift came in, and I ended up leaving. And so my goal was to go to the house and sleep a couple hours, and then go back to the shop and close the shop up for the rest of the night. So I'm at Granny's house, sleep on the floor, and this phone just going crazy, man. It woke me up, and I picked the phone up, and forget who called me, man. I just hear people screaming in the background, and they like, man, bro got shot. So I just immediately just run out the house, and just jet out the door. My grandma was in the living room watching TV, so she seen me run out, didn't close the door, just got in the car. My grandma's on 5th in Slauson, so the shop is maybe like 6 blocks away. So I just ran every light, every stop sign, and get there, and man, it's just going crazy, man. Everybody screaming, and then I just see bro, and I'm just, it's fucked up, but bro still breathing. I think Kev Mack was like talking to him and trying to tell him, breathe, stay with, just breathe, bro. So I'm looking, trying to, we need to figure this shit out. So somebody had the, ambulance on the phone, and everybody screaming. I was just like, man, shut the fuck up, man. It's just like take the phone, and I'm trying to talk to the ambulance. They say they coming, and they telling me, I'm asking them like what do we need to be doing, and so they telling me to try to administer CPR on bro, and asking me, is he breathing? I'm like, yeah, he's still breathing, and just try to do the best that we could, and finally, police came and ambulance came, and they took him, And so I'm just praying, I had faith that bro was gonna be all right. And then I had a lot of people shot in that parking lot. And I done drove multiple people to the hospital, and I'm like, man, if anybody make it, bro gonna make it for sure. And that was the ride to the hospital, man. Just praying, and I was confident bro was gonna be good, man. And just couldn't understand it, man. It's like the Twilight Zone after that. Everything I believed in, or my faith in, shattered. But
did you get word like right then? Did you follow?
Yeah, followed the ambulance, and I think got out, and so I was trying to go to the doctors and ambulance. I think J-Rock. Then one of the ambulance told J-Rock something, and he came to me. I'm like, no, I'm not trying to hear that, man. I'm trying to figure it out and go talk to them, and then go to the doctors. And then my mom and family was there, and then everybody's screaming, and just walked out. Just fucked up. But
when you walked out, you knew then?
Yeah. Yep. Yep. Still can't understand it, honestly. It's Twilight Zone, man. Don't understand. It shook my whole belief in whatever I believed in, and
it's hard watching this interview. It's a lot of pain, even a few years afterwards. It's just a lot of like reliving a moment. You could tell the time hasn't made it much better for him. Probably going over what he could have probably done, said, that could have maybe altered the course of time, that maybe that result didn't happen. So I see it, man. This interview was hard to watch, man.
Man, that's one of those, it's wild too, because we thought we had it like rough that day. Right. But when we started hearing calls, or we started piecing things together, man, and the first thing I thought, you started thinking about family. Of course you pop up, then I'm hearing certain things, and I was like, man, was Jay there? Because I knew we had heard it was a couple people, and I was like, when I called Jay, when he didn't answer, I immediately put him there too.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because I would always see them together. And it's crazy because we never had a chance to talk, but I didn't know that y'all had that much conversation even the night before.
Yep.
About, man, we got to move a little different. We gotta make sure that security's on set, and bro doing his regular routine.
Yep.
Like at home. With that, bro, it's like, not what is the first thing that you do, man, but where's headspace, man? Because it's hard to just not, either throw it all away or give it all up.
Right.
Because we got Nip as friend, music, whatever it may be. Y'all sharing bedrooms. That's like me and my bro.
Right.
At some point, do you feel like any of this is worth it, or were you ready to throw it all away?
Oh no, man. Not 100%. Like crash out, broad daylight, whoever, and we start figuring out who the streets was saying it was, and that's what the whole unit was like. Where's this nigga at? And that was the mind space at that point.
Yeah.
Aside from just dealing with the reality, but it was go time, man. And, you know, they're gonna make sure the kids is good, make sure his kids is good, and make sure we keep going.
Is it as random as what the public thought it was? Like, Nip seen somebody, Eric, and talked, and...
I mean, you know, he already got convicted, so for me, without going into too many details, somebody come to the shop. They know we in the doorway. When Hustle pull up, we in the doorway. You gonna see me with a hoodie on, and I got a pistol on me. You gonna see one of the team members in the hoodie in the doorway with a pistol. That's protocol when Hustle pull up. So it's Sunday. It's busy in there. Why the niggas in there didn't follow the protocol? I wasn't there. Why they didn't follow it? Maybe they was fucking around helping the customer, doing some fucking customer service. This is what I'm thinking, trying to, you know, transition into some legitimate selling clothes. But nobody was in the doorway. And
I feel like we hear that so often. Like it's when somebody usually dies or something. It's like even when they say with Fulio, they say, yo, Fulio usually moves like A. That night, he moved like B. I remember talking to Track. I did an interview sitting right here, and Track said, yo, I'm going to be honest with you. He said, I can't explain to you what happened with Vaughn. He says, every time with Vaughn don't move like that. Vaughn moves with his people in step. Vaughn just hopped out of the vehicle by himself and just beeline to the nigga. We didn't have any idea what's going on. Vaughn, we usually leave one spot and we're headed back to the B&B. Vaughn says, I'm going to the club, doesn't tell nobody. He's like, I've never seen him like that. That's the night he lost his life. That's crazy.
From my understanding, old boy walked up with no shirt on first to check the scene because he know what's going on in that parking lot, and had a conversation. Probably seen nobody was in the doorways. Checked Hustle had on shorts. Checked everybody else. Left. They say came back with a red shirt on. Tiptoed through the alley and went right and started shooting. So to me, that's premeditated. Number one, there's no red shirts in the hood. You can't buy no red shirt. No liquor store sell no red shirt. Number two, when a nigga come through the alley with a red shirt, that's the throw off, or the Bloods did it, or the Inglewood families did it, or the BPS. That's the throw off, red shirt. So for me, he felt he was supposed to do a job, or somebody sent him or whatever, and he was nervous. He was supposed to hit that alley with that red shirt immediately, but he didn't do that. He came in and he wanted to check the scene. He wanted to make sure he wasn't getting into a shootout. And that's my thoughts on it. You understand? So, and can't nobody tell me nothing about that because it just don't make no sense. It's not random, you know. I know Hustle. You know, ain't nobody gonna say nothing crazy to Hustle because they know what come with it. No matter what age you are, niggas ain't saying nothing crazy to Hustle. Wherever you find him at, but on Crenshaw and Slauson, definitely you're not saying nothing crazy. You're gonna come, you're gonna tuck your tail and be humble, and if not, you're getting beat up on the spot. And we done did it a million times. Hustle done did it a million times.
Now, I'm gonna be honest with you. That was the only part of the interview right there that I feel like, if you ever ask me what I think about Nipsey's like demise, I always thought that obviously nobody wanted him to die. But I always thought when everybody celebrated him slapping the nigga at the BT Awards, if that's how you give it up, and I get physical with niggas, there is gonna be that day that a nigga who a little bit tougher than you gonna get physical with you. That's a given. That's a given. So I'm not gonna lie, and again, I understand. We lost somebody who's a great person for the culture, who taught a lot of people, inspired a lot. But when that's where you hang your hat on, saying, "Oh no, niggas know we packed out 1 million niggas." Well, now I look at it and I'm like, oh, this was just 1,000,001 time that it didn't go like that. I'm not trying to, don't crucify me. Don't crucify me. Because here's the thing, when we think about Nipsey, we think about a jealous hater. We're going to get to the Chinks Jugs murder. That's the easiest way for us to classify and kind of come to terms with most of these rappers dying. Yo, you have a jealous hater who's seen you do good. That's even the narrative around the Nipsey thing. There's a jealous hater who sees Nipsey doing good, helping the community. Everybody loves him, but he a street nigga who not loved because he told. He get jealous of Nipsey, he kills Nipsey. But when I don't know the whole situation, but when I hear, oh yeah, man, we done packed out a bunch of niggas out there before. Maybe this nigga wasn't with the pack out. Or maybe he got told, yo, nigga, we'll pack you out. And he'd be like, bet you I won't. I'll be back. Again, one of the things that I've realized, and by the way, his family's a class act. And I think, obviously, we just don't also want to wake up certain shit. And also, I think the way he was laid to rest and the memories we have of Nipsey, we don't even want to think about certain situations. And you're going to hear him talk about it in a second, but if that's the situation, that they've packed out multiple people before, and let's say that dude felt disrespected by Nipsey. Again, I know we all know the streets have zero rules at this point. These make-believe rules don't exist. But it appeared to just be some street shit. That's the thing that I think us as fans and the people who are endearing to Nipsey, we don't want to just admit that maybe he just died on some street shit. I remember watching that video when he slapped that nigga. I said, damn. Oh, Nipsey might think he's untouchable. I'm going to be honest with you. Now, again, I'm not validating, I'm not saying that, whatever, but again, anytime we start talking about the streets, we start talking about this irrational place that people claim there are rules, but there really are no rules. And again, we have a funny way of we'll be like, man, I can't believe what happened to King Von. Well, could you believe what King Von had happened to 7 niggas? the 7 victims that were waiting like this when King Von died, all right, nigga, couldn't catch you on earth, but here I am. We in the gulag now. Do we? I don't think we ever think about it like that, right? It's depending if you're liked, you're instantly a victim, right? And again, obviously, he's a victim, obviously, because he passed away, but we don't know if some of your actions, let me use King Von because people ain't as sensitive to King Von as they are to Nipsey. Let me use the King Von term. Well, is it safe to probably say that the reason why King Von got shot and killed is because he was running around, and not only niggas in the industry, real niggas knew that he was a shooter. He was one of them guys who would kill you. So when he ran to somebody, they said, we ain't gonna fight you, we gonna kill you because you are a killer. It is very possible that because of the reputation that he had led to the result that we got. What you gonna beat up the shooter, the killer? Do you get what I'm saying? That's all. When I'm thinking about this, I'm like, with the Nipsey thing, I think because he was eloquent, he was smart, he was business savvy. We don't think about him as even what Black Sam is saying, which, by the way, I think Black Sam kind of reveals a little bit of the truth.
Because anyway, it just don't make no sense. It's not random, I know hustle. Ain't nobody gonna say nothing crazy to hustle. because they know what come with it, no matter what age you are. Niggas ain't saying nothing crazy to hustle, wherever you find them at. But on Crenshaw and Slauson, definitely you're not saying nothing crazy. You're gonna come, you're gonna tuck your tail and be humble, and if not, you're getting beat up on the spot. And we done did it a million times. Hustle done did it a million times.
And I wonder if there's some self-awareness there. You're gonna tuck your tail or getting beat up on the spot. Now, from what I've heard about the reputation of this guy, his name was Shitty Cuz. The thing on him is that he was a shooter. Now, I don't know about Nipsey, and I don't know about his gang belongings and how he used to give it up. Maybe he used to be a fighter. I don't know. But I don't know if he was a killer. We can't discount it, because obviously we hear about a King Von who was a killer and a great rapper, but maybe he wasn't a killer. So I could imagine if I'm a broke certified killer in the hood and a rich rapper thinks he's gonna get me to bow down and get me to show respect, they gotta kill you. I'm only saying maybe how it went down.
So the fact that he left tell me everything I need to know. It was no argument, it was no sense of threat. Because with that come, like, hey, be on deck. It was none of that. It was just, to me it was, let me come through, let me see what's going on, and then let me, in this broad daylight, man, and it's, it's a lot of unanswered questions, man.
You don't believe he had any dialogue with Nip that day, or did anybody say he said something?
Yeah, no, they had dialogue, but it was in the mix of him coming up, talking to bro, and whatever transpired, it wasn't an aggressive dialogue. It was just maybe small talk, and then maybe people saying Nip brought something up to him. Okay, he may have, but it wasn't to me that don't, whatever the dialogue was.
See, he's struggling to find the words. And by the way, I don't mean to, I did not play this to be critical of Nip nor his brother, but I do want to be fair and give some commentary. He's struggling not to say what I know he wants to say, because what he's trying to say is whatever dialogue they have didn't justify him getting killed. Well, this is the streets. Nothing ever justifies anything. That's the only thing I don't see when people keep talking about the streets and the hoods. Like, what justified? Like, there's no rule book. Like, you can hear it's on the tip of his tongue where he's trying to say, it didn't justify that. No. It's in the streets. Nigga take $5 to you, he might kill you. Right? Somebody, you take $5 from somebody, might kill you. What you gonna say? Oh, nah, it was only $5. Didn't justify it. This is why the streets is irrational. So that's why we should tell the kids, stay out of the streets. That's why I like when Wax says that. Because there isn't nothing that justify people who already don't believe in law and order. There is nothing that justifies you just killing someone in cold blood. So whether Nip called him a snitch, whether Nip fucked his bitch, none of that actually would justify it. But every time we see murders in these vicinities, it's over low IQ disagreements. Yo, why you still DMing my bitch, nigga? I told you that's mine, nigga. What's up, nigga? Oh, you goes left, nigga dead. Nigga shooting. B4, nigga, what you say to my sister, nigga? Yo, you try me, right? Yeah, anyway.
That didn't justify, or that didn't.
Oh, he actually did say it didn't justify. Yeah, I've never heard a street nigga have a legitimate conversation. Like, let's think about all the street deaths. Like, there's never no justification, right? Like, and this is why it's a little bit irrational to me. Well, did PNB Rock refusal to give up his jewelry justify him getting shot? Let's keep going down the list. Who else? Pop Smoke having a party earlier that day and posting an Instagram video, did that justify it? None of this shit is justifiable. You get what I'm saying? The fact is, when you glorify street life, and if you're a street nigga, you're probably doing unjustifiable fuckery that's going to land you in jail or dead. Same with X. Them niggas wanted $50,000 that was in a Louis bag. X said no. Did that just, like, again, you know, all this shit is kind of irrational, right? It's just irrational. Sorry to say. Hold on, let me get some more liquor.
Because it just don't make no sense. It's not random, you know. I know hustle.
Now, before I go run and grab it, that is interesting when he just said that. He said this isn't random. Now, I don't think it's random either, but I don't believe in the conspiracy theory of somebody sending a hit. Now, number one, and this is the thing, if you believe the government had Nipsey killed, come the fuck on, brother. Like, brother, like, yo, it's not like these niggas had Walmart in the hood. Like, these niggas had a small shop, no disrespect. Like, it's not like these niggas was like pulling billions of revenue and changing law. Like, come on, bro. Like, it's not that deep. But you know what I mean? It's just not that deep. The government isn't sending a hit. I'm just sorry, bro. The CIA is just not like, all right, this is the guy we need to get today. No. Okay, so let's get the government, let's get the police off of it. Like, listen, if Ice Cube running around this bitch and them niggas did fuck the police and they didn't call a hit on them over like 20-some years, like, brother, come on. We got to bring the conspiracy theory down a little bit, okay? Now, I'm not saying it's outside the realm of possibility. And actually, I'm more in belief, and maybe I'm even stupid for that because I wasn't around during that time, really, when Biggie died. You know, they always say, like, oh, no, the police with Biggie and Pac. The Pac thing, I literally think was the Southside Crips, 100%. Right? Did he have some money up on it? Maybe. Well, Southside Chris, bro. It's not no fucking police, okay? Now, did the police maybe didn't give a fuck about him dying, so they kind of didn't do the most to really get this investigation closed? Yeah, I agree with that. But the police sending the hit? Nah. Government sending the hit? I mean, Pac was very very influential. Still I say no. The Biggie thing, like, you know, some people have theories on maybe the government wanted to start this coastal. Nah, I'm just not believing it. So who could have been responsible for a possible Nipsey Hussle hit if there was going to be one? And when I hear Black Sam say that, unless he's one of the people who think the CIA, which hey, that's his brother. I would never say nothing negative about his brother, because I know what loss does to a family. You know, I lost my uncle to gun violence, and to this day, my mama blamed a relative because that relative was having a dispute with my uncle. It was actually her sister. They were having a dispute like for a couple of months prior, and apparently during one of the arguments, it was thrown around, "I'll get you killed," but they're sisters and brothers. They lived in the same place, right? And police came later and told us that, hey, listen. It's like a long story. I think I told y'all. Jamaica's just an odd place. So some guys broke into my grandma's house. My uncle, who lived at the house next door, he came over, confronted the gunman. The gun jammed. So they tried to shoot my uncle in the head, gun jam. My uncle beat the nigga to death. And essentially the police came. This is Jamaica, so like, fucking arrest. 2 got away. 1 was caught and was beaten by him. And he was hitting him with a pitchfork. And basically, the guy was near death. The cop instructed, like, it's Jamaica. The cops basically said, finish this nigga off. So the nigga died. Bro, they're not handcuffing him. Like, fuck out of here. Like, yo, let's bring this nigga to the morgue. Like, this is Jamaica, my nigga, right? What ended up happening is that the other 2 dudes, one of them got arrested, I think. One of them. I don't think it was 2 of them. But one of them got arrested, right? When they got arrested, you have to show up to court. Like, you know, but it's Jamaica, like, bro, like, niggas ain't show up to court like YSL Woody, my nigga. Shit just don't happen like that. So essentially, the dude sat in jail for a couple of months. The dude got out of jail. because, again, he would have got a robbery charge, or I don't know if they would have trumped him to murder, I guess, because one of their co-conspirators died. But nobody from my family went to court. We didn't go to court at all. So the two guys who escaped got out. The morning of when my uncle died, he saw the guy walk past the house. One of the guys who, whatever. Now, my uncle not no gangster, nothing, but he sees a guy. Guy sees him. He's just like, all right, fuck it. You're thinking that's the culture of how shit is. You're thinking that's the culture of how shit is. All right, we didn't go to the court on y'all, so y'all have no get back to get. The one guy who died, y'all got to chalk it up. Y'all chalk it up. That nigga who died, y'all fucked up. And we're not going to go to court to keep you thinking like it's like that. Hell nah. That nigga spun in and shot my uncle, bro. So that's really what happened. My mama still don't believe that story. My mama is in disbelief. Like she would, and trust me, my mama created a whole scene at the funeral. Like she not even believing them niggas did it. It's like the whole police force is there telling my mom like, no. My mom was like, nope, not believing it. Then my mom was like, well, if they did do it, they got sent by her. You connect a sibling, a family member grief. They're trying their best to deal when you're grieving to make sense of something. So again, I don't know if that's the same with Black Sam. He might be trying to make sense of it. Damn, why was this shit kind of so odd that day? Why was certain things off? Why did the dude come back twice? Now, okay, so who would send the hit if we're talking about that? I don't know, honestly. I think particularly, they keep mentioning Big U, but I think that's such a hard accusation to make. And by the way, he doesn't make that accusation. Wack's been trying to almost lightly make the accusation. But even then, why the fuck would Big U, supposedly who did business with Nipsey Hussle, is from the same gang as Nipsey Hussle, why the fuck would he do it? So again, I really don't believe it's as big as people think it is. I kind of think, bruh, Nipsey disrespected somebody. This is my opinion. I think he disrespected somebody. That person who, you know, when he did the murder, he ran to a psych hospital. The nigga's off meds already. You disrespecting a guy who's supposedly a killer, a guy who's mentally unstable, and you expect him to come with a carefully calculated plot? No. Instinctively and instinctually, he went and grabbed a gun and said, yo, I'm going to teach this nigga a lesson. And now, did he want to kill him? Well, actually, he clearly did because he stood over him and shot him multiple times. But still, I think it's that deep. I just don't think like this is mad like things to be put into it. You know what I'm saying? You're saying Wax said he was trying to extort Nipsey? Bro, but here's the thing. Let me ask y'all this. This is, and fuck with Wax. I fuck with Wax so heavy. But also, let's be honest. If we're saying hit, we need now to be very clear. You're saying a hit. So this guy didn't have money for a proper lawyer. Basically got damn near life in prison. You don't think if the police had barely or even half credible information, you don't think this guy would tell on Big U? This is what I be saying to y'all. Everybody snitched but the guy who you really think got paid for a hit. Nigga, if you got paid for a hit, you're the first nigga to snitch. No, like why wouldn't he tell? Like, here's my thing. We're talking about all of the snitches in hip hop who basically never killed nobody and they're still telling. Why would the guy who did the murder not tell if he did it on behalf of somebody else? And then they could verify. Okay, how did you get paid? When did you communicate? Blah, 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 blah. Let's check everything. That's only where my confusion lies when y'all say somebody, like, just think about it. Bruh, people are snitching when they had, in the Fulio's case, the mom is snitching on her son because her son took her car to the murder. At worst, she could have kept quiet and faced an accessory to murder charge. At worst. But she don't want shit. So we're talking about people who are telling who don't have a murder. Why the fuck would the murderer not tell on the person who paid him, especially if that could get them maybe 10 years shaved off their sentence? Oh, this is LA, nigga? Man, stop it. That's where I don't believe y'all. I believe if that nigga was paid off, he would snitch in a heartbeat. Bro, the nigga got cut in his face multiple times in jail. You know, right? Eric Holder, or is that name? He got cut in his face. Bruh, this is how they're doing him. Nigga, I would have been in court raising my hand. Hey, Your Honor, I just want to say this. I got paid for this shit. And I don't know why all the gang members in jail is acting like the leader didn't pay me. Stop fucking me up. Stop lacking my eye. Stop cutting and stabbing me. I just did a job. Bro, what are y'all talking about? So you're saying he's just so real. He took life, gets his ass whipped, and they're trying to kill him, and he won't snitch on the guy who put the hit out. Really, nigga? Really? Yeah, keep beating my ass, but I won't tell y'all the guy who really set this up. What? He didn't get paid, nigga. I don't care if he got paid or not. I'm telling you the guy whose idea it was. It wasn't my idea at all. All right, anyway, let me grab some more liquor chat.
You know, transition into some legitimate, just selling clothes. But nobody was in the doorway. And from my understanding, old boy walked up with no shirt on first to check the scene because he know what's going on in that parking lot, and had a conversation. Probably seen nobody was in the doorways. Checked Hustle had on shorts. Checked everybody else. Left. They say came back with a red shirt on. Tiptoed through the alley and went right and started shooting. So to me, that's premeditated. Number one, there's no red shirts in the hood. You can't buy no red shirt. No liquor store sell no red shirt. Number two, when a nigga come through the alley with a red shirt, that's the throw off, or the Bloods did it, or the Inglewood families did it, or the BPS. That's the throw off, red shirt. So for me, he felt he was supposed to do a job, or somebody sent him or whatever, and he was nervous. He was supposed to hit that alley with that red.
Or possibly he was just trying to get away, right? Because the guy's supposed he's a Crip. He's a rolling 60 Crip. Hey, if you want him to look for other people, even though, by the way, I don't think he had a mask on, but I think he did shoot other people. So he didn't want no witnesses, but.
Red shirt immediately, but he didn't do that. He came in and he wanted to check the scene. He wanted to make sure he wasn't getting into a shootout. And that's my thoughts on it. You understand? So, and can't nobody tell me nothing about that because it just don't make no sense. It's not random.
That's what I was saying about the irrational. It's no use to argue with a relative of someone who passed. They've already sunk in. That's part of dealing with it to move on. They've sunk into a belief, and I respect it. I do respect it.
And you know, I know Hustle. You know, ain't nobody gonna say nothing crazy to Hustle, cause they know what come with it. No matter what age you are, niggas ain't saying nothing crazy to Hustle, wherever you find him at. But on Crenshaw and Slauson, definitely you're not saying nothing crazy. You gonna come, you gonna tuck your tail and be humble, and if not, you getting beat up on the spot. And we done did it a million times. Hustle done did it a million times. So the fact that he left tell me everything I need to know. It was no argument. You know, it was no sense of threat. Because with that come, like, hey, be on deck. It was none of that. It was just, you know, to me it was, let me come through, let me see what's going on, and then let me, you know, in this broad daylight, man, and it's, you know, it's a lot of unanswered questions, man.
You don't believe he had any dialogue with Nip that day, or did anybody say he said something?
Yeah, no, they had dialogue, but it was in the mix of him coming up, talking to bro, and you know, whatever transpired, it wasn't an aggressive dialogue. It was just maybe small talk, and then maybe people saying Nip brought something up to him. Okay, he may have, but it wasn't. To me, that don't. Whatever the dialogue was, that didn't didn't justify, or that didn't turn into that. You know what I'm saying? He came there for a reason, and Meg got the reverses. I mean, he got the charges reversed because Hustle asked him something about it and humbled him real quick, but
that also told me. I know how how he's internalized it. Yeah, if I'm a hood nigga and this is my hood all the time, I don't believe that Nipsey lived in that particular neighborhood still. And if I gotta be around here and you're the big rapper who drives up in your big luxury vehicles with your chains on, and you're now at the store that's in the area that I gotta be at, whether or not I'm allowed at the store, and you're gonna embarrass me, I gotta still be here. You don't gotta be here. So yeah, you might think that's not a big deal, but to me it's a big deal.
Maybe small talk, and then maybe people saying Nip brought something up to him. Okay, he may have, but it wasn't. To me, that don't. Whatever the dialogue was, that didn't justify, or that didn't turn into that. You know what I'm saying? He came there for a reason, and Meg got the reverses. I mean, he got the charges reversed because Hustle asked him something about it and humbled him real quick. But I think it's gonna come to the light.
Did you know Eric Holder before?
Yeah, we probably seen him a couple times when he was younger. You know, he hadn't been in the hood like that. They're saying he had some like a snitch jacket on him, or he couldn't come around. Me personally, Hustle, Fats, like we seen a lot of the homies raised because we at that shop 7 days a week. Mm-hmm. You know, before it was the Marathon store, when it was Slauson T, Slauson Ave, we had weed spots all in the hood. So we seen a lot of the young homies raised, from kids to teenagers to adults. We watched them. They know us. We know them. Anything we throw in the parking lot, if you from that area, if you from the 60s, if you from the 30s to the 100s, when Hustle throw something in that parking lot, you coming. From whatever it is. You in the hood, you smoking weed, you coming to our spots. He was never at any functions. He was never at any grand openings. He was never at anything Hustle was doing. He was never at any shows. It's because he wasn't good in the hood. So all this other shit niggas is talking about, I don't know it. He wasn't good, you know. He wasn't good, and he was not good, and he was not around for a reason, you know. And to that point, we didn't see him.
So he's kind of corroborating that snitching angle.
Hey Sam, why was it important to you and to the family to make sure that LA had a chance?
Okay, all right. Yes, so that's kind of the crux of the whole thing.
To plan it, and there's no way to handle it. So, didn't, but that was the only time in my mind. I'm like, okay, this is why niggas. This is when a nigga can't deal with this shit. Like, there's no way to fix this. This is.
Yeah. Rest in peace, Nipsey Hussle. All right. Let me see. We still ain't get to impressive chat. 4 hours and 30 minutes in. We haven't gotten to the Drake section yet. I canceled my obligation. I'm telling you what we got still lined up. You might be able to get Ray Daniels on here. I gotta check my messages. We're actually about to do famous decks now. We got Erica Mena Safari, Blueface sentence, 4 years. Chinks drugs murderer being sentenced. Young Miami, we're gonna talk about Lebebe. Michael Rubin, Quando Rondo pleads guilty. Then Rowdy Rebel and LA. Then all we have is drink topics for the rest of the stream, unless we could do something else. But I think about that time, we're at 4:30 now. That'll be about 2.5 hours right there. So we'll be pushing about 7 hours. So we'll see how we feel then. Any other topics that I'm missing? Anything breaking today? Because I know sometimes when we're doing catch-up topics, sometimes we miss topics that's going on today. I'll check TMZ real quick. By the way, how y'all feeling? Y'all feeling good? Okay, let me see what's going on here. Holy. Charlemagne the God says Praz Lauren Hill this was pure garbage. Okay. Rob Schneider. All right, there's not much going on here. Usher postponed tour. Bianca Sansori. Oh, shit. At least it's not like see-through joint. All right, cool. Ain't nothing too crazy going on. All right, man. So let's. Okay. Really quickly, let's see what we can get into. Oh, I do have another topic. We'll do this before we get to. We'll do this topic before we get to famous decks. Here we go. Can I find it? Ooh, hold on. Give me 1 second. Yeah, I haven't done a 6-hour stream in a minute, man. I miss doing these joints. Okay. Are we going to get to this shit or no? Fuck. All right. I know I salute. All right. I got it somewhere. Oh, yeah, here it is. Okay. So, chat, a little quick update on what's going on this week. We're going to talk. Let me just add this to the list, too. Damn, chat, we just keep getting topics. So we'll talk about Lotto in a little bit. However, the sales predictions for this week has come out. I know some of y'all are wondering, and we'll talk about this in the Drake section of the stream when we get there. But of albums coming out this week, Lotto, Sugar, Honey, Ice-T is on pace to sell 27K first week. Kanye West's album with Ty Dolla $ign called Vultures 2 sold 107,000 records, which was kind of impressive because there was projections about like 80 something, but looked like they did some either bundling or something, got it up to 107. However, we got to give credit to Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift ended Kanye's streak of, I can't remember how many albums, like 8 albums of being number one. So even like the gospel albums he dropped were number one. However, Vultures 2 debuted at number 2 with 107,000, so he still sold over 100,000, but clearly it wasn't a number one. Guess who was number one? Big Taylor. Big Taylor dropped in with I think it was like 167 or something like that, or 137. That was her, I believe, 10th week? Look at it. Let's see. Taylor Swift week. Okay. She did her, okay. Yeah, I forgot how many weeks she did. Let me just go to the latest. Sorry. All right, I can't find it quickly, but I think it's over 10 weeks. Like, we haven't seen anyone in hip hop even do that for a while. I believe the last time any album in hip hop did over 10 weeks as number one was Drake. I believe Drake Scorpion. So Drake Scorpion did 10 weeks at number one. None of his albums since then has done 10 weeks. Taylor Swift, though, she's just on fire. Oh, okay. This is for the 15th week. So she did 14 week last week, and she's about to be number one for the 15th week, which is crazy, right? So Taylor Swift just showing that she's head and shoulders above anyone in the game. And of course, it goes to show you that right now hip hop is still in a kind of interesting but not yet completely abysmal place. Regardless, this week of new debuts, we're having Lotto, who, as I just said, is about to sell 27,000 copies first week. This comes after last week, the high debuts where we had Mustard, who sold 18, and Ice Spice, who sold 20. So the female rappers, they're not really doing over 50. Lotto, Ice Spice, and yeah. And the male artists aren't really doing that either. Now, I say all that to say, because we're not focused on them yet. By the way, congratulations to Kanye and Ty Dolla $ign. 100 damn near 131 copies in the first 2 weeks. We all know he's completely independent. His sales, I think we should times it by 4. You know what I mean? It just shows that Kanye still has a crazy fan base. He's dropping this with zero fucking promo. They're not spending $1 on marketing. This is literally like just uploading to YouTube, nigga, and just watching the numbers. Like, that's all they're doing. And, you know, it's still, for what it's worth, it's still good. And by the way, even in the second week, it's about an outsell lotto. Regardless of that, what's not yet projected, because I hear it's going to be in the 25,000 range. This is what I've been told currently. But that could change up or down drastically as we go on, because today's Wednesday. Tomorrow's the reporting period is going to end, which is Thursday. Polo G, Hood Poet. He dropped an album, and that album is going to do about it's going to do about 25,000. Now, if you look at Polo G's discography, and by the way, when he talked to me, he kind of almost preemptively put a couple things in the air that was just like, not really caring that much about numbers. And usually that's what rappers do when they're basically telling you this shit might not look good, right? And I actually don't mind that. I respect that, because I know too many artists who get scared of dropping because their numbers won't look good. So we know what they do. They pull back on the album. They try to release some singles, try to do an EP, and they're not putting out their best songs to those projects, but they're hoping they catch steam somehow to drop the album. Like, bro, just drop the album, keep powering through it. Like, you have to have like real faith in yourself that you could be mad hot, flop, and come back again and be mad hot. Okay, now if we look at his last album, Hall of Fame, which came out in 2021, which, by the way, interestingly enough, we're realizing it took him 3 years, and he spoke about it on an interview he did with me, that, he shouldn't have taken 3 years to drop. He kind of also admits he's maybe not the drop every year type of guy, but, he probably felt like he should have dropped last year, and he did push the album back from last year. And let's see, what was the first week? Commercial performance, he did 143,000 equivalent units. Wow. Now, granted, that had a bunch of songs that worked. It had Rap Star. It had No Return, Epidemic. Did it have I thought 300 Goals on this, or maybe that was from before. But Painting Pictures was the intro. Like, yeah, a lot of people enjoyed this project. This project actually worked well, not only on radio, it worked well in lasting a long time on the charts. But he did 131 first week. Now, or 143 first week with that album. So that's 3 years ago. He kind of should have dropped something, didn't really drop. And remember, I told you this is an interesting time. This is a changing of the guards. I told you about this, chat. Lil TJ, A Boogie, Roddy Ricch. I'm putting Polo G now in this mix as well. All of these artists, if we go back 2-3 years ago, like, these are guys that you would say, hey, nothing below 70, 75,000 records. But really quickly, time has either changed, and it's a couple of combinations. Some of these artists have gotten an ego, so they think they're bigger than the program, or they had some hits back then. They thought people were always going to check for them. That happened not to be the case. Some of them thought they were entitled to, certain type of treatment by either the industry, media platforms, DSPs. That's turned out not to be the case. So if you look at it, you get A Boogie, who I would think is pretty much up there with leading that pack, him and Polo G. Both of them, I think, sold or are going to sell under 50,000 records first week after they just sold over 100 and something. So it's what we're witnessing is a changing of the guards. Now, I'm going to extrapolate and bring in another artist as well, and I'll just use the artist I see on my list. I think what Lil Durk does next is going to be important. So, for example, Lil Durk has been preaching a lot of positivity. Now, I'm gonna be honest with you, as much positivity, and I know he dropped The Voice, and that album it did well for him. Remember, he did over 100,000, and I said big dog status. We do have to realize that Durk mixed the message of still talking crazy and greasy with a little bit of inspirational, also has some songs for the girls. Really good mix. If Durk is full Muslim now and he's all about peace and not about still spinning on ops, like, I think his audience still like when he spins on ops. You could have those commercial songs, right? Like, all my life. You could have that, But what really drives that rabid fan base as you get towards that shit is that they want you to talk crazy. Now, granted, I think he's outgrown wanting to talk crazy to niggas in Chicago. Like, he don't want to be like, yo, I don't think he want to do a shoulda ducked song again. I don't think he want to clown, FBG Cash by going for going by the mural and then he gets killed. He did that with computers, something. I don't think he want to do those records again, but people still want to hear that Dirk sound like one of them guys in the trenches. So we're going to see what his next sales look like. Does he go from 100? Does he keep it consistent? I think these days it's so hard. We're not in the album era no more. At least for those guys. Actually, for anybody. But, if you're a Drake, J. Cole, Kendrick caliber, of course, you still could drop albums and people want an entire body of project from you. But some of these guys, I don't know if necessarily people care that much about their projects if they don't have a hit. And I think that might be Polo's issue coming into this project. You have to have the big hit. You need the rap star. You need that. That's going to bolster what you got going on because that's going to keep bringing interest to make the album sell. So we're going to see if Dirk stays at 100 or does he dip. Let's see. We'll put G Herbo in this conversation. Rod Wave. I think Rod Wave is different, but does Rod Wave, he's consistently sold over 100. To me, Rod Wave is a frequent 100 seller. His music is a little bit different because I think his music is so just about emotions and stuff like that. People usually have way more latitude for music like that. So I don't think maybe necessarily he needs, I don't think he's going to go from 100 to like 40. I don't see that happening. By the way, also here's the thing too. Rod Wave is a tourer. That dude went on a elaborate tour that was doing arenas. And if those people are still interested in his music, he'll sell at least 70,000 records. Roddy Rich, we're going to have to see what Roddy does. This is show approved time. Roddy has to come with a joint. Like, hey, put him on the clock or whatever you want to call it. Roddy needs to come with a ballin'. Roddy needs to come with a box. He needs to come with a Die Young. He needs that record in the next 9 months. You get that, you do some features, you do a rollout and come with a banger. You feel what I'm saying? This is if he wants to touch that 100 range anymore. Fabio, I don't think Fabio's not in that 100 range or hasn't been. We'll talk about Baby in a little bit. Lil TJ, I think Lil TJ is in the same boat as Roddy, and I'm going to also put A Boogie in the same boat as well. These guys need to come, they need to find the single. Find the single that everybody wants to play. For Lil TJ, he might need a, said he called my phone. Like, he needs one of those again. I'm sorry, okay? Moneybagg Yo, he's never been a guy who sold 100,000 for me, so I won't even mention that. Okay, cool. Anyway, I say all that to say, and, I don't want to shit on somebody, especially Polo. He's never been, like, mad braggadocious with sales, so I won't be like, nah, nigga, you flopped, even though, hey, them numbers ain't look good. I'm going to be honest with you. Or what's projected right now do not look good, sir. Anyway, leave it up to the fans. And the fans of Polo G has came up with, and I've never seen this before, so I got to give them credit. The fans on the Reddit for Polo G has came up with a fan agenda guideline. It's a Hood Poet update, but it's a guideline on how fans should deal with what is going on and how they should deal with conversation relating to Polo G. Check this out. It says the new Polo G agenda. It says, with Polo G doing awful numbers, we need to find new ways of moving when we mention Polo online. Here are the guidelines and suggestions. From now on, Polo is the most underrated rapper. He makes great music, great quality for his niche. Kind of like Key Glock, which, by the way, I think artistically he's supposed to be bigger, way bigger than Key Glock. But damn, okay, cool. Shout out to Key Glock too. He's a good artist. It says, number 2, do not enter any type of discussion that got to do with sales. If you do, just say the sales prove he's underrated. Okay, I like the angle. Number 3, compare him to his peers in 2020, such as Lil Baby, Lil TJ, and the Baby, and highlight how he has better production, lyricism, and discography than them. Number 4, do not compare him to bigger artists like Cardi and Uzi and Travis and Drake, basically the big dogs. If anybody does, let them know Polo G isn't on that level yet, and you're basically setting them up. Number 5, Hood Poet. It's a good album, right under the GOAT and DAL. Even when you don't believe it, say it. Hood Poet will have whole lot of red effect. And if we praise it, the goalpost for good Polo G music has moved from he was good in 2019 to his 2019 to 2021 run was insane. It will happen with Hood Poet as well. Number 6, highlight his improvements in production. Over time, Hood Poet has quality production and is one of the best produced trap albums this year. I'm going to be honest with you. This was impressive by the fans. Okay? This is an amazing way how to cope. This is an amazing way how to try to shift the narratives. Number one, I will say, though, for you Polo fans, let me tell you what you're doing wrong. Every fan base does this. They don't do it in front of the world that you help give fodder to clown your artist. Bad. Nicki fans do this. You'll never see it. Okay? They got little group chats where everybody's damn near sworn to secrecy and probably donated some blood and gave a blood sacrifice to be up in there. Okay? So they do that. They do shit like this. They have talking points. They have orchestrated ways of trying to boost sales, or they do streaming parties and buy records and share credit card numbers. Yeah, they do all that shit. What they don't do is do it in front of the whole fucking world. Okay? That's what you have to realize. Y'all have now created more reason for people to try to make fun and mock Polo G. Okay? Do I think Polo G's an underrated rapper? I do. I always thought that, and this is going to sound crazy, hopefully it doesn't, I thought Polo G's sales were always bigger than the cultural conversation that I thought he got. I don't think people put him in the conversations of the guys that were doing damn near 150 when he did do 150, which that was odd. You know, because it's like they didn't really acknowledge that, yo, this is how big of an artist he is. Which when it comes to this, you're like, hey, maybe he just had a song that was ridiculously huge at the time, which Rap Star was, I believe, a #1 song, right? He says, don't enter any type of discussion that has to do with sales. I want to see how this works out for fans. Because fans are the main ones, including me, who likes using sales. You see the thing with sales is some type of objective metric than just saying, my artist makes better music than yours, right? Sales is like, what sales mean, it's conversion, or not conversion, but consumption. And we do need some objectivity when we're talking about all of these things, right? So to not be able to use sales, I wonder how you guys are going to just say, oh, he's a good rapper, right? We will see. By the way, Bozo sent a donation in. What do you say? He said his fans is moving like the OVOs. Stop playing, bro. And making excuses for Drake past 8 songs flopping. Hey, y'all want me to get to the Drake section next? We could. But this is going to be a long section. We ain't get there yet, okay? SP, by the way, said, hey, can we add stream in the sales conversation? I mean, streams are involved in this conversation. They are. Yeah. So when you look at sales on any chart, they're going to have something called SEA. That's stream equivalent album units, right? So they take the amount of stream, they do these calculations where depending on what platform or depending on if it's paid or not paid or a free, or it's called a freemium tier, they'd use a math formula to create what those streams would mean in terms of not only revenue, but also in terms of album sales. So yes, when you see album sales now, more than likely, it's not actual sales, it's streams. You get what I'm saying? It's just that, like, maybe it would make y'all feel better if we be like, yo, Polo G did 70 million streams first week. Or we could just convert it to his album sales. You get what I'm saying? Anyway. Hood Poet's a good album. I'm going to be honest with you. You know, all things considered, I listened to the project and I liked it. What I do think Polo G, and this is where I'm coming in with my opinion, I think Polo G has to work through this period. He has a lot of personal drama going on that's distracting. The good thing about his music back in the days that we didn't know nothing about him but the music. Now his family and his life story is kind of being incorporated. Now, here's what I interviewed him, and I wonder if he's going to do this. You see, when the public gets a hold of your personal life as a musician, they despise you afterwards for not acknowledging it in your music. So if you've been rapping about things that they can't easily identify, and now they find out about your life, they want you to express your life. You're a musician, you're an artist. What am I saying? I'm saying that Polo G has to start rapping about some of these things that maybe you wouldn't talk about in an interview. Like, for example, I asked him about his brother on the interview. He said, so next question, I don't want to talk about that. I asked him about his family, and he's like, yo, whatever. By the way, yo, he said some crazy shit. Not crazy shit, but like, I asked him, I said, yo, like, I asked him about him having a gun in the hotel. And I was like, maybe, do you ever think maybe you should move a little smarter? And he said, nah. Like, nah. Yeah, that was crazy to me. Yo, I said, yo, you think there's like anything you could do different? Like how you move? Have you changed up how you move? Like ever since then, bro, you got caught with a gun. You know, we're not talking about the case, but you got arrested for this charge. Like, have you changed up how you move? Right? Nah. That shit was crazy. Y'all ain't see that? Oh, y'all ain't watch the interview, man. Y'all fake as a motherfucker, man. Look at y'all. How y'all chat niggas ain't watch all the chat nigga shit? Here we go. Look, I'm gonna show you.
Yeah.
You know, most of these streams are like, it's like improv. I said that to somebody. It's like,
Oh, we're talking about Kai.
You big on TikTok? Or like your label A&R, like rappers, at least at this point. Like I feel like rap is at like a very conversation, and that like you're not like left behind when clearly the culture is still always. You know, you gotta do a dance for you in a Dirk song. The moves, and you just think that's the toughest thing to do because, well, like you're my
crazy shit to me. Like, why she pick me though? Like, out of everybody to
shit,
pick,
you hot. That's
like what you on though? Like, cause shit, I don't know. I mean, I feel where you coming from though, for sure. As far as like saying that you wouldn't want to. I don't really want to argue or get into it with no.
And you know, as you're telling me, you're saying, nah, that's not what I'm on. The life or death situation. You know, a lot of people don't know you.
I ain't gonna lie, my family different. They got.
Oh yeah, I was asking about the family.
Sister was my tour manager. My mama was my actual manager. I probably had my little brother playing hype man for me at certain shows. Like, that's just the type of person I am. I want to see all my peoples winning and doing good and being with me if I'm doing something good. So like, you know, it'll inspire them.
Yes.
He got to rap about some of the shit he's going through. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. But I did want to show you this moment where I explained the gun charge he caught. I'm like, do you think you should move different? He's like, nah.
That you my son. Fuck what you talking about. You know what I mean? Is that easy to do all the time though?
No, we all on the same accord though. Like, but
so and so rapper was kind of like all we talked about. Now, not as much. How do you make sure you stay in that? Not saying chasing.
Oh, I forgot I got timestamps. Holy, hold on. I do got timestamps somewhere.
Where my timestamps at?
Unless y'all got timestamps. It's a part I asked about the gun shit. I said, bro, you got caught with a gun, and hold on. I'm looking for it. What the hell? Oh no, I picked the wrong thing. Sorry. Where the fuck? Oh, here we go. All right, here we go. I think it's 56. Does any of y'all got that? 56, maybe is
that they done took Polo G out of the hood, but they ain't take the hood out of Polo G. Basically saying that some of your habits and behaviors of not only you, but people around you don't reflect like somebody who's up tens of millions of dollars. Why somebody say 24 minutes? Maybe it is 24. Security, he got to have. Oh, yeah. People, like, he has to have a team around him that, you know, of course, you probably are in well, not necessarily like inferior life, but like in New York City. Mm-hmm. Obviously. Okay. There we go. Have you changed how you moved? Like, or move around? Like, you know, one of the things was that you got caught with a weapon in New York City. Mm-hmm. Obviously, open in case you don't got to speak on that, but what I thought, I was like, man, this guy's one of the biggest artists out. Mm-hmm. He got to be moving with security. He got to have people in, like he has to have a team around him that, you know, of course, you probably are in not necessarily like inferior life, but like you got to make sure you're safe. But has that changed how you move even with your team?
I don't really know what to. Like, how to
no, I mean, like, just situations like that. You know what I mean? Like, have you changed how you and your team either move in terms of security or anything else? I don't know why I was looking for an answer like, yo, yeah, I ain't gonna comment too much about that, but like, nah, we making sure we moving good, this and third, you know what I mean? You know, niggas like, that was federal? That was federal? All right, I don't know why I expected to hear a different answer. All right, maybe that was federal. Nah, he answered questions. He's a little bit socially awkward. And I get it. And I think socially awkward just in interviews. He doesn't do interviews like that. And he has a lot of pending cases or a lot of pending situations that he would never want to be saying some shit. Like, these are real life things for him. So I kind of understand it. This is one of those interviews I feel like I was trying to do a lot to try to, you know, elicit, some substance out of. But anyway, listen, Polo G fans, listen to me clearly, okay? Polo G dropped this album. If you listen to the interview he did with me, he basically said that he's not going to be taking such long break again. He's back on still producing music. He wants to keep his foot on the ball. He wants to keep doing shit that, you know, even if, you know, maybe some of y'all are disappointed by his sales, he's going to bring that hype, that type of movement back again, because he's going to drop music more frequently. And he believes that is the thing that's the cure to all of this, right? He says he's never been a numbers guy like that. He's more focused on just satisfying his fans and putting out music. And if y'all are his fans, hey, maybe I can't jump in the sales conversations right now, but you could just hope he gives you more music. And also, this is a good time to judge his hunger, because nothing inspires an artist more. Like, I ain't gonna lie to you. Like, and we're gonna get to Le Bebe. Ever since I've been clowning Le Bebe, man, that nigga been hungry. That nigga been hungrier than motherfucking DJ Khaled when he opened his fridge. Y'all seen that video when it was all cakes? Listen, he had been hungry. And when someone's hungry, like, eventually their efforts will they'll start seeing some good results. And this is a good time to see how hungry this dude is, because he's probably rich as fuck. He probably don't need to do nothing. But you get to see how much does he want it? How much does he really want to, you know, be on top of the charts again, right? Because he knows his fans going to have to sit there and defend him. You know? He knows his fans going to have to sit there and defend him. And, you know, I was about to say some Drake shit, but I shouldn't say it. I'll leave it for the Drake part. Actually, no, I might just spin into Drake after this. But yeah, it's all about being hungry. You know what I mean? It's funny how y'all talk about act glazing. It's funny. So I had a conversation with Drake not too long ago, and you know, most of the conversation I just privilege I can't share with you. But Drake said something to me, and you know, trying to relate it to a fan or somebody who likes an artist. But you know, I remember during the Pusha T thing, me and him, when we chopped it up, and he was kind of explaining like his why he didn't respond, he was very, very aware that, you know, and I think I even told him, I'm like, yo, bro, like, we fans of, and I think it's the same with basketball as it is to rap. Like, if you're a LeBron fan versus you're a KD fan or a Kawhi fan, like, you're not those guys, but their accomplishments gives you and arms you with tools to argue with other people for them, right? Like, I remember being either in high school or college, and you're just arguing. You like a player, and you're arguing with their stats, and you're arguing with these things, and I think that was the reason why Drake even gave me the explanation back then for the Pusha T thing. But when it came time to, he told me this was recent. He said, I think we're talking about journalism in a whole. And the conversation I was having with him was just like, yo, I'm going to be honest with you. It's crazy. Like, I'm the number one guy in media, and I feel like I'm almost slightly powerless for the very first time ever. Because I like you as a musician. I like your music, right? But anything I say positive about you, they flip. And it turns out they're like, yo, they make it negative, right? And I'm like, that's not even my intent. But they've figured out a way, and obviously there's a certain group of people who have done this, to flip me against Drake, right? Like, if I say something, they just take it and they'll be like, it's this. Look, his biggest fan, Axe, said this. And I remember saying to him, I said, well, here's the thing. And by the way, again, I talk to him about a bunch of shit all the time. Not most of the things I won't say. But this, I think, is, who cares? I think I've kind of said this publicly too. I was just like, it puts me in an interesting spot, right? Because, like, for example, say like DJ Head, right? Like, he's unapologetically going to get his come up by just being Team Kendrick, right? He doesn't need to have any ounce of unbiasedness. He doesn't ever need to really potentially talk about what Drake got going on, unless he's, let me not say hating, but like just being, you know, kind of doing it from a Kendrick fan or a Kendrick like associate perspective. But no matter what people have said about me, I got my come up by covering everybody, right? Yes, Drake's been my favorite rapper. Yes, I talked to him. But it's not like Drake just said, here's a career. And I'm like, all right, I'm down with the OVO team for life. Like, that's not the case. Like, I had to work to get here. I had to work my ass off to get here, that he even had to acknowledge me, right? So even now, like, yeah, like, I like the guy's music. And of course, I think a lot of times, like for whatever reason, and I think Kendrick did this brilliantly with how he did in the battle, there's a lot of shit that just makes Drake just look kind of crazy, right? And I'm going to be honest with you, a lot of times, sometimes I'm like, you know, because I'm in media, I'm like trying to correct it. I'm like, yo, well, here's the truth about this. No, Drake doesn't have a child, right? Like, these things aren't true. These things are fucking fake. However, you know, people then look at me a certain way. And I guess I say that to say, I was just like, media is interesting coming from the guy sits at the top of rap media. When I say, and I even said it to him, this is on autopilot right now of how people are going to disseminate. They're going to make up stories, false narratives, and it's going to be a lot of hate on you and shit. Normally, like I've said this to mad rappers. This is why, listen, Lil Baby said something about me, which, by the way, I do think I go in a different mode when people is negative against me. I think me and Lil Baby about to be friends soon. Don't ask me how. But this is time I'm like, I ain't gonna lie, I feel kind of powerless, right? Anyway, Drake says this, and I think this was probably the utmost compliment. He says, hey, listen, I watch you all the time. I've heard you say things very positive, but also you've given really harsh criticisms that I may have had a rebuttal to. With the, you know, and he compared it in a way that I always want that relationship to be. I never want him to give me a call or never want him to hit me like how he would probably hit LeBron. Like, he's going to hit LeBron like, bro, you're tatted on my chest, my nigga. The fuck are you doing? But if I say something positive about Kendrick, or if I'm vibing out to Euphoria, I like Euphoria, right? Drake has zero right to be like, yo, what's up with you? Are you switching? No, he can't do that, right? But he did say something, and I think this is the basis of like that artist-media relationship. He said, knowing that you're a huge fan of mine, and you're also the very best person when it comes to media, you are doing the best job possible of being fair. And that was being fair, in obviously in terms of like, calling shit. Like, clearly sometimes y'all gonna think I'm Drake glazing, but he's like, based on what I provided, anything you say, like, for example, like even when I was ranking the beef or whatever, he's like, dude, I can't say nothing about your opinion because based on what I gave, you came up with that opinion. It's okay. I get it. And I was like, all right, that's kind of like very valid. I respect it. That's like him. To me, that's him understanding that I'm not PR for him necessarily, but I do have I am privy to certain information that nobody else in the media is, right? It's kind of like when Stephen A. Smith was covering Allen Iverson, and him and AI they're cool. And he knows a lot about AI, but if AI has a bad game, or if AI did the whole practice rant, bro, he's gonna say like, bro, AI, you got to get this shit together, bro. Like, what's going on with you, right? So anyway, I don't know if that made sense to you guys, because like these days I feel like I'm just running into a mountain of people wanting me to kick Drake's back in, right? So it puts me in a weird place. When I do legitimately have criticisms of him, I'm like, damn, if I say it, will that be seen in a vacuum? Like, oh no, Ak is like, yeah, Ak like these 10 things, he didn't like these 4 things, or he didn't like these 5 things. Or is that the only thing that will get highlighted, right? Let's highlight Ak saying and there is a campaign going on with this. By the way, 300,000. That's what I heard the number was. $300,000 spent. Digital campaign. Y'all know which side this is from. They watch my stream. Anything positive about Drake, delete. Anything I say criticizing him, they clip and they pay certain blogs or certain people to post. Which is like, now I'm like, wait, so now I can't criticize Drake? That used to be my favorite thing, because I'm a fan and I expect greatness and I expect the best. So I like criticizing Drake. But then now it's like, well, if you criticize Drake, it's like you're helping these guys. I'm like, yo, this is like politics now. It's like you got to choose which team you're on. And for me, shit, I make money with both of y'all niggas. Who cares? Anyway. Okay, no. All right, I said that to say, let's get into the LeBron thing a bit. I guess we're going into the Drake topics. Let me see what right before we do that, we still do have Famous Dex losing his teeth, Erica Mena Safari, Rowdy Rebel LA, Young Miami, La Bebe, Chinks Drugs Murder, Sentence Lotto, Blueface getting sentenced to. All right, cool. And Quando Rondos. All right. Let's get to Drake. So, I think you guys could probably tell by now, Drake and LeBron, like, some shit is going on there, right? Clearly, this relationship between Drake and LeBron, I particularly believe, this is just me thinking, that I don't think that LeBron, it's interesting between athletes and basketball players, right? A lot of times the basketball players want to be the athletes, and the athletes want to be like almost seen or playing a merit sport like a basketball. You get what I'm saying? They want to be an athlete. I don't personally believe that LeBron James has ever seen the relationship with him and Drake as an equal. And I think if you guys know any relationship that is unequal, you will always find out in the most inopportune time. Not only that, I think as well, me personally, Drake is a love bomber. This is just me personally. I don't have no inside information. This is just me thinking out loud. And the reason why I say that, I think Drake meets these industry guys, and bro, he called all them their brothers. He said, oh, it's my brother, it's the best. It's J. Cole, the guy who I love. Like he talks about these guys like, bruh, like these niggas were going to drill for him. You get what I'm saying? And I think that Drake either, I thought this was more of like performative for maybe the fans or how it looked, and it was a kind of networking. But I've kind of realized that I think Drake believed it. I mean, you got a tattoo of LeBron. Anytime I seen LeBron with him, it always looked like big brother, little brother. It never looked like two equals that are probably greats in their respective field. So it always looked a little uneven. And I think for Drake, he didn't look at it like that. I think he looked at it like, oh, that's my brother, right? I think when we look at Drake in Future, I thought that was a little bit odd. You know what I mean? It looked like, for me, it looked like Future tolerated Drake. It didn't look like Future was just locked in with him like, yo, we twins. Like, the way Future would talk about Metro, I never heard Future talk about Drake like that. So, again, whether maybe Drake was hyping up these relationships to be those things, or these niggas just never looked at him like that, who knows? But regardless, regardless, which, by the way, why are they saying that Eminem and Slim Shady reacted that Drake and LeBron moment? This is true?
Look, man, did you text me after Awfully Hot Coffee Pot or not?
Yeah, I did.
And what did I tell you?
Oh, Eminem. Oh, shit. See?
You said like I could never like let you down.
Well, I fucking lied to your bitch ass.
Oh, shit. Shout out to him.
Drake texts you and like, am I letting you down?
Yeah, what did I tell you?
What did you say to him?
You said that I can never let you down.
Hey. Yeah. So essentially, let me hear.
So Drizzy dropped 100 gigs with 3 songs, most notable Blue, Green, Red, which led to these cryptic Instagram stories. The first story being the color blue, which came from this movie scene with Nas.
That's you. That's for me, baby. Just make sure you rise above all this madness out here. Mind elevation, man. Fuck that petty shit.
Drake's clearly talking about loyalty here and giving flowers to those still fucking with him. This is the next story, which may symbolize more gigs are coming. And green is the next color, but blue has to finish uploading before moving on. Next up, Chubbs is wearing a green hoodie, which represents nature. But if we zoom out, at the bottom of the CD, it reads loyalty is priceless. Referring back to blue needs to finish uploading before he can move on, which may be the collab project with Party Next Door coming this fall. This is where things get a little interesting. So red is the only color they posted twice, which means there's a real emphasis on this, and Drake coming for heads. Posting Zlatan, who called out LeBron to stay out of politics, and recently LeBron has been supporting Kendrick post-beef. Honestly, I'm not sure what this means. We'll have to dig a little deeper. And the last story is just Kendrick post-beef. Honestly, I'm for heads. Posting Zlatan.
Who the hell is Zlatan? Who the fuck is that? Spell that name Zlatan? Or Zlatan? No, Zlatan LeBron?
Zlatan Ibrahimovic. Yeah. Son, Zlatan came to LA. This is the most fire story. Zlatan Ibrahimovic, like all-time confidence human being, comes to LA and he takes an article out in the LA Times. And it goes, LA, you're welcome. Zlatan is here, or something like that. Whole page article. Fire. Right? He gets sent a jersey from LeBron James.
Yeah.
Signs it, sends it back to LeBron James.
That's fire.
Is that not?
When did he tell Drake to stay out of it? Zlatan stick. He belittled. Wait, here we go. Do what you're good at. Stay out of politics. Wow. Is it this?
2.5 years out from Laura Ingraham telling LeBron James to just shut up and dribble. Well, that's what we as athletes, particularly athletes of color, have done for generations without seeing any real change in our communities. While the people of color, black and brown skins, continue to be weaponized against us. What we've done in response, and what LeBron so well articulated, is that we'll continue to dribble, but we won't shut up. We'll kneel, we'll march, we'll protest. See it, spark, and Littles in his...
Okay, all right. I thought it was in the video. All right, he criticized LeBron James and others on their activism in what they call politics. He speaks in an interview in Sweden. The outspoken striker said that he admired LeBron James' talent and said it's a mistake when athletes step out of their lane and get involved socially and politically. Okay, that's a shot to LeBron then. Yeah, if Drake put up this, if Drake put this up, yeah. If Drake put this up, yeah, it's a shot to LeBron.
Who called out LeBron to stay out of politics. And recently, LeBron has been supporting Kendrick post-beef. Honestly, I'm not sure what this means. We'll have to dig a little deeper. And the last story is just a crate, and this can mean a lot of things. From calling out the industry for being fake, his own documentary, or that Drake is actually living the Truman Show.
Yeah, he had posted... This is when niggas definitely knew it was beef. The USA won the championship. I believe LeBron was the MVP. And of course, Drake says... Congrats to my brothers, Jason Tatum, Steph Curry, and KD. And apparently, Chubbs puts up D-Book. Yeah. Now, granted, I'm going to be honest with you. Whatever issues I think they have are probably going to be smoothed over. And LeBron had posted like Drake shoes or something like that. He had posted Drake shoes with like an infinity sign. And a lot of people thought he was trying to like send a message to Drake like, yo, listen. So this is Drake's like OVO collab with Nike. LeBron James posted it, and then there's an infinity sign there, and it says "Love you forever." That's actually on the shoe. And then I guess he puts this infinity thing here. So maybe Bron is trying to creep back. You know what I mean? And I don't think this is as political as my personal opinion is that LeBron isn't that cool of friends with Drake to not be able to see the forest from the trees. Let me explain. I think LeBron fucks with Drake. He probably was low-key rooting for Drake during this battle. But he's not the guy who is just like, yo, Not Like Us drops, I can't dance to it. He probably just think it's a fire moment. He's thinking it's like, imagine that playoff series where he does the 3-1 comeback versus the Warriors. I think that's what he's thinking it. Now, this is what I was saying about Drake with these friends that he has. Your friends are going to see the forest from the trees. Yo, fuck the rap battle. He's calling my man's a pedophile. He's calling my man's something that we know niggas get their heads knocked off for. I'm not on that. I'm not jacking that, period. I think that Drake and KD really locked in like that. And by the way, I think that's also a thing. I think LeBron and Drake are, ironically, the two leaders of their own different sport or genre of entertainment. And they could relate on a level where the scrutiny, the pressure, the perks, the pros, the cons that come along with being number one, the being compared to somebody else from a different generation being the best, the expectations and all of that, these things are just unprecedented, and unless you're in that position, you could never understand being at the top, being there for so long. I think that's where more the friendship is at. Now, granted, I'm pretty sure he's been around LeBron's wife and LeBron's family and shit like that. But are they just genuine friends that they would call each other all day? No. You know who gives that vibe to me? KD. KD seems like he's genuinely Drake's friend. Kevin Durant seems like he's genuinely Drake's friend. Now, I could be wrong with that too. But it feels like the synergy among Drake and LeBron were more that they were both in the same spot, except Drake took it as, yo, at least from what Drake probably knows, yo, you fuck with me more than you fuck with that guy. And that might even be the case, but put it like this. If I was on Drake's payroll, like, real talk, if I was on Drake's payroll, or let's say me and Drake, like Drake is my mans who I'm riding with. Yo, if I'm up in a club and I hear Not Like Us, we gotta slap the DJ. We gotta do something. Like, this is preposterous. No. Like, if I'm Tony Yayo, like, yo, and I hear you dissing 50 on yo, shit finna get critical in here. Now, if I fuck with 50, and he's like my industry mans, and yeah, when we see each other, we dap up, we talk about some shit, like, and we pop some bottles, like shit, we probably both went on vacation Turks one time, seeing each other, you know, like we call each other from time to time, because he could only understand the position I'm in, and I'm the one who could understand the position he's in. Nigga, I might not dance to the song. Like, that's what I was thinking, that was the worst part. So, here we go with this. Drake might have to take some accountability for tattooing that nigga's face on his chest or on his arm. Because you gotta be, you gotta either be a bad judge of character, or y'all ever had a girl tattoo your name? I've had several girls I've begged not to. Because I know what that symbolizes. Like, we locked in for some other shit. And usually with them hoes, I was not locked in at all. And also, I was trying to tell them, with by saying don't get the tattoo, by you getting that tattoo doesn't elicit any more loyalty or me wanting to fuck with you. So that's what I'm trying to say. Like, yo, if Drake thinks he's friends with this guy must have not, again, we could have industry friends, bro. There's a lot of industry friends, bro. If you must think your friendship is at a higher level than that person thought their friendship was. And I believe that LeBron believes he could vibe out to a song dissing you as a song you dissing somebody else. And that's not a friend, that's a fan. Let's be very clear. LeBron think he me. I'm a fan. I would never tell you I think I'm friends with Drake. Hell no. Drake thought LeBron's a friend when really LeBron looking at shit like he me. All right, of course I fuck with Drake. I don't think none of this was him essentially saying he don't fuck with Drake. Now, here's the thing too, and I'll give you this last point. There is a part that makes me feel, I don't know. LeBron James may have felt a little way over the time about Drake. Now, y'all gonna have to understand my train of thought with this one. Only one person could see both sides, right? There is no other LeBron. The person who every time they expect you to drop a classic, Drake, or they expect you to win a ring, LeBron. They expect you to be the best, LeBron. They expect you to be the best, Drake. They expect you to take on all challengers, Drake. They expect you to take on all challengers, LeBron. They expect you not to team up. They expect you to actually catch all fades. They don't give you the same criticism. They don't give other people the same criticism. Kawhi, a KD, no respect to KD, but a Kawhi, a KD, they don't give the same criticism as they give you. They don't give the same criticism. Yo, you don't do an interview. You've done more interviews than J. Cole and Kendrick combined. They don't give them niggas. So you get special rules, both of y'all, so y'all could understand each other. That's my thought that this friendship was based on. Okay. I believe that there is, and I never want to use the word jealousy because it sounds preposterous that there could be anybody who, both of these guys are damn near billionaires, could be jealous of each other. But I'm going to be honest, man. And maybe this jealousy works both ways. I don't know. I think that maybe LeBron is a little bit jealous of, all right, yo, he's like me, but look at the lifestyle he's living. The jet, the women, out partying every time. I don't know. That, and I'm not saying jealous like you want that person to fail, but it's just like, you're watching how this guy's moving, and you're like, you know how you have to move. LeBron is a family man, committed for how many, 20 years? Y'all both in the same position, but that nigga look like he having a whole lot of fun. It's a little bit different, and not that that's bad either way. Maybe you were waiting for that nigga to take a L, if you get what I'm saying. No, you see the word jealous is not the appropriate word. But like you were waiting for that nigga to take a L. You get what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. That's my third option. I don't know. Somebody says, you're not like Kobe to us, huh? Somebody said this is a stretch. That could be a stretch. It could be a stretch. What this told me, though, this posting told me that LeBron was basically saying, bro, it ain't that fucking deep. We still locked in. Get out of your feelings. And the mere fact he posted this on social media, I think he was almost trying to send a message to Drake. Smoke signal. Drake, get out your fucking feelings. I'm not like pro Kendrick. I was just pro the moment. I'm a hip hop fan more than anything, and you're still my mans, but Kendrick is my mans, and I am living in LA. I think that's what King James was saying, and I think on Drake's side, he was saying, nigga, I got you tatted on my chest or tatted on my arm. Nigga, I done hung with your family. I done did A, B, C, and D. I did your shoulder shop. I done showed you so much motherfucking love that my nigga, why would you even be showing up on the other side unless you wanted me to lose? Why would you be showing? Why would somebody who we're in the time of people using associations against them? Why would you at that moment? Like, let's put it in some layman's terms. You think, I don't know, like, say if some hater just came at LeBron. This is different because basketball. If Draymond showed up there, if someone was there trying to just kill LeBron's legacy or his bid for being the GOAT, and Draymond is showing up there like, oh, shit. Oh, everybody would say, damn, Draymond seems like he's really good friends with this nigga. And Draymond is even hanging out with these guys. I think we got to stop acting like this nigga's that dense, right? You're saying sounding petty, but You have to think about, like, keep in mind, and this is why I said before, both of these guys are the only people who could understand each other's position. LeBron knows when the world wants to crucify him. When, ironically, you hear either Michael Jordan or some older player pop out and say that LeBron could never be the GOAT because he's 4-6 in finals. You know that kicks his back in. Or they come out and co-sign some shit. Whether it's Vince Carter, Tracy McGrady, any of them. That doesn't help him. So if he was calling if he tattooed one of these guys and said, "You're my guy," like, come on, this is kind of easy. Come on. Am I tripping? I'm reaching? Y'all really think I'm reaching on that? So to wrap up at least this part, at least the LeBron part, I think LeBron was saying, hey, bro, we still locked in. And this tells me that LeBron is more of a fan of hip hop than he is a friend to Drake. And that's okay. That's why I kind of blame this on Drake. Like, my nigga. Like, bruv. Like, I know them girls who've got my name tatted when I told no. And when I told them no and they got my name tatted, when they were surprised that we weren't hanging out, and they were like, "But I got your name tatted." That was you. And I tried to give you the smoke signals to tell you that it was not like that. No pun intended. And clearly, I think LeBron is like, we're not friends like that. Now, if I'm completely wrong with that theory, and they were really friends like that, now I don't know what really constitutes friends when it comes to when it constitutes friends to like an industry level like that, but are they talking every day? Are they texting every day? Are they hanging out pretty frequently? Do they know some secrets about each other? You know, have they helped each other in ways that is integral to either their family life or like some career shit? Yo, could Bronny pick up the phone and call Drake? Does Bronny call Drake Unc? Does Adonis call LeBron Unc? Like, you know, one of those. Yeah, if that's the case, LeBron dead wrong. But LeBron is just telling me, nigga, I'm a fan of hip hop, nigga. Fuck out of here. That's kind of what he's trying to tell me right here. Anyway. Anything but the norm. Thank you. She says, I understand the LeBron thing. He plays for the Lakers. What could he do? That's not true. I hate that response because was Anthony Davis there? You're a basketball player. You're the greatest basketball player of all time, not the greatest hip hop fan of all time. You don't need to be there. You could be at home and you could be turning up with your wife like, oh shit, he's killing Drake, where there's no cameras. Put it like this, man. Niggas know to rap about LeBron. LeBron know what should be on camera and what should not be on camera. Go ask around, because when he get ready to get busy, nigga, all cameras get cut, nigga. Stop playing. That nigga knows what he's doing. You're the biggest athlete in the world. You want it to be seen. Facts. Like, stop acting like this nigga just, oh no, he's just playing for the Lakers. He's doing what he got to do. No, he wanted to be seen. The nigga, I'm telling you, LeBron moves like a politician. Let me tell you this. When you circling around this industry shit, this is why, like, bro, you'll hear things about LeBron. You will say it's a lie. You know why? Because it'll maybe comes out, it'll all be word of mouth. Because there's no fucking proof. They go through extreme measures. So when LeBron doesn't want to be seen, and I'm not insinuating nothing, I'm not saying he's doing no wrongdoing, but when he don't want to be seen, he ain't seen. So don't tell me he's showing up on behalf of the Lakers. The Lakers ain't had nothing to do with this fuck shit. This shit wasn't even in Crypto Arena. So again, I'm just saying, this is why it's kind of confusing. All right. Okay. All right. So the Drake LeBron beef continues. Let me ask y'all a question. If Drake knew some secrets about LeBron, since y'all claiming, oh no, whatever, would it be some fuck shit if he let it out? It would be, right? This is why you should say about fucking beef. That's what I'm saying. Now, by the way, I have zero idea that he knows any secrets about LeBron. But let one of my friends that I know some secrets about pop up when a nigga's call me a PDF. What? Nigga, what? Nigga, I know it ain't you. Nigga, I know it ain't you with the ball spot that wet the bed. Nigga, I know it ain't you. I know you ain't over there. Not you that wet the bed. Not you. Not you that just paid $100,000 to rob. These I'm making that up. But you get what I'm saying? Like that's how I am. I know that ain't what's the name over there. I know that ain't what's the name on the Ozempic over there. Yo, if I'm Drake, I'm gonna be like, yo, I know that ain't that nigga over there who been taking steroids from that doctor in France. Nah, I'm playing. Nah, I made it up. Nigga, yeah, you better stay out of my beef. Stay out of my beef. We friends, stay out of my beef. You feel what I'm saying? Stay the fuck out of my beef, okay? I'm not gonna show me your beef. I'm gonna just act like I'm... I won't get in your beef, you don't get in my beef, okay? Chubbs took a shot? Uh-oh. Oh, no, he did just posted other people. All right. Chubbs drew a line. He says, oh, no, this was Chubbs. Well, what did Drake say? Oh, Drake posted them individually. Oh, no. Oh, Drake reposted. What the fuck? Oh, he reposted Steph Curry. Yeah, you know how it goes. All right. Listen, at the end of the day, these two are billionaires. Let's not make too much of it. If Drake could forgive Meek Mill for saying he got a ghostwriter, him and LeBron are going to be doing a shop episode in probably 3 months. It's not that big of a deal. Okay. What else have they said? Now, everybody's saying, Drake might not be Drake no more. They're saying that Drake might be flopping. Drake, what's it called? 100 gigs? Okay. So, I am watching the numbers of the 100 gig thing. Now, granted, we all do know that he dropped a website called 100 gigs. The 3 songs that's on this EP, even though it's a 3-song EP, it shouldn't even be, it's like a pack. You know, it's kind of like when you do, technically it's considered EP, but EP I usually for like 6-7 records or at least 5 records, but whatever. People are wondering what the sales on this are going to be. Now, me personally, I don't care technically on how these are going to do first week. Now, granted, a 3-track EP could make the Billboard 200. And by the way, I think it is going to make the Billboard 200. Probably low. If you ask me, I think it's probably going to do 10K. But most importantly for me, if I'm going to try to put a gauge on, is Drake losing even a step on a dominance level, it's going to be kind of where these songs end up. Where do they end up on Billboard? Now, yes, and I understand there's some Drake fans. Listen, I know y'all, every fan group is programmed with the defense mechanism. Like, yo, well, this was out like a week before, this and third. Now, that is true too. I don't expect these to be a top 10 song. I expect Drake to have a top 20 song, which I believe should be It's Up. And then I believe these other songs should be at least in the top 60. Now, I'm going to be honest, and I'll do some predictions, and I'll, I try to, I'm trying to be fair here. If only It's Up, which by the way, there's some streaming data on it already. If this is the only one that make the charts, we might have some issues. Okay? Now, granted, I should probably look at the Billboard charts now, see if any album, I don't think there's any big album that probably has 20 songs on the fucking charts right now. Let's see. What the fuck? Sorry. Pause on this. Okay. Yeah, we could look at the charts. Now, let me see. Billboard Hot 100. Damn, Shabuzi is holding it down, man. Pour a bottle of whiskey. Yeah, this song has lasted 17 weeks. Not Like Us. It's at number 3. 14 weeks on the charts. That's good as well. It looks like Billie Eilish. We have Billie Eilish, but and does Taylor Swift has no song by Taylor? Not in the top 10. We have a Morgan Wallen, Charlie XCX. Here we go. Marshmallow. Like that song in the top 20. Okay. Yeah, I'm expecting Drake to have one in the top 20. Right? We heard it before. I don't think he still hasn't really done the official drop. I know they appeared on DSPs, but these are like, we have to realize the new SoundCloud drops from him. He's in a $400 million deal, bro. He's going to have to put it on DSPs. And I'm going to treat those slightly a bit different than Drake saying, yo, Friday, I got some shit coming. You get what I'm saying? I am going to treat it a little bit different. I'm not copying no pleas for him because I do think he's that popular. You should make the charts. That's a fact. You should make the charts, right? So for me, if we have one top 20 song and the other two, I think say around 60, 70, as long as they make the charts, okay. We're still in good. We're still decent. If only one make the charts, that's a problem. Big problem. Very big problem. Now it tells me Drake needs to focus up. This is you playing the game like this and you going like this. Yes. But yeah, some of these songs are gonna get knocked out. Yeah, he should definitely make the charts for those 3 of these songs. Yeah. Now, I looked on Spotify. Here we are. So if we look on Rap Caviar, he has the number 1 slotted song. So it's not like, the DSPs are supporting him. The DSPs are supporting him. There is no promo behind this, but shout out to my man Carl Cherry from Spotify. He's lived up to his word because I asked him, I said, imagine if Drake was just independent and just dropped. This is kind of the equivalent, right? They didn't tell nobody. They literally uploaded it with 3 hours of notice. There is no promo plan for it. There is no, Spotify. No. Spotify heard it on a different platform, which they usually penalize people. But still, they said it's Drake. Let's put it at number 1. So he has a number 1 placement on Rap Caviar for what that's still worth. I'm not sure what on average that those sales give. They probably have all 3 of them on here, don't they? Yes, they have Housekeeping with Lotto. And, okay, they only have 2. Okay. All right. They can't put every song by him on here. All right, yeah. So I think it should work. Let me look at the streams at least on Spotify has been looking. Not the strongest, I'm going to be honest. 5 million. Yeah, even the 5 million, I think Drake does better than that. On an announced one. Definitely still will chart. But even the Lotto one is actually the lowest. And they have it's the lowest. It's only 2 million. Now, granted, 2 million is a lot of fucking streams, but, we're talking about Drake, right? It's not the best streams, I'm going to be honest. But these were supposed to be freebie songs. They're now up on streaming. It feels like a different climate. Do y'all remember when The Weeknd 4-track EP? The Weeknd dropped a 4-track EP back in the day. Do y'all remember this? There's a 4-track EP. Let's find it. What was it called? Extended plays. Was it After Hours? It might have been this. I think it was. Was it this? No, it's not this. No. It's My Dear Melancholy, right? It's like 4 tracks. Or 6 tracks. It was 6 tracks and it had 7, which was just a acapella of Calling Out My Name. So it was 6 tracks. And I'm going to be honest with you, for 6 tracks, the EP moved 169 fucking thousand copies. That shit was bananas. What the fuck? that was pretty much the epitome of like just dominance, right? Like the motherfucking Weeknd dropped 6 tracks and did it did so 6 tracks and did 168. So if we're thinking about Drake, now granted, it felt like Drake dropped these songs a week before. So yeah, that's gonna matter a bit. But if the Weeknd does 170 or 169 on 6 tracks, I know it's a different time in streaming. If we do half of that, 160 would be 80. They were out a week. I think Drake should do 20, man. I think he should at least do 20. I'm going to be honest with you. I do think he should do 20. But I'm thinking dominant Drake, right? So I want to be very clear and very honest, right? Now, I don't know what, and this is just genuinely, right? I just don't know about Drake's focus at this time. I don't know if he's like, oh, I'm doing this for the numbers, or he just might be like, yo, I'm just throwing out some shit. And I don't know if he's doing this like, yo, I'm trying to see if it sticks. Pause, right? Like, he might be just trying to find that song. Like, I was thinking about coming off of that whole battle with the Pusha T thing. You know why the Pusha T thing didn't sting as much? Bro, he immediately had God's Plan. So the nigga had God's Plan already. The nigga had what else? He had Sicko Mode, right? That came out that year. Mob Ties. Yeah, he had so many hits that quickly, even if people said he lost to Pusha T, like, we didn't feel the ramifications or the after effect. I think we're waiting on the next Drake slap, right? And it's borderline that, but I don't know if it's like undeniable that. And I don't know if Drake is just dropping this because he's like, nah, this is going to be it. Or he's like, yo, let me just give y'all some shit to hold y'all over until I hit you with the real shit, right? Because I do believe, if I'm Drake, my best song that I have in my catalog, I don't care who's on it, I'll pay the nigga to get off it. Like say you have a feature on it. And you need to drop that now. You need to drop the shit. It don't have to be number 1, but it has to be the shit that we're all playing for the next 2 to 3 months. And I don't know the release strategy. That's one thing me and Drake we don't talk about. I don't think it's fair if he talks about that with me as well. The reason why I don't think it's fair is because somehow through and through, I'm probably going to hint to it, and I don't want to ruin or step on what he got going on. He's the artist. He has the vision. Let him rock out, and let me be the journalist and the media personality and the fan that could do the critique, right? So I'm waiting for the slap, right? Yo, this finna be in every club. It's up and it's cool. And by the way, I know some people might be like, yo, it's not fair for you to compare this with Drake, because when was this announced? It was dropped on the 18th, and by the way, this was 2018. Everything was going crazy then. When was the okay, on March 3rd, Travis Scott teased the project by The Weeknd on Twitter, referring it to as scary and comparing it to when he first heard music. Later that month, The Weeknd suggested that he was in the finishing stage of completing the project. Okay, so people were expecting the project too. Just followed 7 months, okay, and then the 28th. So pretty much a month of promo, pretty much. Not really promo, but like The Weeknd cryptic type promo. Yeah, but I remember seeing this. $170K for an EP was fucking donkulous. SP, what's up, brother? He said, did Drake get a little complacent and this beef with K-Dot made him hungry to make good music again? Post views, to me, got lazy. He's definitely hungry, bro. He's definitely hungry. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think Drake is probably gonna give us more content continuing. This is just I know nothing from his side. This is me. I believe I believe Drake is aware of the moment that some people believe that. You ever hear this term that they use in basketball? Oh, the window of opportunity is closing, which usually means your stars are getting older, or people's contracts are about to be up, and if y'all don't win now, you won't have the best team to win later. I think Drake probably has seen how his peers has moved. They are moving as if he's not as potent as he once was. They are moving as if Drake doesn't have the power that he once was. They're absolutely moving like that. And I could sense him just being hungry, but I'm gonna be honest with you, like, and every time I've talked to him, he seems hella confident. I ain't gonna lie, like super duper confident. Not like about that, just like, bro, like he's not. This don't look like a nigga who's like kind of shaking in the boots. Like this nigga's like dumb confident. You get what I'm saying? How much did Scary Hours 2 do? Now, you see, that's also different when I'm like comparing Scary Hours 2 by Drake to this, because he had announced it. Like he did his radio show. You know what I think? I don't think like an interview or nothing right now for Drake. But I think Drake got to get back on that radio show, dog. Got to get back on that radio show. He got to if I was him, I would premiere these songs on the radio show instead of premiering them through the 100 gigs. Also, if the 100 gigs came out, I would hope there is, like, if I'm Drake, I drop a documentary or something right now, bro. Yeah, this had 3 songs. What's Next, which was, I believe, number 1. No, Once and These were number 1. And What's Next and Lemon Pepper Freestyle. How much did it do? Wait. Did it do over 100? Oh, I don't think. Oh, yeah. Never mind. Yeah. So I think you need more than 3 songs. I think it's 4 songs for Billboard to count as album. How many songs for Billboard to count on Billboard 200? I think you need 4 songs, bro. Because Scary Hours 2 was not it didn't chart. All we saw, it got 1, 2, 3, right? Which all singles, it was the first time they were charted 1, 2, 3. But yeah, it didn't get the first week sales. Scary Hours, I think it needs 4 songs. I'm almost certain. So maybe Drake was smart as well. Like, yo, let me stay off the first week. So most likely it won't be a first week conversation for Drake then. We're going to have to add up track equivalent units, which is TEA. So track equivalent units or track equivalent album units. We're going to have to track that up to kind of get a gauge of what his first week is. That's going to be incredibly hard, and nobody's going to go by that number because Billboard won't publish it, right? So what's only going to matter is the Billboard Hot 100 placements because it's 3 tracks. I'm almost certain Scary Hours, Scary Hours 2 did not chart. Look, Scary Hours 2 not chart. I think it's because it's 3 tracks. Oh, see? It was eligible for 125 million streams first week in the US. It would have debuted number 1, but it's not eligible to chart. It wasn't eligible to chart. Yeah. Yeah, I think it wasn't eligible to chart. Yeah, chart data says it too. So I think you need 4 songs. You need 4 songs. So, and by the way, I do think Drake is that smart, right? Like, okay, I'm not doing mad promo on it. These songs are a week old. If I drop 4 songs and I have a week, if I sell 10K, like niggas is on my ass, right? Like niggas would be on that nigga's ass, pause, if he only sold 10K. Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't eligible. I know that for sure. Yeah, it was 3 songs, wasn't eligible, and he's dropping 3 songs again. So all we're gonna see is Billboard placement, and I think it's a decent look for him if he could have all 3 chart, have one in the top 20, 1 song in the top 20, all 3 chart. Okay. All right. So that's the whole topic about Drake and, what he got going on. Speaking of which, though, did y'all hear this?
You because so the business relationships come out of it is good vibes, but like when you
By the way, this is Michael Rubin doing an interview on the Breakfast Club.
see stuff online like Drake was there this year and everybody was like, oh, they weren't allowed to play Not Like Us. Like, does that stuff bother you? And was that even true?
It was true. And look, for me, I'm always, I just don't think, Drake's my friend for a long time. I'm not going to invite him and then have, he's obviously going through, he's going through a little bit of battle right now. I'm not going to have him come there and
be in battle mode.
Yo, this is the craziest thing. I don't think nobody has ever spoken for Drake. This is why I think Drake he has to speak and take the narrative back in his hand. Because honestly, anytime anybody speaks, including me, it's either seen bad or we're saying the wrong thing, right? Like, what Drake needs is a friend, right? Who literally says, yo, we're just not rocking with that song right now. The way he's saying it is like, oh, we're protecting Drake. We don't want him to feel hurt. Like, he might have felt like upset, so we didn't play the song. No! Like, that doesn't really make him look good. That makes it look like he's sensitive. Like, you want to kind of say, like, yo, bro, Drake's my mans, yo. We're not rocking with nothing that's dissing Drake. Nothing. Like, you got to take the onus on yourself, right? Not make it seem like you're protecting this male and his fragile ego, right? That makes him look like, oh, shit, damn, it's really getting to him. Even though this is still a way better friend than motherfucking LeBron.
I just didn't think it was appropriate. So I just sent a note. I said, hey, let's not play, anyone's music that's feuding with anyone that's there. I mean, look, you got.
But that was a you decision. It wasn't like Drake was like, don't play
that was a me decision. I just thought it was the appropriate thing. I will tell you, the day before we had a small barbecue for a few hours that was supposed to be 30 people, turned into 200 people and went for about 10 hours the night before. That was the pregame to the white party. And when they turned the music on, just like in my house, like they put Rap Caviar, and Not Like Us came on. It was like in the middle of Not Like Us. I'm like, get that off, get that off.
Drake was there?
He was pulling up soon.
Oh,
yeah.
So you had it on your playlist?
No, it wasn't on my playlist.
It was Rap Caviar.
Don't do that to him.
I see you trying to throw me under the bus like that.
Did you see the memes of your pictures with Drake, or you and Drake, and everybody was like, Drake looks so sad?
By the way, he had a great time. Look, if there's one thing someone just said something to me on social media, you got to be built for social media. You got to be tough. You got to take shit from people. I actually.
Do you, so the business relationships.
Now, here's the funny part. I did
come out of it. It's good.
I heard through the grapevines, obviously not from him directly, but I heard through the grapevines. I heard Drake showed up to that motherfucking, what do you call it again? I heard Drake showed up to the white party, because I was even saying, why the fuck you going to go into the white party? The white party's a colonizer party. That's the colonizer. He's right there. In reality, I heard that Drake showed up there. All that bullshit about niggas got limited amount of tickets. I heard they gave Drake about 20 tickets. He showed up with all his goons, and he was in there looking to see what's popping with anybody who had static. That's what I heard. I don't know if this is true or not, but I heard Drake at Chubbs, Preem, at everybody just in their medicine. These niggas would never get, they invite stars, right? Like, they said they gave Drake 20 tickets, because they wanted him there badly. The nigga came through and had his goons in there checking everybody's temperature. I don't think there was nobody staticky there with him. And yeah, that's just what it was. Which, shit, huh? Hey, I mean, if I was him, I would do that too. You know what I mean? Which, obviously, shit, he might have to do that a little bit because I think Drake looking around like, who is my friend right now? He might have to do the pop out with 20 niggas. Like, yo, what's poppin'? What's going on here? What's going on here? What y'all doing? Certified what, nigga? What you say? Yeah. Yo, I hate that everything I say that y'all think might look good to this nigga, y'all think I'm lying. I didn't even hear this from Drake, my nigga. I didn't hear this from Drake. I heard this from multiple people that Drake popped out to the white party. Yo, I don't know if you've watched this guy's interview. He literally says the white party, they have a tight invite list. I heard Drake brought 20 niggas there. Why did he bring 20 niggas there? I heard he was there making sure everything was cool. You know what I mean? Like, all right, bro. Y'all ain't gonna believe me on shit, man. Yo, just think about it. All right, let's go back to the white party parties, pictures if we can. Bro, you don't see nobody's lackeys. Like, no disrespect to the OVO niggas. You don't see nobody's, like, not main niggas there, bro. Like, you leave your security and everything at the wherever you need to leave it at, bro. Where is it at? Is it here? Oh, no. Man, where's the... Is it this? The fuck is this? Okay. I don't know all these niggas. I know Preem back here. I don't know. Where the other Drake pictures at? I can't find them, bro. Michael Rubin, White Party, 2024 pictures. Who these hoes? Yo, how does chick face look like that? No, this is crazy. Hold on, what the fuck? Bro, y'all chicks gotta stop getting these goofy ass lip surgeries, bro. Like, bro, y'all got to stop this. Y'all gotta stop this goofy shit, bro. Like, this shit is beyond goofy now, bro. Y'all gotta stop getting these lip fillers and shit like that, bro. Bruh, you look like the Joker, my nigga. Yo, who is this? Bro, this shit look horrible. All right, I can't find it. Oh, no, I don't think I can find them shits. Yeah, it's the same pictures. I wonder what that conversation with Drake and Travis was like. I wonder. That's Drake and I think that's Glorilla. Yeah, I can't see many. Oh, let's see.
The Kardashians braiding at Michael Rubin's white party in the Hamptons, where there was dancing, there was singing, there was...
They not like us. They not like us.
Definitely none of that, because no one's playing Kendrick Lamar's Not Like Us when Drake was at the party.
Drake is back. Actually went out in public with other celebs. On the very same day, Kendrick Lamar would not take his...
Oh, by the way, this is the same day that Kendrick dropped Not Like Us video.
...foot off his throat because he dropped the video for Not Like Us.
AKA the Drake diss track. But it's also the song of the summer. So how do you not play it at the party of the summer?
This was a very Drake-friendly crowd. Quavo was there, Lil Wayne.
That's another thing I noticed. Everybody fuck with Drake there.
Travis Scott, so they weren't going to embarrass him that way.
It's a miss for Drake, I think. The only way he can save any face in this battle is if they play Not Like Us and he's rapping along and having a great time.
Oh, no.
Yo, kick this nigga out of the booth, man. Kick this nigga out of the car.
No, you can't do that. Why not?
You can't rap about yourself being a pedophile.
Great time at the party.
All right, we can't really find any. All right. Well, let's put that in the rumor bin for now because I don't have the videos to prove what I'm saying, and I like to have proof. But from what I heard, Drake rolled through that bitch like 20 deep, which is unusual, and nobody shows up to the white party like that. And no, nothing crazy happened, but nigga was in there moving militant. Okay. Oh, okay. All right. I'll do that. The real question, somebody said the real question was Baca one of them tickets. Yo, music, man, get out of here, gang. I don't know. I was trying to like find like a bigger like list, a crowd list. That could kind of see who it was, but yeah, if he's bringing Preem, I could think he's going through with the guys. Anyway, Music Man also says, do you think the lack of evolution is hurting Drake? He's doing the same beat switches for 6 years, same dance songs, and rap since 2018. Compare 2011 to 2016, it's a massive change. I want to agree with y'all because like it's just more spicier when I agree with y'all. Except, bro, 2023, nobody were thinking like how we're thinking right now. If we go back 12 months ago, it's not like this nigga has taken 2 years off. 12 months ago, like literally, let's see if we could go back to Billboard charts 8/14/23. Let's say the closest we could get. We want to go 2014. Okay. Is it this? Here we go. This is a top 10 last year. Okay, he's not in the top 10. This is exact week last year. But let's go through. I want to go through the full chart to see like how was he doing a year ago. Okay, this is. Okay, actually, I can find a Friday. Let me find a Friday. I just gotta find a Friday. Hold on, give me a second. August 2023 calendar. Or not Friday. I think it's a Monday. This is 2014. Just give me a second. I'm trying to. So it'd be the week ending in. Okay. August 2023 calendar. So let's do 2023. 08. I'm messing with the URL to try to find it. Let's look at the 19th. 19th. This should be a link. Yes, it is a link. I feel so smart. I just fucking cracked their code. Okay, bet. So this was like last year, the week of August 19th, 2023. Okay, so Drake's not in the top 10. Actually, Dirk and J. Cole 11. But he's 12. He's 12, right? And I guarantee if I go back the week before, so let's go back the week before, which will be closer to this week, which is the 12th, which is 2 days away from today. So a year and 2 days ago, Drake has a top 3 song with Travis, right? Well, actually, Travis's album had dropped too, so we got to put that in perspective. So that's a little bit of Travis, but okay. Let's keep scrolling. We're going to try to find Drake. Drake's also on tour during this time, I believe. I'm looking for it. Okay, Search and Rescue. 54. Okay. And then anything else? On the Radar Freestyle 80. Okay. All right. So he had 3 on you went 4. So he had 4 on the list last year. Right? So the nigga literally had, was it 4 out of 100? So that's 1 out of 25, whatever that percentage is. Okay, cool. Let's go to August. Let's go to October. I'll just pick October. And I'll pick October is the 10th month. 10, and I'll do 21. 10-21. Cool. Drake has a #1 song. Like, come on, bruv. 10-21. That's a random date I just picked. Oh, he must have just dropped his album. Okay, this is a little skewed. Yeah, he must have just dropped his album. #1, #2, #3, #5, #8, #9. So literally, I just want to put this in perspective for y'all people. So 10 months ago, this is how the charts look. Drake. And we're now saying that Drake done fell off? Like, come the fuck on, bro. We need a longer sample size, right? Okay, cool. Let's go to Christmas. Let me look. December 20. Let's look a week before. No. Actually, let's look at Christmas. Actually, nah. If I look at Christmas, it's going to have some of the Christmas songs. Let's look at the 17th. So I'm going to look at 12, 17. Here we go. Let's see how it looks then, right? So this would technically be 8 months ago. All right. Mariah Carey's already #1. Okay. Drake's 44. Somebody's album dropped. I don't know. Anyway, Drake 44. Let's see what else. Drake 51. Drake 66. That's 3. Oh, Nicki's album had dropped. So you see the debut with Nicki. Drake 83. You Broke My Heart. That's 4. And Virginia Beach. That's 5. So he has 5 songs on the charts. He has literally 10 months ago, 5 songs on the charts. Okay? Keep in mind, he doesn't announce that he's taking a break. Let's look 6 months ago. So let's look in February. So February of 2024. Now, granted, this is what I'm saying. I wouldn't have no problem with the people who are detractors of Drake as long as y'all acknowledge that you're comparing Drake to only Drake. You see this charts? Let's Google Kendrick. The nigga don't got 1. Let's Google J. Cole. He might have 1. Yeah, and Drake brought him on there. Come on. Oh, actually 2. Because Nicki brought him 2. It's crazy how, we have these unrealistic expectations for Drake, but we never use the same fucking expectations for the other niggas. So here's my thing. I'm down for, I think, Drake has achieved GOAT status. We don't care if LeBron wins anything but the ring, right? I completely think we should have that standard for Drake. But just admit that the other niggas who are competing, we're having compete with Drake don't really fit the bill. When these niggas have 5 songs on the charts on an off week, these niggas is thinking they're king of the world. Okay. So let's go to, this is 24 to, we're going to go, let's go near the Valentine's Day. Yeah, the 17th. Okay, Jack Harlow. How'd this song go? Okay. I'm just picking random times, by the way. Rich Baby Daddy is here. That's 1. First Person Shooter, 2. 4 Bats and Drake, 3. You Broke My Heart, 4. I Don't Give a Fuck, 5. okay, 5 songs again, bro. That's my whole point. It's like, dude, could we just kind of get over this shit? Look, and this random chart again is Kendrick on it? Nope. Is J. Cole on it? Only with Drake. Like, come the fuck on, bro. Like, I'm just sick and tired of you niggas, man. It's like, bruv, it's like where LeBron is at in basketball. Like, with all due respect to KD and Curry, like, LeBron is chasing Michael, right? Like, yeah, maybe KD beats him in a game. Maybe Curry wins a ring extra. But at the end of the day, nobody's going to say who's the greatest player of all time, Curry or Michael Jordan. Even though I do think Curry deserves, Curry is fucking amazing. Not going to lie. But at the end of the day, they're going to say LeBron or Michael. That's just what it is, right? So as long as we acknowledge that, hey, we're comparing this guy versus former self because we can't compare him to his peers. Like, I've never seen Kendrick fans care about numbers until Not Like Us been stuck in the top 10. And it's only one song. Whatever. All right, and let me see. Well, this is the first time dropping music. Yeah, all right. So we'll see next week of what happens. Let me pick a different month. Any month before. When did Future and them drop? Future and them drop. Maybe like April. So let me look at March. In March, when did Future and Metro drop? Oh, yeah, it was April 12th. Okay. So I'll look at the week before Future and Metro dropped, right? April 2024 calendar. So if they drop the 12th, let me look at the Saturday, which is the 6th. 4, 6. So this is the last charts before. Oh no, actually, never mind. What the fuck? Oh, Like That was already out. Never mind. Like That dropped before the album. I forgot. Okay, so let me just look in March. Look in March. Let's say March 16th. March 16th. Okay, Carnival was number 1. Okay. Drake got Rich Baby Daddy, 40. Keep in mind, I think he was on a tour at that time. You Broke My Heart, 54. That's number 2 he has on this shit. Dated 8, number 3. What else? Okay, so he has like 4 on it. So, bro, like, he's been kind of consistent. This is the lowest amount he's ever had on the charts. But this is because, like, it's crazy how the narrative changes because the nigga announced he's going on a break. Obviously, he participates in a battle. But because, like, people are questioning his chart position when he's supposed to be on a break. Fuck it. All right. SP says, Ak, how you been feeling since the beef in the aftermath, man? You've been nonstop, just making sure you're good. Well, I'm glad hip hop is, still the focus. So I'm happy. I'm gonna take some time, go relax somewhere. But I can't relax for too long, man. I get bored pretty quick, and I consume hip hop content as entertainment every day. So for me to go sit on like an island or something, or go on vacation for too long, I don't know about that. Anyway. All right, what else with the Drake thing that we should address? Okay, so let's also get to this. So the conversation also comes up where, Sauce Walker, Breakfast Club. Sauce Walker did an interview with me, but also the Breakfast Club, and we did the interview. Conversation about Drake came up. Here we go.
Are knowledgeable about the music industry, that have resources that can career. 10 years. I've been in the rap game 10 years now, going on 11 years, and I'm a multi-millionaire, still more relevant than majority of the rappers that came out in my generation or my period, my time period. 10 years later, I'm still making all this money and still growing. So, it's more of a thing for me. Like, if if somebody don't take the chance to make the step or to speak up on it, then I'm just like everybody else is just complaining behind closed doors and being scary or just, you know what I'm saying? And then what I was saying, it's not make believe. It's simple. It's not fucking rocket science. It was simple shit. If you in this city and you saying like what you just said that it wouldn't be no
Drake without Houston.
It wouldn't be no Drake without Houston. Okay, so at the time, why did Drake not? It's still to this day. Why did Drake not have no bunch of records with Houston artists? You ain't doing that with Atlanta. If you love Atlanta, and you got it's 7, 8, 9, 15 artists that you got songs with in Atlanta. Because why? Yeah. Not only does you know that the city of Atlanta was going to look at you weird for not doing that, look at you and feel a certain type of way about you.
Okay, so he's talking about Drake. Here we go.
On stage, and the East Coast is going to govern.
Oh, here we go.
Of those type of scenarios, but to speak on that particular situation is that it's just a beautiful thing to see the outcome of an entire city and then entire state standing behind an artist that represents them well and represents their culture and just trying to defend for their culture and the culture itself not
about Kendrick, I believe,
trying to mediate or prohibit their artists from fending for their culture, but instead standing behind them and supporting that ideal. And that's the difference between appreciation and appropriation, and that's what creates a bigger landscape of economy and opportunity for that city. Mm-hmm. Because regardless of New York is the same way. If somebody was to come to New York and try to appropriate New York culture and style and not give back to it, like I don't know who's a good example to use, but because nobody does that in fucking New York. Nobody come to New York and act like a battle rapper or act like a lyricist or act like a fucking drill rapper and then don't do music with the drill rappers. Don't come rap with, you cannot do that. It doesn't make sense. You can't, when everybody was doing this shit and doing that little Jersey dance, nobody from around the world did that dance or made music on that sound frequency without acknowledging that it came from those places or bringing those kids from New Jersey on stage, or and the East Coast is going to govern that. The South was in Texas, Houston especially was supposed to govern that, and you know what I'm saying? It's cool because somebody got to do it, and I did it. I ain't tripping.
Don't you think Houston probably looks at Drake different because there wouldn't be Drake without Houston?
I don't give a fuck what Houston look at. It's what I said. Mm-hmm. I'm a J Prince too. Mm-hmm. Like my word is a law. What I'm saying is what I speak is the real opinions of the city of Houston. The people that's in the South Side, the people that's on the North Side, the people
they felt like that already. Yeah,
they just ain't got the platform or the voice or they're not gonna get the response, and I'm again, and they can't fade the heat, fade the water. Everybody know I got the manpower, I got the money, I had the validity, whatever it is needed necessary from my age then to right now. Just like I've shown people, it's a lot of people that thought I was gonna be overnight or fly by night artist or artist that, and then you also understand, realize that I'm independent. I've been independent my entire rap career. I've been in the rap game 10 years now, going on 11 years, and I'm a multi-millionaire, still more relevant than majority of the rappers that came out in my generation or my time period. 10 years later, I'm still making all this money and still growing. So, it's more of a thing for me. Like, if somebody don't take the chance to make the step or to speak up on it, then I'm just like everybody else is just complaining behind closed doors and being scary or just, you know what I'm saying? And then what I was saying, it's not make believe. It's simple. It's not fucking rocket science. It was simple shit. If you in this city and you saying like what you just said that it wouldn't be no
Drake without Houston.
It wouldn't be no Drake without Houston. Okay, so at the time, why did Drake not? It's still to this day. Why did Drake not have no bunch of records with Houston artists? You ain't doing that with Atlanta. If you love Atlanta, and you got it's 7, 8, 9, 15 artists that you got songs with in Atlanta. Because why? Yeah. Not only does you know that the city of Atlanta was going to look at you weird for not doing that, look at you and feel a certain type of way by you not making those songs and making those moments with their city, but you knew that it was also beneficial for you as an artist to make music with these songs because the leveling of stardom and momentum, it feeds each other versus you feel that I'm just the A-side artist that's lifting up this musician. But as far as the city of Houston, you're looking at it for the market share. All of these country ass people in Houston, they got all of this land, all these clubs, all these women, all these people in these big ass arenas and events that's going on, but they don't have a large community and representatives of people that are knowledgeable about the music industry that have resources that can say, hey, y'all been around this artist and you helped them, you was in the studio when they was making that song, you told them to add this and this on the hook, you get a couple writer points for that. Mm-hmm. Or you was up in there when you made the beat, you supposed to get, okay, y'all was in you brought him to Houston and you took him to this club, you took him to this hood and you introduced him to Charlamagne. It's a feature and a song come behind that. Mm-hmm. In every other city, it's a long list. California, it's a long list of artists from the Bay all the way to LA. They got Drake's songs with Drake. So how did Drake love Houston so much at that time and not have music with artists that you are uplifting from this community? Fuck me, I don't care. It's bigger than me. I didn't care about the song with me.
A whole lot of sense to me.
You know what I'm saying? But what
now, I also agree with. I definitely. This is a very good point by Sauce Walker, Except I think Drake does show a lot of love to Houston. I mean, from when he was doing songs like November 18th up to now, like the thing is, I think maybe the frustration of a Sauce Walka is Drake shows love to older Houston. Obviously, we know he's tied in with Mob Ties and Rap-A-Lot, Jay Prince. However, I think he showed love to Bun B. I think maybe Trade the Truth and he was Zero. Like he showed love, just not to maybe the newer generation of artists as much. And we're gonna take Travis Scott out of that because Travis Scott, I agree with, he's gonna make a point about Travis Scott to say that's like an equal exchange. That's nothing like showing love to the city. But I don't see Drake adopting the styles of the younger artists in Houston. I think Drake is influenced by the chopped and screwed DJ Screw type of foundational aspect to Houston. And of course, I think he loves the scene of Houston. But I don't think he's just like ripping off a style or a swag that the newer artists have made. I think there isn't much synergy, to be honest, among the new musical style of what the Houston new artists. And yes, we're talking about obviously the Sauce Walkas. We're talking about the D Babies. We're talking about there's just a shit ton Maxo Creams. I don't think there's much synergy there that Drake is influenced by. And if I'm wrong, let me know. I could be wrong. Where like Drake is kind of jacking these guys' swagger, their flow, or embodying what he's taking their movement. No, I think he likes the city, but he likes the city more for, it's like, for example, there's certain people that like Jamaica because of Bob Marley and they like the old school reggae sound. Does that mean that they got to go give some young dancehall guy a fucking record? No. Bruh, like if they're showing a lot of love to the legacy of Bob Marley and, maybe you get a Buju Banton and that ilk, like that's older school reggae, you know what I mean? Bro, you can't be mad. I don't think you could be mad that they're not fucking with the contemporary, and that's all I could see, right?
Like from then to now, Travis Scott is the only rapper that still got a song with Drake. Travis Scott, again, what I just said earlier, it makes sense. It's an equal trade. It's not necessarily like, oh, bro, I'm helping Houston and changing your life and changing your career. It's bigger than just saying, oh, well, person wants the Drake stimulus package. Bro, fuck all of that. It's about fair exchange in business. If you are using the lineage and the culture of somebody's city or somebody's hometown and backyard, do something that helps not yourself and your more of your notoriety for your own benefit with the ladies and the people in the city. Do something that actually makes the economy of that city and music and musicians bigger and greater. So therefore, we can have Rolling Loud in Houston. We can have more young artists performing on bigger platforms, Jimmy Fallon and Jay Leno and all this other shit, because an artist of this magnitude is living in our backyard. That's all I was saying. Not just for me, just for anybody.
Also, I hear Fort Bats is also from there too, right? Isn't Fort Bats? Oh, he's from Dallas.
Literally living.
Did y'all have that conversation?
Because there was a video of y'all.
I mean, I vocalize and have whatever I say, whatever I feel is something that I tell anybody and everybody to their face behind closed doors. Like, everybody know this about me. I don't give a fuck. Like, when it comes to stuff like that, I just don't.
I do hear that they were supposed to have music a long time ago. It's just there was some incidents that's, these are off-camera things that, kind of like made the relationship not as, nobody is gonna get strong arm extorted, right? Like, yo, give me the shit or else. So it's as much of whatever you think about Drake. Yeah, it's kind of like a relationship shit. So, like, if y'all had a weird relationship and they were kind of going back and forth a little publicly, I heard some other shit happen, like just off of, nobody who knows about, that, yeah, kind of fucked up those relationships,
I don't give a fuck, like, you know what I'm saying? Because I've been rich before rap. I'm going to be rich doing rap. I'm going to be rich after rap. I'm going to be I rap for money. Like, I don't rap for, like, I rap for money now because I understand. Let me make that make sense. I understand that what rapping does is create money for everybody around me, not just myself. Mm-hmm. And that's what also plays more into the conversation we was having earlier about the Drake shit, because it's not about Drake. I'm not trying to be just steady talking about Drake and harping on him. It's just period in hip hop and black culture, period. If I'm going to foreign land and I have resources and you have resources that I want to also generate from, we supposed to share, we supposed to trade, and that's what makes everybody stronger. So it just.
I agree with what he's saying here. I think that's quintessential. I think the artists, you know, I truly believe that newer Houston style is a unique style that I don't see people taking from. Of course, you got to go do music with those Atlanta new artists. The nigga's rapping like Atlanta. Like, the only thing he does in terms of Houston, and I'm talking about newer Houston rappers in their wave. Yeah, of course, if you're making a Jersey club song, it's a newer style that's evolved over years that the kids are doing, you should feature them and work with them, right? But if you're doing Houston music and just kind of tapping into the chopped and screwed element at times, right? Even like Hell Yeah Fucking Right. If I listen to the majority of younger Houston rappers, they don't sound like that. Somebody said, is Tizo from there? Well, he's from Texas, but I guess they're specifically. Here's the thing I think about Houston. Like, Houston is so different from Atlanta because you see Atlanta, and me and that Ray Daniels dude, we're gonna have a conversation, but Atlanta is powered, like their clubs is powered by music that's made there. So it has an ecosystem powering the club environment. Like, Houston kind of allows other music, at least from what I know. They allow other music and other influences from other regions and artists not from Houston. It's not like you go to, if you ever go to LA, bro, LA play a lot of LA shit, man. Every time I go to LA, I'm like, who are half of these niggas? I don't know. They play a lot of music that's cool with or in tune with their culture. I think if Houston was like that, for niggas to tap into your culture, they would have to tap in with those newer artists. So maybe it's not Drake y'all need to get at. If all the clubs is playing Drake, they're all playing. Where's Bossman D-Lo from? Because he getting played everywhere. Bossman D-Lo. Where he from? He from Tallahassee. If Houston, you see, Houston has become a transplant city damn near, except there is a lot of culture, but that culture isn't. It's not as much hyping up the music that's coming from there as is the music that's coming from elsewhere. And that's the problem. Like, Atlanta didn't need y'all to bring music there. Atlanta had the music, right? And I guess I'm like thinking out loud. I'm like, bro, I'm pretty sure the nigga couldn't tap into Houston if Houston had a wave of shit that if he needed to copy or he needed to get some of the wave, he would have to work with artists.
It didn't make sense, and it was just a total line of disrespect to me at the time, knowing that this particular, and this will be for any celebrity and artist, this particular superstar, this particular entity that's in my city can simply make 2 songs with 2 different artists here that's going to create so much revenue from ESPNs to.
Now, what he's talking about here is showing love, and I do think Drake should show love. I can't speak on if he's done enough or shown enough love, because I'm going to be honest with you, it does look like Houston shows Drake an enormous amount of love. And maybe that's just a byproduct of him being locked in with Jay Prince, but Houston shows Drake a lot of love, man.
The talk shows, the Nikes, and all these huge companies seeing that, oh, wow, there's money, there's momentum, there's lucrativeness in the state of Texas. Look at these artists working with these artists. Okay, maybe it makes sense for us to run the NBA campaign behind this song with these artists. When we have Toronto playing against the Houston Rockets or Toronto playing against the Dallas Mavericks, we're going to make sure that these artists are sitting on the sidelines. And that's just all that I understood from a business standpoint that should be happening.
Isn't that required of the Houston artists too, though? Because I mean, Travis ain't no slouch. Travis is a big deal.
And I vocally, publicly have stood on the business and made Travis adhere to that type of shit. Right. Like, that's. Me and Travis got a real brotherly relationship. Like, Houston know that. Like, it's been times where stuff went on where I asked and required, like, Travis, bro, like, it's do this with this artist or acknowledge this artist, or, like, you know what I'm saying? Let's go do this music right here. And Travis does it because Travis understand, like, that's the difference. Like, Travis signed artists from Houston. Yeah. Travis has made music with artists from Houston. Mm-hmm. Travis showed the music videos with artists from Houston. Old and new, he do concerts, put Houston artists on the bill, put them on his main performance. He does it.
Yeah, I'm a little stuck with this because I do believe that, like right now, remember I said Drake needs, like, if you don't believe how much the West Coast was instrumental in Kendrick being seen as how he got seen in the battle with Drake, Drake does need some backing. Drake does need and I'm not saying Toronto isn't that, but Toronto isn't the culture hub that people go to disseminate culture. Number one is Atlanta, right? Especially black culture, right? Like, feel like black culture down there, right? Then you got Miami. But Miami isn't necessarily hip hop or black culture, but it is culture, right? It's party culture. It's a lot of things that go in tune with hip hop music. But then Houston's one of them, right? And what that does is it gives a backing for somebody like Drake that definitely makes him seem culturally acceptable and that he's having a real impact on somewhere that culture is happening. So I do believe that, you know, there's a little bit of, you owe, maybe not artists a feature, but you owe to give back to that place. And I do believe the shit he does with Jay Prince and them. I do believe the artists he's worked with from Texas. I do believe he gives back a good amount, bro. He's always shouting out these clubs, like, bro, like, who the fuck wouldn't, like, no disrespect to these places, but, bro, when he said 29 for the thought, like, I was like, what the fuck? Who's 29? Like, apparently it's a lit club down there. Like, he's shouting out all these clubs. He's shouting out, he's giving these kind of alley-oops. He's bought a crib there. Like, I kind of feel like he's trying to give back to that culture that he's inspired by. I guess it's, where do you draw the line, right? Where do you think that he might need to give a feature? Who he might need to give a feature to? How many features he might need to give? Because also, let me ask you a question. The song that some people believe that Kendrick just defeated Drake with, Not Like Us, is a song that definitely uses a Bay Area sound. Kendrick is not from the Bay Area, but that is still part of LA culture, still part of the West Coast. But with that being said, you know how many people have used that sound that never popped? Does Kendrick owe them a feature? Yo, you just won your beef, or you just came up on your beef using our sound. Let's use the same logic, people. Yo, bro, what's up with a feature? You're capitalizing off our sound. That's like, just like what Sauce Walker said with the Jersey Club shit. Right? Like, yeah, if you go do Jersey Club and fucking get a big hit, some Jersey Club kids who have been grinding and, you know, figuring out all the dances and, you know, putting these sounds together and whatever that you kind of capitalize on, they're gonna say, yo, what's up? You're not gonna show love? All right. Somebody says different. How is it different? Music. Tell me if I'm wrong. I might be wrong on the West Coast. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I am. The Bay Area has a distinctive sound that's different from Compton. Kendrick is from Compton. He used a Bay Area sound. If we're using the same thing to say, if you use another region or another place influence or sound, you should give back. So in that sense, could we say about that? Again, I think Kendrick did give back a bit, right? Like, what more you want him to do? I think Drake is giving back a bit. What more you want him to do? Now, granted, I do think there's a little difference here. Like, it's not like if Drake did what Kendrick did and made a diss song using Houston style and it worked, I would think he definitely owes them niggas. Like, come on, bro. And they popped out on stage with him doing a Houston type dance, all sipping syrup and shit like that. I'd be like, bro, come on, man. You gotta throw these niggas an assist. Anyway.
Due diligence, Megan Thee Stallion. She does she has songs with Sauce Walker, she got songs with Maxo Cream, she got songs with Lil Kiki, she got songs with Big Pokey. That's really being from the city, being and appreciating the culture. Me being in New York, I love New York. I made a New York album produced by New York producers with New York artists featured on it. Mm-hmm. You just seen Mano just came through the window. Oh, this is my boy Sauce. I made songs with Mano years ago. No disrespect to Bun B. He's from Port Arthur. He's not from Houston. A lot of people try to say, oh, well, Drake made a song Bun B. Bun B not from Houston. No disrespect to him. This is Houston, Texas we're talking about. You just said Houston, did you? Did you say Port Arthur? Did you say Houston?
Houston.
All right, then. Next
you making
subject.
sense. Yes,
Next subject.
You making sense. You made an excellent point too on Bootleg Kev podcast that I want you to get into because I really love what you said. Salute to Bootleg Kev. You said OnlyFans is providing women with a safer alternative to the streets and offering them a sense of intimate freedom.
Anyway, now while I say that, I think Sauce Walka is kind of speaking for the generation of younger rappers from Houston. I think they do believe that Drake hasn't shown enough love. And I think they look at his history a little bit, I think they look at his influence a little bit like interesting, right? Where they're like, yo, when you could have came down here initially and throw that alley-oop to Kirk O'Bangs, bro, like you kind of jacked his style. Like Kirk O'Bangs is an example that people could be like, yo, well, you kind of use his style a bit and you kind of showed some love, but you never like gave him like a feature. Like maybe that could work. The Sauce Walka thing is a stretch. And from what I hear, there's some just personal shit there. I don't know. Anyway.
Yes.
Elaborate on that.
I mean, it's the alternate substitution to prostitution.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Also, he said something about Bun B. He said Bun B was not from Houston, and Bun B responded. Bun B actually posted up. He said, I was born in Houston, Northwood Manor, moved to Westside, PA in 6th grade. None taken. And he says, for the record. So he's just saying, he didn't take no offense to what was said by Sauce Walka, but it's just not true. He did kind of the same explanation, if y'all care, slightly differently. He did it here when he was talking about here we go. Where is it? All right. Here we go.
Boy. Like, if you gonna come to my city, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's like if, prime example, I just was in California and Rosecrans, Bumpton, California, with all the power rules, all the PDLs, all the dimmer lanes, bounty hunters around the country.
Right, I don't need to play the whole thing again. Basically, I think he has a point. I just don't think that whatever Drake will do is enough. Could he do more? Obviously. Does he owe anybody anything? I think we got to stop short of that. Like, we can't have young artists just hoping for handouts. Now, should we exalt or should we hype up rappers who run off with younger artists' styles and sounds? No. And we should call those people to the carpet for appropriation if possible. But we got to have some proof of it. Now, what birthright do these guys have to the culture if it's not musical influence, right? Is it because he comes down there and fucks all the bitches in the club? Is it because he likes the weather down there, or he likes the no taxes thing, or he likes being up under Jay Prince? Or pause on the up under, but if he's in Houston, does he owe Houston? Or is it if he's stealing y'all sound? Which, again, I think he pays respect to the older artists, which he definitely does take and is inspired by them. I can't hear the new guys, and tell me if I'm wrong later, but all good. All right. A couple real quick stories. Very unfortunate. Blueface was actually sentenced in his case to 4 years in prison. Okay. Essentially, he had a probation violation and another violation, and essentially he was sitting in jail. People thought he was going to be released on his California probation violation, where the judge was probably going to just sentence him to time served since his probation got revoked and he was sitting in jail for the time. But apparently that was just not the case. His father delivered us the very, sad news after he went to the hearing. And this is what his father had to say. Give me a second. Scroll. This is before the hearing that you'll see after.
Morning, y'all. Top of the AM. Headed out to my son's sentencing hearing today. I'm hoping and praying that the judge gives him or shows him some mercy and some leniency and free him today. I need y'all to pray up for me. Let me pray for Blueface and let him out today. Free Blueface. Let the famous Crip free. Yeah, all right. Good afternoon, y'all. Y'all can probably tell the results whenever I left. They gave me 4 years. Good morning, y'all. Top of the A.
Okay, now I'm going to be honest with you. This is going to sound like it sucks, and I'm not saying this because I don't like Blueface. I think we pretty much kind of almost damn near reconciling. Wax a mutual of ours. But I'm going to be honest with you, this 4 years may have saved his life. I'm going to be very honest with you. Blueface was going down a very arrogant, I could do anything. Yo, let's pull up and fight. Let's get violent. There's no repercussions limit. We have to remember, got a slap on the wrist for shooting somebody in the hand. And I do believe that when you start to think you're the biggest and baddest, you end up in a coffin. And I believe that this is an opportunity for him to humble himself. He's not going to do 4 years. He's going to probably do like a year or two. Apparently, according to Wack, and Wack did speak on this, he believes that, he's only going to do a couple of months.
All right, what's up, Wack 100?
What's up with it?
All right, so we just left out of court. The judge decided to violate Blueface's probation and said people are saying he's going to have to do the full 4 years in prison. Can you break it down to us?
He got 4 years, 400-something days off. Come down to 3 years. He go to the state, he do third time. He be home in 9-10 months.
All right, thank you so much, Wack.
West up.
Okay, so apparently maybe 9-10 months. Let's assume that he's out until next June or next even August. I think we should understand that, as entertaining as he and Krishan was, it was a very toxic thing where they were essentially just doing a bunch of crimes and people were being entertained by. His feud with Soulja Boy. Yes, he's the only person who checked successfully Soulja Boy. But let's be very clear. Remember when Big Soulja was going on his tirade? He ended up doing some time in jail. Again, unfortunately, I do believe that he may have did something that somebody may have heard him. Because I don't care how good he's at boxing. I don't care how good he's at squabbling. Man, something could happen. So, hopefully this is a time that he can reflect. What I think also probably didn't help and go in his favor is that the dude got locked up and was doing daily vlogs over the jail phone talking about, I love jail. Jail's amazing. God damn it. I could get unlimited squabbles in here. Man, oh man, I love this shit. And you could imagine when you're already locked up and you're supposed to show remorse. You're supposed to show that you're learning a lesson. When you're telling people you love it, I could imagine that judge saying, you know what? Maybe you need a little bit more time. And if you guys remember, we can't even be that surprised. Literally, this was Blueface.
Because I'm already in jail for it. It's active. It's cracking. It's the only place you can look over and not go to jail for it. Because I'm already in jail for it. Oh, that's my man. Hey, I love you, girl.
And by the way, he was wrong on that. He's in jail, and they caught him with some contraband, and they gave him more time for that.
I'm going to be home so late before the date. So, yeah, let him know I said that. Ask why. And ain't no Soulja Boy niggas in here. Everybody with the full fledged. Ain't nobody in here talking about some, oh, no. Oh, that's why. Please.
I'm really a nice guy if you guys just take the time to get to know me and stop judging me. You know, I'm not a.
I'm in on that bullshit. But how? Why won't you just give the bitch a credit? She bought her own house. Like, if he bought
Okay. So he basically said you love it there.
I love it here.
Yo, when the judge got that to play, hey judge, I say you give him time served. This is what his defense turned. I say give him time served. I think he's learned his lesson. You know, he has a family. He has this. He has that. He has businesses. Whatever. First thing they play.
Active. It's cracking. I love it here. Active. It's cracking.
It's active. Imagine the prosecutor saying, Judge, we got him on his own words saying he love it there. It's active and it's cracking.
It's the only place you can look over and not go to jail for it.
Judge, he ain't learned a goddamn thing. He's still talking about doing other shit. Unfortunately, that is the case, right? There's another voicemail.
I love it here.
Okay. Apparently his girl snapped on trolls.
Sometimes I think that y'all don't realize that real life happens in real time. And sometimes y'all just are dumb as fuck. Like, no shade at all, but like, what do y'all think is going on? Someone's got to do it. Someone's got to go to work. Do you know how that? Do you know how that works? I'm confused. Another year or this or that. Like, why do you think I would be happy about that? Like, and don't ever disrespect that, thinking that I'm happy about it. No, why would I ever be happy that my baby daddy's locked up? Why would I ever be happy that my kids are going to not have their dad for another year or this or that? Like, why do you think I would be happy about that? And don't piss me off. Yeah, I'm gonna be mad, and I'm gonna address it because you're pissing me off. I'm tired of that. Yeah, someone's got to go to work, and as I should. What do you want me to sit here and be a raisin? I'm confused.
Now I'm gonna be honest with you, chat. And I know sometimes I don't have the best track record with women, but I will say this, though, this is true. I think this is an example that basically the wrong woman don't uplift you, it just pull you to the ground, man. Blueface had a decent career when it was just him. It was just him. He ain't the hottest, but he ain't the coldest. Got Bust Down Tatiana. He had that little dance going on. As soon as his girl started to make the fuckery, the entertainment, he stopped caring about music. As soon as he wrote a song for her, he said, you know what? I could be the dude fucking them both, almost like pimping. I'm going to be good. I'm not saying Blueface ain't a grown-ass man and him being locked up isn't, you know, he has to take accountability for it. But in every situation, they kind of dragged him into it. I'm not bailing them out. No pun intended. But one incident where he was fighting a bouncer in a club. He should have never been at the club. His girl told him, yo, let's go to Vegas. Explicitly is said in his probation instructions, you cannot go back to Vegas. His girl says, he says, I can't go. Wack told me, I can't go. His girl looks at him and challenges his manhood. Damn, yo, Wack your daddy? You a bitch. All right, let's go to Vegas. Gets in trouble there. First violation. Second one, you and your girl are in the club. You don't need to be in any physical confrontations, no altercations, period. You and her get into it, then later you and somebody else get into it. Both of those incidents, along with a pattern of behavior that seems to be inconsiderate of the law, you also didn't take accountability or realize how lucky you were when you got away with shooting a man in the hand. That bullet could have went in that guy's head and you would have been facing a manslaughter charge at the very least. But you shot a man, you showed up to court, you threw up some signs, you got slapped on the wrist for that. It's clear that being with Jaden, well, I'm not blaming Jaden actually. It's really more Krishan. But it's clear that Blueface is kind of like with Polo G a little bit. Yo, without you, nobody makes money. This is the thing about when you start focusing on these hoes. They don't generate no money, right? With anything he gets, like he's paying a lawyer through the ass. Money made that happen. When you're not here, she can't write a record. When you're not here, yo, Krishan, people were saying Krishan. Yo, let me tell you this. I showed up to the Roots picnic. Nigga, I think it was Glorilla. I think, was it Glorilla? I think so. Glorilla brought Krishan Rock on stage, and they made more noise for Krishan Rock than Glorilla. They were actually having a conversation that Krishan Rock is so hot. She would go live, 130,000 people watching her Instagram live, that people were saying she is more lit than any artist. But what was that? It was a bunch of single baby mamas, disgruntled, trying to live vicariously through her, dealing with the nigga who they all claim ain't shit, but they still fuck, and they were watching her fight back. So that was the allure. That was a draw. Now, keep in mind, she didn't just get locked up since Blueface got locked up. She was free for a considerable time afterwards, but all the interest subsided. Nobody gave a fuck no more. Which just goes to show, when you have some type of talent and people like your music, it's just way more sustaining than this like superficial clout, because people will tune in to watch a train wreck. They'll watch the train go off the tracks. They'll literally watch you to your demise, and no matter how much you see that number as the view count, they're not your supporters, they're not your fans. And I think that's what this told us. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, I heard nobody talk about Krishan Rock after Blueface got locked up. Next time we heard about her, she got locked up herself. Now we hear she just got extradited. Nobody's caring about her. And it just goes to show about sometimes when, this new Zeus era where people are thinking, hey, I'm being rewarded for my crash out mentality. You're getting rewarded until you crash. Like, again, we want to watch you while you're crashing. And the moment when you crash, we turn the station off. A lot of people hate watch. So I'm watching these people, and I remember Blueface did an interview on No Jumper, and he was explaining it, and he said, "Yo, Ak, no, not Ak, he was talking to them. He said, yo, he was explaining how he's getting money by doing reality shows and kind of working with Krishan and like these hostings or whatever, because now they're like super like, viral. He was getting more money than music. And he was explaining, well, why would I make music? I'm not getting money. And remember, if y'all don't know, a lot of these artists say the same thing. What Young Miami was saying is what Blueface was saying. Yo, there's not much money in that music shit. I can tell you why there ain't much money in the music shit for you, Blueface. Well, shit. You got a loan, you ran through that. Your girl breaks everything you got, so you keep spending. You're living life as a big artist, and you're not that big artist yet. You don't go on the biggest tours. You do show some time, but that's not what it is. Also, your money gets bust down between Whack 100, Birdman, and Universal. Yeah. You're, with all due respect, when you run through your advance, you see most of these artists don't budget for shit. So let's say they signed a $4 million deal. $4 million deal for 2 albums. Usually they might have had that one album already hooked up, right? Because they had like one song kind of bumping and they already had an album. So they get the $2 million for the first album already because one album's already out. But then 6 months after the first album, the label picks up the option. So they get the next $1 million. So you get half, usually half up front and half when you turn the album in. A lot of times, either the label is saying you ain't hot enough, or damn, yo, you wasted this amount of time. Yo, you got to heat back up for us to drop this album. You're waiting on the label. So you've gotten $3 million out of the $4 million you could possibly get out of this contract. You're not getting no residuals. That's just over with, right? You've gotten $3 million out of this $4 million album deal. The label wants you to put in mad work to heat up to that they could drop your next album. You start thinking about it. Well, I already got 3/4 of the money. They want me to drop a tape. They want me to drop this. They want me to do this. They want me to do that. Then they'll accept my album and I'll get the next million. That might take me over a year and a half. You know what these artists say? Man, fuck that. I could go over here and make $2-3 million by doing this reality show. So they basically just say bye-bye to their record deal because the label is telling them we have no more money to give you. Anytime you see an artist stop putting out music, the label told them, hey, we done given you advances. Now it's time for you to deliver. And when it comes to time for you to deliver, the labels usually have the choice of, with some artists, not all, hey, when this is going to get dropped or when we're going to, oh, this ain't good enough. You're not hot enough. We need to do a tape. And then these artists are going to sound like Young Miami. Well, there's no money in this. So you're telling me I was getting $2 million just for one project for 12 songs. Now you want me to do 2 tapes and go on like a mini tour with this person that I'm not even getting paid that much for promo, and I gotta do all these interviews. I gotta get back hot. So and it's gonna take over a year and a half or 2 years. I gotta do that to get the last million, and I already got 3 million. All right, fuck that. I'm gonna go do other shit, and they leave their record deal in limbo. That's what happens. Any of these artists you see disappear, trust. Promise you. I will promise you right now. They collect half of the last advance, and then the label is saying, yo, we can't drop your album right now because we're not going to make money. We're already in the hole. We need you to do A, B, C, and D. Then the artists start looking at their social media following, start looking around and say, bro, I could just go do some shit on Zeus. Yo, man, I could go do A, B, or C. Hey, I could just go sign this deal that's a non-musical deal, and now I'll just be promoting and blah, 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 doing TikToks or whatever the case is. They stop making music. Every single one. I promise you, every single one. So anyway, all that happens and everything is dried up, man. I feel incredibly bad, but I hope Blueface looks at it like this, man. Brother, you were heading down a path where there was violent incident, gunshots getting fired around you. You're fighting every day. Bro, you were showing up to interviews and showing up online with bruises under your eye, bruises on your lips. Bro, you got hit in the head with a Henny bottle, bro, by your girl, my nigga. She vacuum cleaned the shit out, my nigga. Maybe God is sending you a sign to say, dude, I need to slow you down because you're here for a bigger purpose. You are on the path, the expressway to crashing out, and I don't want you to do that. For the next year, and he's a young kid. He's a young kid, right? Like, he's like 24, 25. How old is Blueface? He's 27. All right. Cool. He ain't 30 yet. Feel what I'm saying? Cool. He'll get out next year. All right. All right. So hopefully he just, figures that shit out. He'll figure that shit out, man. Okay. Speaking of which, let's get into some Young Miami type of stuff. By the way, we're pushing 7 hours. Big W's in the chat, 7 hours. Big W's in the chat, 7 hours. We already been we're at the 7 hour mark currently. 7 hours and 4 minutes I have timed. Okay, cool. Here we go. So, Young Miami. What the fuck is this? Who the hell is double cheek? Wait, I thought Jaden Smith was gay as hell. Okay, anyway. All right. So apparently, Young Miami has called out a blogger. His name is Kyle. He runs the platform The Neighborhood Talk after he shared a video of me on his platform where I was insinuating that the rapper stopped her music career just to be Diddy's mistress. Says she's non-talented, could barely read. What? Oh, okay. And then I guess she's saying, I think she's saying this to the blogger, not me. I don't have a dick to suck, so whatever. Okay, anyway. So let me play what I initially said. And here we go. Young Miami never wanted to be an artist. If she says she wanted to be an artist before she got famous, she's lying. She never wanted to be an artist. She wanted to be popping. You know when girls be like, yo, I just want to be lit, and you can't get a definition of what lit is? That's what she wanted to be. So she just wanted to be lit. She never wanted to be an artist. So the label is crafting all these moves. We got to get you in here. Okay, let's bring Yachty in to write. Okay, cool. Let's get Baby to feature here. Okay, cool. Let's put you over here. Oh, Drake, yo, could you? Yes, they're making everything happen. We're giving credit to the artists, but the artists don't even care about being an artist. They're on for the ride. So that's one of the things I do want to correct her with, because she's acting like, oh no, I'm doing everything I had to do. Here's the thing. You're non-talented. You could barely read. You don't really rap, and you need to rely on ghostwriters and your labels to put you in position, and then you're unfocused on your own career, and you then fall into a lifestyle that's bigger than the money that you make. Here's the thing, and this is the difference between men and women. Most men and most women. Let me not just generalize like it's all. Carisha is a millionaire. But like any woman, when she gets around a with a bag, she'll say her back, because women really don't want to work. Like these type of women. I'm not saying all women. A when you get around a and I'm saying women who making more money than you, it's going to inspire you. I've spoken to Offset. This is a actual conversation. He said, "Act." I forgot the time. He said, "Act." He said, "I got to turn up and keep dropping these records." He said, "My is on fire. I can't just have her lit out here and I'm not lit." That's how a man sees when you're with someone who is very successful. When a woman's with a who's successful, they're like, all right, my I'm good. He gonna take care of me. That's when I've explained the two problems that was happening with Carisha. She's her schedule is dictated because of her love or her lust for Diddy. And it might not be lust for Diddy. Okay. Perfect. I'm glad this I was muted. Oh, y'all ain't shit. Okay. It's okay. We'll get a clean cut on it. Y'all know I could give the same rant 50 times. It's fine, chat. So good. Okay, so essentially after what I said, which was pure facts, like the boy speaks facts. Like, I watched my streams in the morning. I said, that boy speaks facts. Now, let me tell you the truth about the majority of y'all artists. And shout out to even my nigga Party. You know, my Party wanted to meet with me and, we chopped it up and powwowed it. And he said it because now he's not the only one who watches it. A lot of executives watch my stream because I'm saying they know mostly, usually 100% the truth. What I say, Party said, you be like 90% right on everything, man. I'm just trying to chop it up with you, get you that extra 8%. You feel what I'm saying? Because you be knowing. Here's the reality. And Young Miami, I want to be very nice to you because this is not a personal thing. I don't have an issue with you, Young Miami. You're a woman, okay? And I'm a man, right? There's no need for an issue. Our only commonality here is the fact that you do music and I cover artists that do music, all right? Now, unfortunately, because music involves lifestyle and you, like every other artist, involve a lot of personal things from your lifestyle and your music and in the way you promote your music or how you purport yourself. That's the only reason why I got to talk about your lifestyle. I don't care about the fact that you're a mother. I don't care. And I'm saying this respectfully. I'm not trying to attack those things. I don't even care about the fact that you like MP'd on. I don't care about the fact that you were Diddy's concubine. I don't care about these things. I don't want to attack you for it. You're not the first woman who have done said things, and you will not be the last. Okay, this is not personal, and I want to make this very clear. This is 100% a disclaimer before I get into what I gotta say. Baby girl, I'm talking about music. My words cut deep just because what I'm saying, in your heart. You couldn't address this to me. You had to address this to Kyle. You know in your heart I wasn't lying about a goddamn thing. You know in your heart, that I wasn't even spewing it out of a path of anger and hatred. I was just spewing it out of a path of truth. Okay, you've heard some of these things, maybe not from me, but other people around you in your circle. You've heard this maybe from your label. You've heard this maybe from the A&R. You've heard this from people you work with. You used to have to turn in records when 300. Bring it back. When QC was over there at Capitol, you had to deal with them people, and they were happy for a while. And you know in the time when shit started. Come on, you know it. I speak to all these people, and I need not give sources nor names. But you should understand that what I'm saying to you is what they've said to you over the years, but you laughed in their face. You know why? Because you were probably more busy hopping on a billionaire's private jet, going to a private island, do whatever you want to do, having the time of your life, than focusing on your career. When I said you stopped working, and I want to read exactly your response to my video, which you just so blamed on Kyle. You said, I never stopped working. I started my own brand, selling candles, shot glasses, varsity jackets, thongs, and a card game that made $1 million in 14 days. Remixes, Lola Brooke, Don't Play With It, Quavo, Struck the Ground, Gorgeous, Gucci Man, Acting, BMF, Grownish, and You People with Eddie Murphy. All while having a nigga. I thought shit like I said. It wasn't no money in the group. Now, I want to continue this rant by saying that from here on out, I will stop calling what you have a record deal. I'm going to call it a loan. So let me get this clear. You got a hefty loan, and they're spending because there's an overhead because it's a lower overhead for Yachty than the City Girls. You don't think so? And who you think is more profitable? Well, you have to remember, it's two women, glam teams, travel. They have to move like divas. You can't just fly them on Spirit. It doesn't work like that, right? So let's get down to it. So you basically have a hefty loan, and basically, when I say you stopped working, ma'am, I didn't say you didn't do anything. But you started doing only the things that behooved you and behooved your relationship because that was your focus. So when I said you stopped working on music. Yes, I do agree. You stopped doing the obligations because here's the thing as an artist. When you sign a loan, I'm going to keep saying a loan, you're expected to be involved in the promotion of said music that loan is paying for. The overhead that loan is going to also, actually additional loans that's paid for. You're supposed to work your music. So you know I noticed about the first half of what you said. And by the way, I just want to again bring down the energy because I know I'm talking to a woman, not here to disrespect you. I know you're a mother. I know you are many different titles. Not here to call you out your name either. Okay? This is not back and forth. This is not personal. I'm telling you what they all should have told you, and they tried to tell you, but in the nicest way. You notice what you didn't say here? You say you start your own brand. You start doing this. You start doing that. You start doing this and that and third. Everything that ain't music. You finally get to a little bit of music, then you get into some acting stuff. Then you said, like I said, there was no money in the group. How would I feel? I just gave you a hefty loan. Now that you've collected the loan, and I'm hoping that I built you as a star. I built you. I got the writer. They wrote you the song. Act Up. You didn't change one line. Not one word. That's a fact. We got the people to give you the look. We gave you every single thing, the building blocks to your success. We literally serve it up on a silver platter. Only for you, who claim that you were the person that the music represented, a city girl, to go fall in love and then say there's no more money in music. Think about it. We gave you a loan. You don't care about repaying it no more. Because repaying it means you got to keep working the music, not selling candles, not making a card game. Because here's the thing, and this is the reason exactly why you get somebody like Lear Cohen, who's now at YouTube, but he's the one who introduced he's given the credit for introducing the 360 deal. Because you know how upset you would be if you gave an artist $5 million, and after they collected $5 million, you're hoping to you gave them $5 million in 3 years. By the way, these aren't the accurate numbers. I'm just making these up. If you gave an artist $5 million in 3 years, but you hope to collect, let's say, $8 million in 10 years, you've only collected 2 in those 5 years. And that artist says, I'm done working. Ain't no more money in this shit. I'm good. I'm out of here. You would feel fleeced, wouldn't you? That's why they introduced the 360 deal. Because with everything you're mentioning, P's not getting a cut. QC ain't getting a cut. You selling candles? Sell some music. You selling shot glasses? How about you sell a single? You selling varsity jackets? How about you sell an EP? You selling thongs? What about a goddamn tour ticket? That's how they're looking at you. So when I talk about you stop working at what made you famous. What even got you in the room with Diddy in the first place? What got you at that party? You talked to, was that big broad back, silver back gorilla nigga when you did the interview? What got you in that motherfucking room? You know what got you in that goddamn room? What got you in that goddamn room was the fact that your label made you with Play-Doh. That's it. So you have all the opportunities to meet the love of your life, get flown around on private jets, live the life you want, and then basically almost spit in the face of the people who made you by saying you don't give a fuck. Late to obligations, missing obligations, not doing what you need to do, no incentive, no passion. Let me ask y'all, if y'all watching this, if you were broke and somebody gave you $5 million, wouldn't you at least have some fucking incentive and passion for why you're not no more in the hood? Or would you just say, oh, this is a good lick right here, let me go do some other shit? The smart person would say they do both. Yeah, you could still sell candles. I'm like, cool. Sell your candles. Sell your thongs. Okay. If you think you're JCPenney, cool. If you think you're Macy's, cool. What, you think you're Bed Bath & Beyond? Cool. But we do music over here. That's what they were trying to tell you this whole time. When I say you stop working, yep, that's what I was saying. I'm trying to be very nice and calm because I know you've watched this and you probably think, no. This is I want to tell you the ramifications. When you say shit like what you just said, it's a reason why female rap, some believe the phase has came and gone. How come everybody was so excited over female rap 2 years ago? What the fuck just happened? Because outside of Nicki Minaj and a few of them, the rest of these chicks are basically just ventriloquists. They have zero fucking passion for music. They get built up by a label or a street nigga or some nigga who could write a song for them. They don't care about nothing else to keep furthering and push their career. They get that hit and they're basically, it's like a plane that engine shuts off at 40,000 feet and is basically soaring to the ground. It only lasts for so long. So when you say that, I know a lot of executives, they won't sign female artists. Is it because they're not talented? They don't even want to take the chances, headaches. The overhead for these artists are way more than it is for a male artist. They don't want to do it no more. That's why the female wave really coming to an end. There ain't no passion there. If it was a twerk contest or who could dance on tables, y'all be down for that. But music ain't just the fun part. Music is toiling in the studio all day, flying out to some random city to go link with somebody because that producer could give you a record. Maybe you're going to work with somebody. It takes some time. It takes some effort. It takes developing some talent, even if you didn't start out with some. Because I do know a couple of artists who they basically couldn't write their name at first. But now they could kind of write a verse. When you said there wasn't no money in it, it's a slap in the face to the niggas who's flying jumbo jets, the niggas who's selling out arenas all the place. It wasn't no money in it for you because you ain't a musician. You came in here and after the handout, so your label was done, you said, where do I get the rest of the bag? They told you. Well, now, baby girl, you got to go work that we recoup, that we get a bigger budget we give you, and then let's go bust down some tour money. We going to get you on tour. Let's go get you a pub deal. Oh, we can't get you a pub deal. You don't write. Oh, you don't write, so your pub deal, oh. Stop treating music like a lick. It will treat you back well. And this is not only for Young Miami. This is for every single artist who thinks that music is a lick. A lick will only last that long. Treat music like something you care about. You gotta treat this shit like it's a lick. Yes, you're gonna run out of advances. Yes, somebody's gonna be tired of footing the bill for your now expensive lifestyle when you're not giving them reason. You think that Drake be dropping? Drake is making sure them niggas who gave him 400 mil feel like they got their money's worth. You know why? Because that nigga want probably 700 mil next time. He's not saying, oh, I ain't doing shit. It doesn't work like that. If y'all really think like that, stop taking deals. Or should I say again, loans. So really what happens when you show you have no intent of working and putting in that sweat equity to keep up your career where it needs to be, the essential definition or equivalent is that you have now ruined your credit. So what are you left with? You're a social media influencer who could get on stage or pop up at a club and perform your 2 joints. The wave you started, which your label got to be so sad about, y'all started it. The sexy reds don't come if y'all didn't start it. It's ran off with a bunch of other girls. That's the problem. I'll keep reading. You say, y'all bitches put some respect on my name. Stop making me look crazy. Because I was with a nigga that helped my career. We're not, you see, this is the point of delusionality with Young Miami. Nobody's saying Diddy didn't maybe help you somewhat. The point is that you weren't focused on music. Music will last. All that other shit is gonna fade. Didn't we just talk about Krishan Rock? They were telling me she was hotter than musicians. Literally 7 months ago. And I actually believed. I looked on them Instagram numbers. Oh my God. Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody's streaming her song. Without her here cooning and buffooning, she can't make $1. If she had focused that time on catalog, creating good music, maybe took advantage of that, that's a huge jump start, that type of clout, and put some great music out, she'd probably be in jail just collecting a wild-ass motherfucking royalty check. But her passion ain't music neither. She want to be a musician because it looks cool. But her passion ain't music either. And the only reason I'm saying that is just because it's no way you're that bad and you haven't gotten better. No, it's kind of crazy. It's no way. It's no way. So then she says, the neighborhood talk, I don't know how much they paying y'all to hate on a bitch, but leave me the fuck alone, damn. Yo, Miami, we just trying to get you to understand that you're basically like Saucy Santana now. Like, Saucy Santana makes music, but nobody looks at him as a musician. right? And that's just kind of what it is. Like, again, I'm not even trying to disrespect her at this point. I'm just giving her the hard truth, bro. Hard truth, no filter. I'm sorry. She also posted, she said, tired of y'all bitches, get the fuck out of here. Neighborhood talk, I don't got a dick for you to suck, so get the fuck off mine, bitch. What's up? Filmed a whole reality TV show. She's telling us why I said the things in the first place. Filming a reality TV show ain't what that got to do. Stop fucking playing with me. I work my ass off tired. That's, again, this is why executives sign artists to 360 deals. Because for them, we live in almost like a 360 environment, right? Say I get somebody lit. I own the rights to the recording contract. But every time they go live, they get 100,000 people watching them. I done gave them all my advances. Somebody come with a weed deal. Yo, just post yourself smoking this weed or smoking this strand or shout this out. Yo, I'm going to give you 150,000. I'm the label. I already gave you all the money. Like, I'm waiting for my recoupment. You're like, why am I going to pay act back and keep dropping music? Let me just go on live and do this. Then you get Zeus. Let me plumber from Zeus that comes to you and be like, yo, y'all give you $1 million right now. Just give me a season. I just need 7-8 episodes. What? You're like, fuck, why should I go to work on music? Let me go do that. That's a quick mill. So when you treat this career thing as an artist, and this is why another thing, I hate when you non-passionate artists are compared to Nicki Minaj. I really do. Because I guarantee if I had the same conversation about Nicki Minaj, she wouldn't be saying, oh, I dropped a card game, I dropped this, I dropped merch, I dropped this. She would just talk about motherfucking music. Y'all are basically con artists and hustlers who got off. Y'all are really social media influencers who conned the game with a song probably written by a nigga, and now y'all back to being social media influencers, bro. So, of course, yeah, y'all gonna do YouTube reality shows, acting, sell candles, sell thongs. Y'all will sell everything but a goddamn song with a parental advisory sticker on it and a goddamn tour ticket from Live Nation. That's the problem, man. So, respectfully, what I'm saying to somebody like Young Miami, move along. We don't want grifters over here. Move along. Go sell card games over there. Move along. Let's focus on JT right now. Because you know what JT realized? If she want to be in this shit like her idol Nicki for 10 years, you ain't going to get there by selling thongs. Ain't no card game that lit. Ain't no candles last that long. I like what she doing. She taking her lumps. They going to give her the jokes, but she going to keep coming with it. Rant ended. All right. All right. Okay, people. All right. Let me see. What else we got going on? So why the hell this famous, listen, what type of phone famous Dex got? This thing must got like an iPhone 3. Like, bruh, what type of quality is this? Anyway, he goes off after fans ask him about missing teeth. What the hell?
I ain't got my bottom teeth in. Why you getting blocked, ho? They told me to come back next week. You getting blocked. Anybody say something about my teeth? You getting blocked. It ain't my fault. Teeth still cost more than your bitch. I'm back on that disrespectful time now. Now look, I had to pin you. Ain't nobody say nothing now. Now chill out. Real talk. That's why I pin your ass. I know I ain't got my bottom teeth in. Why you getting blocked, ho? They told me to come back next week. You getting blocked. Anybody say something about my teeth? You getting blocked.
Google Gaga?
It ain't my fault.
What is this right here? Every time I see Famous Dex, it's like I remember what they told me at the doctor when I brought my dog Pluto in. They'd be like, yeah, we found some bacteria. We don't really know what it is. We took a swab of it. We're going to culture it, and we're going to figure out what antibiotics work on. I'm like, well, okay. Like, this just got to be, what the? This has to be studied. Oh my God. Niggas about to lick the camera. I backed up. I'm like, yo, hold on now.
Teeth still cost more than your bitch.
One thing I say about Famous Dex, I think he's lost a little bit of self-awareness. I don't know about his sobriety. There was a time he said he acknowledged that, he was getting some treatment, and I was very happy. I think he even messaged me, and I told him, kudos, bro. Like, listen, I want to champion, for anything I've said about how you look before, I want to champion you to sobriety. And by the way, he might be sober, right? He said his bottom teeth are missing. All these guys have like fake teeth. I don't know if their real teeth just got degraded over time with maybe drug use, or maybe they just had bad teeth or tooth hygiene from the get-go. But, they kind of all have like veneers, and a lot of these people with veneers, what they do is their real teeth are really either shaven down, or they have these anchors just in their gums that you could screw in new teeth. So for whatever reason, he's saying that the dentist told him to come back next week, which is, I'm like, damn, bro, if I'm him, I would be like, nigga, put the old shit back in until next week then. But so maybe he's not on drugs. He kind of at this point always sounds a little slurry. So I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. I don't know if he's on drugs. He could be clean. But yeah, I think the self-awareness portion is that if this was me and I was him, and given the fact that I think I have somewhat of shame, not saying the most, but I have some slight amount of shame, I'm not getting on this motherfucking camera. Like, you're not catching me on this camera right now. And even if I wanted to send a message, you're not going to be able to see my teeth, because that like part of somebody's look and what I would imagine that you would be very self-conscious about is about your teeth. I would imagine, right? So I don't know. Now he might. He might listen. He might be able to, and this is what I was going to say. He might not give a fuck, or his self-awareness might not be here because he still got a girl with him. No matter what. Listen. When you still have a little bit of money, you gonna find a girl who gonna suck on them gums. That's a fact. It's kind of interesting because I be watching how like people comment on either celebrities or rappers or whatever, and the women that they pull. Bro, I think we all know that, dog, as long as you got a little bit of money, she is gonna be sucking on them gums. She's gonna be sucking on them gums, man. Like, she's gonna be licking the little white crust out of the side of his mouth. She's gonna make it happen, and of course, there is no shame because she's on camera too.
I'm back on that disrespectful time now. Now look, I had to pin you. Ain't nobody say nothing now.
Yeah, listen. Unfortunately, when it comes to like Famous Dex, we kind of get to the part of just acknowledging how much he's been through. And we're like, man, at least thank God this nigga's still alive. And as long as he looks somewhat sober, we're like, you know what, bruh, listen, it's better than what it could have been, right? Let me pause it with the chick again. Yep, she smiled like a motherfucker. She ready to lick them gums. So, hey, it gets to a point with certain artists, he made out of Chirac. They could have killed him. He was heavily addicted on some stuff. That could have killed him. I think he had gotten locked up a few times. At this point, man, we just hope he stay out of trouble and stay healthy. Get his teeth back. And as far as, music goes, I do think it's sometimes we have to give up hope on niggas giving us new music. Just like be like, focus on your health, bro, and we're glad what you gave us in the past. Like you are a Chicago legend, right? He's a Chicago post drill era. He's a Chicago legend. Like Famous Dex, oh man, goddamn, he's a Chicago legend. Thank you for your contribution. We're happy that you're still alive and kicking. You're still free. Stay out of jail. Get your teeth back. Don't get hooked onto nothing. Hopefully you got enough bread coming in, however you got it coming in, hopefully legally and hopefully through music, if there's still any, that you can pay your bills. And we're going to be happy for you, bro. You still got a little joint right here. She'll still stick her tongue in your mouth to try to extract any coins or pennies. Fuck it. Just rock out. Do your thing, brother. I can't be mad at you, man. I can't be mad at you. Somebody said we need a froth check. Now we need like a meter. You ever see they have the tint meter? You need like the froth meter. Like, holy. Yeah, this shit is kind of green. Is that purple? I bet. You dip it in water. You hold it for like 10 minutes. And whatever color it turns, nigga, just tells you what type of virus that is. All right, man. Okay. Yo, all my chat queens, let's keep it a beam. He up six figures. Let's not say 7, even though maybe he's up 7 still. He up 6 figures. He driving a foreign. Obviously, you clearly see you see the sunroof. Got the heated seats. Come on now. What's the problem? Got the heated seats. Got the little pillow on the seat too. He got a little bit of froth. But you could just clean it with you could kind of clean it with a pinky, like, get it. You got to scoop it out, though. Scoop it. Scoop that bit. Feel what I'm saying? The teeth is coming in next week. It should have came Amazon Prime, but it's coming standard mail. It's okay. It's coming USPS. Should have done, Amazon Prime would have got there earlier, but it's all good. Are y'all dating him? Nye Marie says she would fuck him. Bet. Iona Keys says she would go on a date. Holy. Who else? Pretty Lauren, she laughing. She sound like that's funny. JP said, nah. Okay, girl, all right. Who else? Oh, shit. Now, Miss Kennedy, a real one. She said she would wet nap it. Like, I guess, like, wet a napkin and just sop around that bitch. Yo, if you a real one, put that shit in with the biscuit, you know what I mean? Treat that shit like sour cream or something like that. Cream cheese, right? Holy. Brown Skin Dragon ain't going for that. She said, hell nah. Yo, Young Dre, man. Yo, you know what's crazy? Yo, in chat, for all the men in here, I know y'all want to swear for your girl, but never swear for your girl. Your girl would tell you, I would never fuck a nigga like that. Let that nigga DM her. I ain't gonna say she fuck him, but she definitely gonna entertain him. Some women will be like, yo, he brought me to my shows, or he brought me to Philippe's, he brought me to Tao. Of course I'm gonna go with Famous Dex. He brought me to Tao. I ain't fuck him though. Oh man. What else, brother? What else? Yo, it's not white crust until it hardens up. So as long as he keep opening and shutting the mouth, there's saliva that's still giving it a good amount of moisture and texture. You feel what I'm saying? All right, man. Okay. Speaking of which, this shit crazy. This shit is crazy. Okay. Safari. I told you, man. Anytime, women should be honest about this. And I guess they are, because she used to be married to Safari used to be married to Erica Mena. Erica Mena is highly disgruntled. She gave this guy her youth. She gave him a couple of kids. And after a couple of kids, Safari dipped on her. And if you ever go to Safari's page, this nigga look like he's living the most fabulous life, nigga. You feel what I'm saying? What's his name? I Am Safari. Yeah, that nigga, I think it's just Safari at this point. This boy looked like he's allergic to a shirt. He doing push-ups, pull-ups, just chilling. He got his new girl. Let me see if I can find his new girl. I think this is him with, is this the Winnie girl? He on vacation with new girls every day. Look, he's still doing his dances like he was with Nicki Minaj. Yeah, he's still doing all that. You feel me? And I ain't gonna lie. My boy looks so stress-free. I don't see a wrinkle in his forehead. I mean, the hairline's still a little bit, it's hanging on there. But still, the beard looking good. Nothing too gray. Boy in good shape. Still got the jewelry. Like, yo, the boy been looking stressed. He looking blessed. I'm sorry. Like, let me tell you this. Yo, you never seen the worst of a woman till a woman start getting down bad. She's falling off, and you're prospering. Nigga look like he's glowing. Pause. Bro, she don't like that shit. She don't like that shit at all. She don't like that shit, my nigga. Hold on. I look up his new girlfriend. Safari new girlfriend. She don't like that shit at all, gang. His new girlfriend is this right here. Kimbella Matos. Kimbella Matos. I don't even know who that is. But you know my boy stayed with a Spanish ting. You feel me? His new girl looking goddamn, look like she just got off of Young Miami's Dr. Miami's thing. Goddamn. Holy. This is this is how his new ting looking. Like Shorty looked like a toothache. Man, she looked like a wisdom tooth. Holy. Yo, she look plump. God damn. Now. We got to be honest. We got to be honest here, chat. Hold on. That's his current. His ex? Yeah, she did give him two beautiful two beautiful kids. But trust me, that nigga hit the eject button as soon as she stopped looking. She started looking like this.
What was the question?
Joel Santana.
What?
You were with him.
Joel Santana?
I'm asking you a simple question.
Oh my God, that's my girl Kimbella's man.
It's a yes or no?
No.
Okay.
His ex? His current. That boy's a dog, man. Now, here's the thing. Because he gave her two kids, and apparently somehow he finessed it. I don't know how he getting money, but, apparently, no, actually he's a reality TV star. Like, he's parlayed that. He probably got probably still getting a couple points on, some publishing, hopefully on Nicki's songs. He's doing good. Boy, probably making cool, maybe multiple six figures, or definitely maybe $1 million a year, $2 million, whatever. Anyway, the nigga blessed, man. The nigga millionaire, right? Reality TV time is done for her now. There ain't no market for 36 and you don't look like now. Here's the difference. If you look like Drea, you're good. But if you're not aging like Drea, I don't know. Anyway, damn, this new chick look thick in a motherfucker. God damn. Yo, Sexy Red better make a remix. That nigga Safari finna say it. Fuck my baby mama. Holy. Yeah, that nigga dip. What the fuck? Are these real? Anyway. Essentially what happened is that every time Erica Mena see this nigga Safari having a good time, she don't like that shit, nigga. She don't like that. So anyway, she seen that nigga having a good time. And she decided to fuck it up. Look at this shit.
Guys get scammed like I did by this waste man overnight wannabe prophet. This individual has no idea that his children have actually started school. Yeah, your daughter is officially in pre-K and started yesterday. And here I am feeling guilty because I wasn't there due to work. And while I'm feeling guilty, motherfuckers is out here trying to make the world believe that they actually have a charity because they care about other people's children. How can you care about anybody else's children when you don't even care about your own? You miss out on birthdays by choice. You miss out on Christmas by choice, all because you think missing out in their lives makes me suffer. Wake up call. So before I could fill in for you at any time, and I've proven that. But your non-existence in my children's life does not make me miserable. It actually has helped me progress so much. But now you're on the internet playing with my kids because you don't even do for them unless it's something that's taken out of your little measly child support. I gotta sit back and watch my kids literally suffer already as it is because you're their daddy. While you play with other people's children and you don't even notice that your daughter has started school yesterday and you...
Yo, the hurt. Oh my God. Yo, let me tell you this, man. I'm glad social media wasn't around when during my mama's time. Cause I'd be embarrassed as a motherfucker. I grew up and I see my mama just like online going off on my daddy. Now, I ain't gonna lie. Their situation's kind of similar to like my mom. Well, my mom was a teacher. My dad was a principal. They were married for a while. And then they divorced, right? But I could imagine at times my mom was probably like, that nigga ain't shit. But damn, man, the hurt, bruh. The hurt. I understand what's going on with you, though, Erica Mena. I sympathize with you. And I'm going to talk to my man, Safari. He needs to shape up. You feel me? Because here's what I really think. And let me get the kids out of the way. I think Safari just don't want to deal with this chick, bro. I don't know what it is about her. I think sometimes women lack the accountability to realize, again, I'm not saying it's validated him not taking care of his children if he's not. But man, there is too many examples on reality TV shows or not. Sis, the problem might be you. The nigga look like he's down to do anything to get away from you. The nigga got a new girl. The nigga went to another country. That nigga's in Jamaica somewhere, nigga. That nigga's like climbing Ultra or some. He's in Dunn's River. Like, that nigga don't want to be nowhere near you. Now, if it was just one guy and he was just notable, a bum-ass baby daddy, I'd be like, yeah, it's him. But if I had to make this call, because you are bringing us in the group chat, because really this should be your business, but you brought us in the group chat so we could comment. I gotta say the common denominator, and this is gonna be the same thing when we get to the sweetie thing. The common denominator is the person who can't get along with nobody they're with. And I gotta say, unfortunately, Erica, I think that's you.
Probably could have been the parent to fill in the void and at least made it so she had one of us in the building for that big moment. Don't be scammed, y'all. I could... No way in hell this man cares about other people's children when he doesn't even acknowledge the existence of his own. And I'm going to just leave it right there because this man loves to run to the police and claim that I'm bullying him. So...
Real nigga. Real ass nigga. Yo, why do women say that shit? I really have a genuine question. Yo, put it like this. You see, if this was back in the day in Jamaica, when y'all started doing y'all toxic shit, this is how Jamaica back in the day used to be. Yeah, they ain't calling no cops. The niggas going straight backhand your ass. But now you can't even argue with the woman. You got to call. Like, if a woman start getting toxic, start bullying you, that nigga's trying to live his best life. You got no other choice.
We'll leave it at that. But don't be scammed and don't be fooled. Because literally, my kids go months and months and months at a time without this man.
Yeah, me and Waterhouse right now.
Yo, this nigga out in Jamaica on some Make-A-Wish program shit. Yo, this nigga Safari ain't shit. But that's my nigga, though.
Kingston, you know. And yeah, we giving back. You see, every time I come out here, it's like, yeah, we, you know, put money in people's hands and things like that, but I want to do something bigger and better.
Yeah.
You know, because I be pop up and I always, you know, hand money.
Smart idea with tucking the chains. Good job, my brother.
Money out, but I want to do something bigger and better. So, you're going to be a part of it. Let me know, all right? Yeah, me and Waterhouse right now. That's my new purpose. I want to start giving back more. You know?
Yeah, Safari probably met this kid about 25 minutes before this video. Like, what's the problem?
I don't know why lately. This trip is just making me seeing things different.
Yo, Safari know what he doing. He fucking with his baby mama. Because here's the thing. y'all chicks better go work on getting a stepdaddy, man. I'm sorry. Like, hey, y'all gotta get a stepdaddy. This is some 6ix9ine shit though. 6ix9ine in Dominican Republic holding up 10 other niggas' kids. Like, oh man, these are such beautiful kids. They deserve the world. Like, yo, we gotta really invest in our kids' future. Yo, his baby mamas be swinging, punching in the room, like swinging in the air to be like, yo, take care of your own kids. Like, yo, I'm not laughing at niggas being deadbeats, but like, bruv, for y'all women, I'm gonna keep it a beam with you. If you pick a nigga that's a deadbeat, that's your fault, man. Let's stop with this shit, man. Yo, chicks, y'all should have an intense vetting process before you have a baby with the man. You know what's gonna happen. If y'all don't work out, you gotta keep them kids. So if y'all not vetting this nigga, and not that he's in love with you, because I think that's what most people vet a guy with. Do I love him or not? No. Is this person a reliable parent that even if we don't work out in a relationship, they will be there, that you don't feel like you're alone, if that's her story. Now, granted, you also got to vet these stories, because, Erica, I don't know you from a can of paint, but I do know a lot of women who they'll just lie about some shit because really they just want to have control over the man whereabouts, right? So they'll use the kid. Oh, why you ain't come so and so for your daughters, blah blah blah, or your sons, blah blah blah. They really just want to keep the nigga on a string, and they keep the nigga on a string either by dragging him to court all the time, child support, or restricting access to their kids. So I don't know that full situation, and I do not want to speak about that. So all I'm gonna just say, I think women need to vet their baby daddies a little bit better. Pick a responsible parent, not just a nigga you're in love with. And also, we have to vet the story to see if, hey, are you using some of this propaganda about this nigga not being there? Because, by the way, as much as whatever he's saying, this is work for Safari, right? Like, this is him trying to start whatever, like, who knows his occupation? Like, this is somewhat of a business move. So he's trying to work, right? He's trying to start a mission or whatever, probably trying to get government funded, whatever he can. Yeah, just like how you work. So, we just got to vet the stories. And obviously, truth be told, too, if Safari is a deadbeat, I'm going to be honest, that's not dope. You know what I mean? Like, shit, and this is just where I draw the line on it. Like, I've told 6ix9ine, like, yo, 6, bro, you grab, you playing daddy to, like, this Rachel chick's kid, bro. Like, yo, you got, like, other kids. And he would tell me, I brought it up on the interview. And he told me directly, say, all right, bro, the mom don't want me to have no contact with a kid unless she gets to control the contact. She want to control everything. She want to be the boss of how it could be a parent. And for him, he said, nah, I don't want to do that. I don't want the other parent being a boss of how I could be a parent. Yeah, that's his prerogative. Anyway. All right, man. Erica, I don't know. Take the nigga back to court if you're that unhappy. Take him back to court and go get full custody or some shit. And try to get more money, even though I don't think that'll work. But let's see. Did y'all hear the news? Did you hear the news, people? And as I talk about, common denominators, when you keep seeing someone in a situation that is constantly popping up with different people, you almost gotta, think, maybe they're the motherfucking problem, right? Maybe they're the motherfucking problem. And such was the case as with this story, if I could find it, and I'm scrolling up and down, I'm just trying to find it. It was essentially Saweetie, and it was Saweetie and YG. So police were called to intervene in a situation where Saweetie was having a disagreement with YG that, according to the police, stemmed from, I'll just search it on TMZ. It stemmed from them going through each other's phones. Let's read for more details, okay? All right, here we go, chat. It was trouble in paradise for Saweetie and YG. All right, we've learned the couple had a run-in with the cops after getting into a spicy skirmish. Law enforcement tell TMZ that the rapper got into a heated, the rappers, both, the rapper got into a heated argument at their Los Angeles area home on Saturday afternoon, where things got so loud someone called the cops out of concern. We're told the deputies rushed over to the residence, where they immediately separated YG and Saweetie, who apparently got into a spat over some cell phone drama. Clearly, you know what that means. Somebody fell asleep, left their phone open. One person went to the bathroom, left their phone, whatever the case is, looked through it. Yo, why you still messing with this bitch? Yo, what the fuck? Yo, sweetie, why you still texting Quavo? Like, we don't know who it is. Yo, shit. Yo, why you text your baby mama that? Well, like, what the fuck? Like, why you swipe up on this bitch page? Like, just petty shit. Like, unfortunately, yeah, Says after speaking with both parties, the cops determined that there's been no physical contact, that it was just another argument, albeit a loud one. Both YG and Sweetie were okay in the aftermath of the drama, but officers made sure the couple calmed down before leaving, okay? We're told that a non-criminal report was taken just to document the incident, but no crimes were committed. Okay, I could tell you what type of... this right here, I'm telling you right now, and I don't want to accuse nobody of nothing, all they be doing is fighting. Trust me. I think this right here is up my experience wheelhouse a little bit. All they do is beef and toxic shit. I don't want to only blame Sweetie, but Sweetie, this your second time. You was hitting a nigga with a karate kick up in an elevator over a Call of Duty suitcase. You are a violent woman. You're approaching at this point. If you're always involved in violence, right? And the first time we see you involved in violence, you definitely weren't no goddamn victim. We are thinking that you on Christian Rock level. You get what I'm saying? Oftentimes, I'm going to be honest with you, and this is the thing, bro, and I'm getting the complete stereotyping right now. Bruh, the prettiest bitches, all they do is fight and cuss and argue, bro. You know why? Nobody ever told them no. They never got a whole sit down before. They never got all they've done is got their way for all their life because they're pretty attractive, got a fat ass, and all they do is behave badly. They kick and scream, they meddle and peddle and do all type of bullshit when they don't get their way. Their daddy never disciplined them. Matter of fact, their daddy was probably out of their life. All they've been doing is fuck shit. When you get them for as pretty as they are, they're good for arm candy, but all you doing is squabbling with these hoes. I trust them, but nigga, I'm almost to the point where, listen, I might have to start telling y'all niggas go for a 7. Anything above a 7, these bitches think they look better than God himself. They think they're God's gift to this earth. All they ready to do is squabble, squabble, squabble. They love to put hands on people because they know you can't do nothing back. Like, yo, even if you try, you can't do nothing, bro. You just can't do nothing, bro. They throw shit, they break shit. You know what I mean? Trust me. And maybe it's just my experience with women who I think tend to look attractive. But from what I hear from other men who especially meet these women who are kind of industrified, where they're seen as, like arm candy or whatever the case is. And even though Sweetie's an artist, she kind of in that category. Mad niggas want her. The only person who I ain't see do none of this fuck shit. By the way, they say Rihanna used to do that too. I know y'all want to hear it. They say Rihanna used to slap the shit out of niggas. Like, quickly. Like, you and her getting the argument. Shut the fuck up, bitch. That's what I hear. And by the way, Rihanna from the Caribbean. You ever deal with a Caribbean girl who look good, bro? Bro, these bitches think they... What's the name of that UFC fighter that used to be getting it in, that female one? Bro, these chicks think they... what's her name? I can't remember, but trust me, bro. So, like, when I see these stories, I be seeing it go both ways. I ain't gonna lie. YG might have choked her up now. Now, here's the thing, and this is why I know this ain't her first rodeo. Because if it was one of them green-ass bitches, if it was Gina Mae with Jeezy, you know Jeezy couldn't have done nothing because she was saying she felt threatened when that nigga was just moving the guns around the house. She was like, oh my God, he took a gun out. So sure, she was acting spooked. This chick, she into some knockdown, drag him out. You slap him, right? He grab you up and then he fuck you like you and Belly. That real talk. I'm telling you what it is. Like, y'all don't want to hear this type of shit, right? Oh yeah, Ronda Rousey. Yeah, that's the type of bitches these are. Now, keep in mind, the thing, I'm going to give y'all the answers y'all want to hear. Why do a nigga like YG stay? The head probably fire. And the makeup sex be exhilarating. Okay? And when shit good, it's probably good. Like, she probably, let's do a little, like, listen, she bad. Like, yeah. You know what I mean? Niggas be having little trade-offs, right? But I'm pretty sure that behavior right here, and also, she cool enough where she know he a gangster. So, you notice it didn't say she called the police. A neighbor called the police. So, she did what was, again, I'm not a co-signing no type of abuse, but women who are kind of like that like the tough niggas, because most of these women who act like that, they want, like, this is going to sound crazy, but they be wanting the nigga who be like YG. You feel what I'm saying? They don't want no nigga who just going to run to the corner. They be want a nigga they could buck with. You feel what I'm saying? So when the cops come, she got nothing to say. He got nothing to say. Clearly, nobody had like bruises because if the cops did see bruises, I don't know about in Cali, but they got to in most places. Even if both people said nothing happened, if they see a bruise, somebody got to go to jail, right? So clearly that ain't happen. She kept it, quiet. He kept it quiet. And by the way, if you think about the Quavo incident, she never said nothing anyway. So she might just be a squabbler, bro. Yeah. Shit. Police probably left. YG probably popped the rhino and 2 honey packs, fucked the dog shit out of her while throwing up blood, nigga, and singing fuck Donald Trump, and that was a good night for them. I ain't gonna hold you. But she toxic. Like, she one of them girls that, to keep it real, she don't want no boring relationship. And a boring relationship to her is one you're not kicking, screaming, box dong, all tight. Like, if none of that in the relationship, she don't want it. And good dick. Yeah, you gotta fuck her on some makeup sex, fuck her right, but she gonna be in your face, all in your business. Oh yeah, that's it. You feel what I'm saying? It says it's been quite a roller coaster for these two. They were romantically linked in 2023 after getting cozy at Coachella. Rappers confirmed their romance a month later by taking a PDA heavy trip to Mexico. However, in January, reports started to circulate their romance that cool off. Yeah, they're not together right now. They're on and off. Facts. I think I've seen this a million times. They're not together right now. They're on and off, but they're fucking right now because they're around each other. They're figuring out if they're going to try to make it work or not. Trust me. Promise. Though the pair never confirmed this news. Yeah, they're back around each other, but they're arguing over, yo, you was talking to this nigga or you was talking to this bitch when I wasn't talking to you? All that bullshit. Fight, kick, scream, throw shit at each other, break each other's phone, all that type of fuck shit going on in the house. Promise. All right, bet. When Sweetie called her boo, my Pisces alongside. Okay, when was this? Oh, okay, yeah. So she, she back on the claiming train. All right. Yeah, like low key, I think she would have still rocked out with Quavo if it didn't leak. If that video didn't leak with her and Quavo, I think they would have rocked out. But I think what she did was she tried to do, like, no disrespect, and I'm not trying to shame nobody that's no victim. She tried to do the sucker move, like on some Meg Thee Stallion shit. Like, they're trying to be victims, right? Because they all know we've only seen one victim really people ride for is Rihanna. So when that shit kind of happened, she kind of tried to throw Quavo under the bus because she was getting blamed. I'm talking about Sweetie. And Quavo ain't like that, so he started kind of putting out some info, and that's why it just made it impossible for them to get back together. No video, they would have never left. Trust. Sweetie elevator. Who was squabbling better than
We all thought Quavo and Saweetie broke up over cheating, but with this latest development on an elevator, more problems in their relationship. In a recent video released by TMZ, the rappers are involved in a full-on physical scuffle while on an elevator. The surveillance footage was caught on camera at an apartment complex in North Hollywood. The video starts with a struggle beginning outside of an elevator with the icy girl swinging on her glacier boy, him dodging the hit, and the two going toe-to-toe over what seems to be an orange Call of Duty case.
One thing you gotta give Quavo the credit for right here, especially when she down and you're in the heat of the moment, if that nigga had fucking punted her on some Kevin Gates shit, give her one of these, like, Quavo done. You get what I'm saying? But I think Quavo also, as much, I think he loves Sweetie, but I think Quavo picked his career at that point because he realized this is a girl, and I guarantee they were squabbling all like this in private, and until it became public, and I'm pretty sure his label pulled him to the side and said, bro, we've been telling you about this itch. Bro, you gonna lose your career over her, nigga. Look, it's not public. We gotta do all this type of shit. Bro, you better chill, nigga. And I think he said, man, fuck that, man. There's other bad bitches around. And also, Quavo be fucking bad bitches anyway. Quavo's fucking Karrueche, all them girls. So I think he dipped, but I think he really wanted to stay with her, but she was just getting too toxic, bro. Like, the thing with a woman, Sweetie never had that much talent. So it's like, you ruin your Quavo talent or you ruin your Quavo bag. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck you about to do? No matter what she do to you on camera, nobody gonna cancel her. You know what I mean? If she was a really lit musician, nobody cancels her. So you're the only person who had something to lose. I think, Quavo did best. He said, I gotta get out of here, bro.
The fight continues inside the elevator with Quavo.
And by the way, I understand why he was trying to grab the back. Yo, bro, like, my nigga, Xbox got his profiles, his Call of Duty, like, loadouts and shit. Like, come on, bro. What you think this is? Nigga got his my player on 2K. Like, come on. Stop playing. Give me your shit, bro. Stop playing. Right. Yo, and girls be knowing how to get to you, too. She been watching Quavo play Call of Duty for 7 hours a day after he fuck her. He fuck her, And you know us niggas, we roll right out of bed. They want to roll right out of bed. You hit your nigga, yo, start up a party, nigga. We about to run this up. You know what I mean? Y'all running trios or whatever the case is. She's just sitting next to you, just watching you like, is this fun? Because, she want to go shopping, be outside, go do all type of adventures, fuckery. You just want to play some video games, nigga. You busted your nut. Nigga, you are not horny no more. You just want her to shut the fuck up and leave you alone. She's sitting there watching you play the game for hours on end. This is a daily occurrence, by the way. So when it's time for you, y'all get in an argument, she know how to piss your ass off. Because the biggest thing a nigga could do, and I'm telling you this was probably happen, he probably act like he didn't give a fuck. All right, yo, whatever, I'm out, man. Whatever, you got it. Now she's starting being toxic. How she could get you to care? You play that game 7 hours a motherfucking day, nigga. She start grabbing on your game. I'm about to break it. So now you're like, bitch, I will slap earth, wind, and fire out of you if you try to break my motherfucking PS4 that I got my loadouts on and I got a 99 character this year. You tweaking. Come on, bro. We all know how it go. Come on, man. We being realistic. We not being safe right here. We just being realistic. We not co-signing no type of violence. We're just being realistic because we all been in relationships. We all been with that one person. We all seen this with maybe a friend or a relative. Come on now.
Dragging her inside, Saweetie taking a spill and seemingly being injured while the Migos rapper does nothing to help her. At one point, he seems to realize the camera has recorded their altercation, but still does nothing to assist Saweetie, who is still on the ground. This video, which
by the way, I guarantee she was. Listen, I know, I'm mad prejudice, right? Yo, she was probably talking shit right here when she swung at him. As soon as he grabbed the shit away from her and she fell to the ground, you hurt me. Facts, 100%. I'm telling you, this is fact, chat. I'm telling you. Yep. Mm-hmm. Facts. She's trying to grab his shit to probably break it. He snatches away from her. She's now on the ground. Oh my God, you hurt me. I think my shoulder is broken. You broke my shoulder. Now you feel like a fucking asshole because now you're like, yo, what the fuck? You're like, bro, like, what the fuck you doing, bro? You know what I mean? Now, no video. They would have been mad for a little bit, separated for a while. She would have called him. Yo, I was tweaking. He would have said, baby, yeah, I was tweaking too. Yeah, yo, whatever. All right, meet up. Fuck. Back to business. Facts.
Apparently, Quavo to get a bit defensive on his Twitter, stating, quote, I don't normally put my business out there.
Yeah, he had to explain. You know what I mean? So I play my part. This is one time I normally put my business out there, especially my personal life. I feel the need to address this so there are no false narratives.
Especially my personal life. You and disappointed.
I had love for you and disappointed you did all that. You are not the woman I thought you were. I wish you nothing but the best. I ain't gonna lie. Quavo stood on business with this one. Because trust me, chicks like Sweetie, you keep running back to them, bro. Pussy fire, this good, this is you keep right back there. But he stood on business, you know what I mean? He probably is Crew Chick back free? Who's he piping now? Pause on that, right? I'm doing too much dick watching. Pause. All right, anyway, that's what's going on with YG. Except, yo, you in LA with YG now. Like, come on, bro. Niggas is gangbanging over there, man. I don't know how to give it up when it comes to situations like this. I don't want to put nothing on nobody, but shit. Nigga, you better not touch that nigga red PS5, nigga. When that nigga playing 2K, nigga. That nigga getting his skills ready for 2K25, nigga. You better not, you know what I mean? That nigga probably playing Call of Duty and banging on them niggas, like just throwing up some signs and shit like, yo, you know what a chick would come do? Walk in the room, want your attention, she want to start an argument. Man, go ahead with all that shit. You keep playing, you know what she do? Cut the game off. You was just about to get your first win, nigga. You was about to just get your first motherfucking win, bro. You and your team, and of course, she plugged this bitch right out, nigga. Nigga, all you see is goddamn red, nigga, and you already wearing red. Nigga, fuck that. You know what I mean? The nigga claiming blood, but he like, yo, you about to see blood. Nah, I'm playing. That's jokes. These are all jokes. It's all jokes. It's all jokes, man. These all jokes, man. YG tough it out, man. I wonder if Rihanna be swinging on A$AP Rocky. Rihanna's a swinger. Like, and now I mean like that. They said Rihanna put them paws on a nigga. I wonder if she be doing that to A$AP. Y'all can see it in YG eyes, man. He's just tolerating it until he gets too tired of this pussy, man. He finds something else, man. He's just tolerating it. I know, my brother. I know. Somebody said that stereotype of Caribbean women are crazy and violent is tired as fuck. No, Caribbean women are crazy and violent. I'm sorry to bruv, I'm telling you, nigga, I was born in Jamaica, nigga. Caribbean women are crazy and violent, bro. a lot of Caribbean women come to United States. You see, a lot of Caribbean women, their relationships are violent with their partners. Truth be told. They come over here, then they get the cheat code. Oh shit, if that nigga even breathe on me, he get in trouble, and I could still put my hands on him. It's like free money. It's like a stimulus pack. It's like, yeah. So they continue the behavior over here. If they were back, you think if Rihanna was dating a nigga up in motherfucking, where's she from, Barbados, and she slapped that nigga would have punched her right out of the car, my nigga, and nothing happens, nigga. He would have circled the block and pick her ass up, right back up, and they would have kept it going. I'm serious. What y'all think this is? nigga, it's the United States, nigga. Shit different right here. So they start realizing, like, oh shit, like if that nigga even look at me, like, yeah. Right, y'all know the story of the Chris Brown thing, right? The nigga is driving, and she's fucking hitting this nigga, just wailing on him. The nigga saw blood. He saw red. He just started going crazy. Not saying he agreed with what he did, but like, yo, in certain places, they gonna tell you equal rights is equal right and equal left. I'm going to just tell you, in Caribbean culture, from what I know personally, I know in like growing up in Jamaica, any woman who raises their hand to a man usually is understanding that that man is going to hit back. And those women are squabblers. They take their lumps with it. They're fighting at that point. They're not getting abused. They hit the nigga might slap the shit out of them. They might then grab a rock, a stone, a pot. They might clobber that nigga. And they might be for a while. Then they nurse each other wounds. It's toxic. It's not healthy. Not co-sign it. But I'm telling you, I love giving y'all the some of the experience that you don't see in the United States. Because sometimes y'all be like so dense. They be squabbling, nigga. A chicken, and by the way, all that strength shit don't matter. Oh yeah, all right. You be like, oh yeah, man, strength is too. And by the way, most chicks, like if a nigga get hit happy, bro, they start pulling knives on that nigga. They stab the nigga. They start doing all type of shit, and they're not going to jail because that nigga ain't calling the police neither. Nobody. It's like it's just only thing you might have like a family member that kind of break it up. Or you might have that grandma, like my grandma used to intervene, like with my uncles and shit, and his chick, and he used to be like, yo, at one point, because she kept staying, my grandma gave her money mad times for her to leave, because she would come and say, like my uncle was like cock diesel, bro. It was just like, yo son, he be, and my grandma was like, well, my son live here, and you have moved in with my son. Y'all don't got kids. Take this $3,000. Go ahead. You should leave my son. She would go for 3 days and come right back. And my grandmother would hear the same thing the week after. Yo, your son did this. I'm just telling you, this is where I grew up, bro. I'm just telling you, I'm not co-signing none. I'm just telling you that in a lot of other places, most of the domestic shit I've ever seen didn't get handled police-wise. But in America, if you breathe at a girl, your career is done. Like the police come, you're done. Like it's over, right? So the reason why I say Caribbean women come over here and get mad violent is because back where they coming from, it's not handled like that. So the ones who will hit men or kind of try to get into it with dudes, they're like that. They're not gonna call the cops anyway. But those same ones come over here and realize the different rules, and they kind of switch it up. Anyway. Hey, listen. I know you see, what I just said is so non-PC and safe, and it's not like, oh my God. So y'all going to be like, somebody's going to try to take it out of context, but I'm only speaking on from where I'm from. I'm going to tell y'all this. I was born in Spanish Town, Jamaica, and I grew up there for my first 10, 11 years of my life. Everything I seen, niggas, is what I see with my own two eyes, and I couldn't, like, trust me. The rabbit hole do get deep. So, anyway. All right. These two gonna make it, man. Gangbanger and a chick who love to fight, they'll be fine. The police came, they ain't saying nothing against each other. They both practicing no snitching. We all know there was probably arm wrestling, choke slamming, body slamming. And I guarantee when the police left, I guarantee that's the best fuck she gave this nigga all year. Facts. Guaranteed. That fuck after the cops, you see the sirens going the opposite way? Oh my God. 2 honey packs of Rhino, nigga, and a fucking vibrating cock ring, nigga. It is on. Get half a pint of KY jelly. This shit is going crazy. Slip and slide. All right. Bet. Yeah, we've been doing all our topics today. Yo, we're at 8 hours. Ooh, 8 hours. Fuck. I'm motherfucking taking. All right, we're getting through all of this shit, bro. I actually only have like 2 more topics, kind of. Yeah, we got that already. Okay. I guess the only thing left is the Michael Rubin, Lil Baby, and Meek shit. And then this Lil Baby arc, what's he been up to? We should go to listen to the or watch the Architect Digest thing. Rowdy in LA. I guess that's a quick one. We could kind of do it. And